to another episode. And today we're in McAllister, Pittsburgh County, which is a bit confusing because, of course, Pittsburgh is famously in Pennsylvania, not Oklahoma. But this is evidently different Pittsburgh, and we're at the Compass having a bash at their Ultra Meat Challenge, which is just a big, thick pizza topped with lots and lots of meat.
Do you guys have any napkins? I feel like this has probably got limited reuse value. Oh, that's good. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Funny?
Yeah, it's funny.
Okay.
It's so soft.
Must be good if I'm sucking air through my teeth. It's not the widest pizza I've ever seen, but what it lacks in diameter, that's the word, it more than makes up for in general depth.
Even the crust is pretty easy to eat. Sign of a good pizza.
Yeah, it's a girthy pie, so I understand why 65 contenders have failed this one. But it's so sloppy in a good way. It doesn't take a lot of work to eat.
How we doing there, brother? That's it, halfway down.
It's delicious. It's really nice.
Appreciate it.
Ah, you're very welcome, sir. Don't mention it. We're about, halfway through the pizza now. Giving me enough time to awkwardly smile at people.
How am I doing? Think I can finish it?
Yeah, I'm doing alright, aren't I? 5 minutes in, 25 minutes remaining. That lady was watching me like a hawk the whole time, which I suppose is understandable if, as I mentioned, some past contestants have nefariously tried to hide a few bits of pizza here and there. I don't actually know how much it weighs, to tell you the truth. The menu says 5 pounds of toppings, which would include the cheese, but I'm not sure how much the dough weighs.
I need my mustache. Everything needs to get trimmed.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. I don't trust anyone out here to trim my stash, or myself for that matter. 7 minutes in, and this would normally be the point with the pizza at which chewing would become difficult. But this thing is so supple, you really don't have to chew it much.
Good. A lot of pizza. It is a lot of pizza.
Three slices. Is the people of McAllister must have appetites lower than the rest of average. Having said which, the slices are pretty delicious. Yummy though. Just my mullet here.
How long have I got left? Left. Okay. You guys, do you guys have rope here? Can I get rope here? Thank you. Right, just 2 slices left.
Indeed, and what? Shit! Of the timer made. That was the beaver, by the way. The beaver from Lady and the Tramp. I should really mention the toppings on this. I can't remember them all. Just tons of meaty stuff.
The cheese is so soft. It's getting stuck in my moustache. Some looks like improvised moustache wax. So it tastes better than most moustache waxes. Really? There's still one more slice though. I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, gotta stay on board. Let's not count our chickens just yet. It hasn't been a flawless record this year.
Final slice.
Yep, almost done. We are but a few meaty mouthfuls away from becoming the first ultimate champion, getting that meal on the house, and perhaps most importantly of all, we're about to get our hands on a free winner's cap, which I like from time to time. It's a little bit different from just a t-shirt. What a card! He's a to that guy. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one.
I got a little bit overzealous. It was such delicious pizza. I must have eaten, I don't know, like 7 or 8 beard hairs.
65.
Oh. Oh, are you joking? Bring out the second one. Ooh, do you have a dessert menu?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, I gotta take a look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in that menu? Thank you. Compass cap as well. I'm going over this trip with a whole new wardrobe. I've got like 4 t-shirts, a cap. Whoa, this is pretty big.
That's a lot of sugar right there.
I thought it was going to be small. Now, normally, when I'm on one of these full adventures, I wouldn't get dessert because every calorie counts. But I'm not eating now for 2 days, I think. So.
Oh,
Good though.
Did you beat it?
yeah, I did.
I'm so
Yeah.
freaking I was on my way over.
Oh, you want to see? Have you seen the videos?
Yeah, well, I rewatch all the time.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
It's so nice to
Give you a
connect.
fist bump.
Know yourself.
Yeah, of course you can.
Waco, is it Waco? It's not Waco, it's Waco. It's Waco.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you, and you.
Alright, we're off to Waco today. Not Waco. Glad I cleared that up. And we're doing a speed challenge. Kind of like a warm up for this tamale contest I'm doing tomorrow. Apparently, you only get 12 minutes to finish. So it might be a tough one.
Here we are, in Waco, not Waco. This is it. Alright. Dave's Burger Barn, which is quite literally just a barn. Remember our golden rule though? If it looks a bit shabby from the outside, that probably means the food's gonna be spectacular.
This is the one we're doing today. Dave's Zipper Ripper Challenge. It's got a bit of an Aussie sound to it.
Straight back, you try Dave's Zipper Ripper Challenge?
Bonza.
That's me. Probably just me.
Well, I'll send it over here. Screenshot my location, send it to Mrs. Beard.
Hi. Yeah, I heard you got some kind of burger challenge.
Yeah? Right, okay, I'll take a look. So these are the rules for the Zipper Ripper Challenge. You must eat all your food in 12 minutes, no chipmunking, according to the staff, no help from anyone, 5 patties, 5 strips of bacon, 5 slices of cheese, 1 pan of fries, and 1 drink, plus all the vegetables. $34.95 if you don't make it, and you picture on the wall of shame, you can't have that. But if you do it successfully, you do get a free t-shirt. I must be pretty proud of the challenge, because Zipper Ripper is pretty much mentioned on everything, even the drinks machine. Got a little rug with it on too. Look at these. I don't know what they are, but they look pretty yummy. I'd maybe save a little bit of room for one of these afterwards.
Yeah, no, you have to drink the. Yeah, that's cheating.
Well, I thought they just get full of liquid.
Ah,
So,
well, yeah, there's that, I guess. Yeah.
okay, it comes to $37.83.
There are quite a few people on the Wall of Fame. Naturally, not as many as on the Wall of Shame, but I should be able to do it right. If this many people have done it successfully. That's pretty big.
Everything on the plate inside 12 minutes. And if you do it inside 12 minutes, meal screen and you get a t-shirt. What do you think I want to be on? Do you think I'll be on the Wall of Shame or the Wall of Fame? Do you think Wall of Fame? Right, I'll let you, start the time whenever you're ready. Oh, it's on the wall behind me. Ooh, that's snazzy. Right, let's get started.
Well, as snazzy as a novelty stopwatch on a corrugated metal wall can be, I guess. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode, the 7th installment from the trip to Oklahoma/Texas. Today we're in Texas, Waco more specifically, at Dave's Burger Barn, having a crack at the Zipper Ripper Challenge. I did ask the staff how it got its name, but nobody seemed to know, which I suppose adds to the mystery a little bit. But you get 12 short minutes to eat a 5-patty burger, topped with cheese, bacon, and veggies. A 32-ounce drink of your choice, although I think it does have to be fizzy. And a pound of fries. Well, it's supposed to be a pound. This is more than a pound, but you know, who's counting? If you finish, you get a $35 meal on the house. Spot on that left column of the wall of fame back there. And you're supposed to get a shirt too. We'll see about that. I don't actually know if I have any room left in my suitcase to take all these shirts back.
What? What photo? Really? We're almost done with the boat. Ooh, the bottom's nice and juicy.
And it just, I told you about that golden rule. If the place looks with the rustic side, the food is normally solid. This was no exception. This geezer looks a bit confused. I'll try to set his mind at ease, yeah. Some kind of casual salute there. He'll be alright.
I've really got napkins. Thank you.
See, that bystander was a bit more into it. He went to the trouble of wishing me good luck, which I thought was nice.
I need some napkins.
It looks like you're not prohibited from standing up, walking around a bit with this one, which is a relief because the bird is starting to look somewhat befouled. So we need to get a few napkins. I should have gotten before I started, but you know me. Look at this. I wasn't fully committed to running, so I did kind of a half dad jog back to my seat.
Can't be looking at my beard in that condition. The remaining 8 minutes.
Yeah, you can kind of see it on the wall back there. So it's a bit blurry since the foreground's in focus. But yeah, 8 minutes remaining and just the fries to go. Normally at this juncture, I start whinging and whining. But these things, they're actually pleasantly surprising. Bit of poetry for you there.
A little bit more than a pound.
I think that was pretty evident from the get-go. But as I mentioned, they were incredibly enjoyable. So for once, you actually, this could be a first. You're not going to catch me complaining.
All right, cool. Thank you.
But that lady seems convinced. Still a few chips to go though. Normally I hate when you know when food champs they just pan it out with fries. But these were some of the nicest I've ever had. Genuinely, they've got a very unique flavour. Probably not for everyone. They taste almost sweet and sour, but I enjoyed them.
Almost there. Almost.
Yeah, we'll get a move on then, lad. I think I'm trying to contrive a nail biting finish. You know, wait for the clock to tick down a bit. They didn't have any, predictably didn't have any t-shirts, but I hope you enjoyed it. And I'll catch you at the next one.
I don't want to finish yet. I've got a little bit of drink to go. You're probably never hear me say this again. Those fries were flipping delicious. Quite an appropriate song to put on the radio. Another one about some duck, right? How do you cook those fries? Is that like a secret recipe? Because they taste amazing. Yeah? Those are probably the best chips I've ever had. What we call chips in England, right? The reason I decided to do a small load one today is because I got that Somali World Championship tomorrow. But I really feel like I want to have something a little bit sweet. Yeah, some kind of Rice Krispie cake. Maybe I should be DQ to that. That's taking a little bit of debris on the cup. Let's try some of this cookies and cream Rice Krispie cake. I'm not sure about that one.
I love this tweet. This is hilarious. So, Trump on the 17th, 2 days ago, in the morning, Friday morning, says Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. Meant the Strait of Hormuz. First, he was going to call it the Strait of Trump, now or the Gulf of Trump. The Persian Gulf is going to be the Gulf of Trump. Now it's the Strait of Iran because they announced they were opening it up. And I love this one. Mihek.
Well, did they just kind of admit that Iran has control of it? Straight Iran?
Well, yeah. In this Truth Social post, but this was a full 2 days ago. This may as well.
Oh, okay.
This is ancient history by now.
Yeah.
But we're just doing a little timeline here. So Mihek Cook, one of the last MAGA holdouts, says every foreign policy genius who spent a decade collecting paychecks to tell us Iran was untouchable just watched a real estate developer from Queens reopen the waterway that moves a third of the world's oil. The credential class should be embarrassed into silence. Yeah. Keyword there says reopen. You know why? Because it was open before the war, which is a detail that Mihek Cook leaves out. But Megyn Kelly had a reaction to this that I think speaks for a lot of people, even people like me who are not terribly fond of Megyn Kelly. She's, yay, we're ending the war by getting them to open the strait that was open before we started it. Great.
One of his posts today called it the Strait of Iran, which is probably, the best Freudian slip he's had in weeks. Yeah, it wasn't really before. It was an open Strait of Hormuz used by everybody in the Middle East and beyond. Now it's the Strait of Iran. Now they've realized they've got an economic pressure point they can unleash on us. And we're keeping our ships there now to make sure that they don't do anything, no funny business while we wrap this thing up. But at some point, our destroyers are going to leave. And we'll see how many times we have to go through this now with Iran as things ratchet back up. Because they've realized that they have a very powerful tool that hurts us that they never used or realized before.
Oh, yeah. Well, they realized it about a day later. Didn't take long. Didn't take long for that prophecy to fulfill itself. Now, here's Donald Trump at the TPUSA event on Friday that they had. I guess they felt like they needed to bring in the top dog to get the stink of that horribly attended J.D. Vance rally off of them. So he announces on Friday night, this will be a great and brilliant day for the world because Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business.
It will be a great and brilliant day for the world because Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business and full passage.
See, that's the stacked crowd for Trump.
But the naval blockade with the greatest navy in the world, from the greatest military the world has ever seen. We built it during my first term. We built it. They said it was crazy.
Funny how a year ago Turning Point USA was against the Iran war, and now here Trump is on the TPUSA stage doing war propaganda to an audience clapping like seals. Funny how organizations can turn around that quickly, All it takes is for I guess a few WhatsApp chains with some Zionist donors, and things like this can happen.
The war is so crazy. Will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed.
Well, yeah, he was very optimistic. He was touting the end of the world. End of the world. Ha! There's a slip on my end. Freudian slip.
Right.
First of the evening. Perhaps the first of many. End of the war. End of the war. He's touting the end of the war. Not the end of the world. No. Why is that on my mind? Gotta get that crazy.
No idea.
Get that crazy out of my brain. Got end of the world on the brain. But, yeah, no, he was pretty rosy-eyed about things. Trump frames Iran war as all but over in optimistic social media flurry. President Trump went on a media tear Friday, granting interviews and unleashing a flurry of social media posts that framed peace talks with Iran as all but complete. After an announcement by Iran's foreign minister that the Strait of Hormuz had been reopened, Mr. Trump made a series of optimistic posts on his social media platform, Truth Social. He also spoke to several news outlets, asserting that Tehran had agreed to many demands and predicting a quick resolution to the conflict. Iranian officials did not confirm most of Mr. Trump's claims and disputed several of them. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, Iran's top negotiator and the Speaker of its parliament, said on social media Friday evening that Mr. Trump made several false claims. The President of the United States made 7 claims in 1 hour, all of which are false, said General Ghalibaf, a military and political influential figure in Iran leading negotiations. They did not win the war with these lies. They will certainly not get anywhere in the negotiations either. Mr. Trump said on Friday that Iran, with the help of the United States, was removing all of the mines it laid in the Strait of Hormuz last month. He also claimed that the Hormuz Strait situation is over, and Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. Spoiler alert, folks, it's closed. As of now, we're just kind of giving a recap as to how we got here. Iran has made no such commitment, and its foreign minister, Syed Abbas Arachi, had only gone so far as to announce that the vital oil route would be open for the remaining period of ceasefire for ships that adhere to a route coordinated by Iran. Later, the ministry's spokesperson, Esmail Bagli, said the strait remained under Iran's supervision. On Friday, Mr. Trump told AFP that there were, quote, no sticking points left for a peace deal with Iran. The White House has not confirmed any details of a plan. In a brief phone interview with Axios, Mr. Trump said he expected a deal, quote, in the next day or two. Amid the barrage of social media posts, the president painted himself as a peacemaker, maligned by traditional news media. Yeah, here he's that. The failing New York Times, fake news CNN, and others just don't know what to do. They're desperately looking for a reason to criticize President Donald J. Trump on the Iran situation, but just can't find it. Why don't they just say...
Okay, all of it. Couple limps, rampage, sensitive. They say it all suit. Trying to win a butt. Trying to avoid paying the knit tax. Jasper got a while about it.
One time. I have natural 9. But that's natural 9.
Now you're crushed. Now you're crushed. Now you have him crushed. Flush draw, just for fun. Okay. Get it in bad and scoop. Cheating, I think you'll if we're all cheating, I expect. Alright. How do you feel on my
This is all the money I have left.
Jasper put the 1,600 on? Brittany flops huge. Plus draw, plus open ender. She's all in. Rampage has top pair. Not a fun spot, but this is the rest of your money, especially. Nothing left in those racks behind him. Facing a bet and a jam, top pair, no kicker.
What? How can this be? There's a little slip
Top
here
pair, no good, she says.
from the bottom of the card. What?
Lays it down.
Can you run it, please? I'm good.
Don't do it to yourself.
No? Yes, yes.
You would have won.
King high? Fish.
Is it flash?
Fish.
Oh no, a doof zoo
Such a fish.
on
What do you
rampage.
have?
Finally flop top pair.
I can't even say. I folded 7.
Saw that it would have 比较大，7-4，that's 7-4.
Pick up there.
Yeah, kicker good. Oh my god. Oh, whatever. Yeah, it is April 10th, 7:41 p.m. Pacific. Rampage is all in,
29.
and this is it.
29 today?
Faster donation. What's up? WPT Gold, okay.
This is to make up the tilt from last time.
Oh, that's not very good, man. Two big cars.
Please.
It's a good way to send me home.
In trouble. Needs one of those two carts come out on the river, or he's out of here. Yeah. Good luck, everybody. GG Rampage. Thanks for coming. Thanks for wearing the same thing you wore on Wednesday. And I love Wednesday. GG, man. Decent.
Alright, you guys, just do 2 left.
Sin City, eh? Thought it'd be bigger, to tell you the truth. I mean, that building over there is pretty big. Call it a stratosphere, don't they? It's around here somewhere. Here we are. Tacos and beer. Wonder what they sell. No prizes for guessing what we're eating today. Ugh. I'm here for your some kind of taco challenge.
Yeah, the taco challenge.
Yeah, I make YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to, unless you want me to do it standing up, yeah. I'm gonna need space for all the tacos. That implies that there are a lot of tacos. 17 tacos. How long do you get to eat? 15 minutes. And 4 beers. Bit of Counting Crows. Nice. That's good. Do I get to choose the beers, or are they just kind of like random, or house discretion? Okay. I like Dos Equis. That's the Mexican beer, right? Yeah, I like that one. Taco and beer challenge waiver, and adhesive liability. So, like, if I die on premises, it is a pretty extensive 4-point waiver. It's a good one, that. Nice, clean, crisp design. I give it a 7.5 out of 10, I reckon. Seen better, but not many. I think they're up there on the pass as we speak. I think with this one, probably not a good idea to let them cool too long. 15 minutes is not a long time in which to eat 17 tacos. He's getting some shots for Instagram there. Hopefully not TikTok. Oh, thank you, buddy. These are the beers. Yeah, I'll definitely have to walk back to the hotel today. I'll leave my car here for a few hours. It's a moment of truth. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They're pretty fully loaded. That's the expression I'll use. Lots of variety though. I like the idea of a bunch of different flavors and whatnot.
Okay, Packer, picture taker, a glass.
A glass. Think I could do it?
Yeah, I think so.
The hesitation was too much. I'm ready. Whenever you are ready, I'm ready. Oh, right.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode. Welcome to Las Vegas. Famous for gambling, of course. Neon signs, mobsters. What else? Elvis tribute acts. You've seen it on TV, I'm sure. Anyway, today we're at Tacos and Beer, trying to conquer the eponymously named Tacos and Beer Challenge. You get 15 minutes to clear up 17 tacos and 4 miniature beers. I don't think she's impressed. Yeah, 15 minutes to finish, and if you do so, you get the meal free, a shirt, a glass, and if not, it's $85. Yeah, heavy.
Those beers down.
Do I have to eat the limes? Surely not. How many limes do you need?
Yeah, fortunately the limes are not mandatory, but other than that, they are pretty strict here. I didn't quite catch it on camera, but the manager told me right before I got started that every last scrap needs to be accounted for. So the neater you eat here, the more efficient you'll be. I do realise there's some hypocrisy in me saying that, as I smash things indiscriminately into my face. But you know, do as I say, not as I do, and all that. But I think we're probably about halfway through all the food and drink now, right?
You're having a nap too? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Man. All these poor people trying to enjoy their lunch.
Well, needs must. We can't stand on ceremony with a shirt and a pint glass at stake, can't we?
I nearly ate the lime. Two beers down. Starting to feel a little bit. Do you know how long I have left?
You have 9 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Oh, right, okay. I'm sorry for eating like a pig. You can't really avoid it, right? There's like a line on every single taco.
Alright, I think it's time to go to table cam for an update. She coming around, you think? Still broadly unimpressed, I'd say. But I could blame her. I think we're doing alright though. 3 tacos and 2 beers left at about the halfway point.
I don't know what I'm even eating here. It just tastes like a weekend in Tijuana. That's what it tastes like. Right, come on. Almost there.
Yeah, I would do an intensely granular breakdown of all the flavours, you know, but this is the Master Chef. We've only got 6 minutes left, so weekend in Tijuana we'll have to do. And it might look like I'm all but done here, but remember what I said about a strict finish? We've got plenty of fiddly little scraps to take care of, and a beer as well.
How am I doing for time? Oh yeah, it's right there. I don't have to eat the lime, right? No? Just checking. Oh man. Come on. It's going to take me 5 minutes to pick up all the debris.
Yeah, and the taco tray things don't exactly help matters with the little rivets in there. Is that the right word for it? Rivet? I don't know. Not what frog says.
You've got to get every last little piece in this one. Almost there.
This part really is quite painful to watch, but rules is rules, I guess. It's a fun one though, so if you're in the area, I encourage you to have a bash. But you can't be a slouch, you've got to eat with some urgency. But it's a fine way to secure yourself 85 bucks worth of tacos and beer, some fine glassware, and sexy good friends at the same time. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one.
That's got to be good enough, sure. Come on now. Is that good? Oh, just in the nick of time. Just in the nick of time. Just about, yeah. Thank you. I'm really sorry that you had to watch that. I'm so sorry. That one was interesting. Nothing else. I'm really sorry about that.
Apparently, I get to choose a shirt.
How's my beard look? Is that alright? It smells terrible. Well, not sorry. It smells like beer mostly. I can have like any one of these. Can I get the black and yellow one or black and green, whatever you call it? Yeah, please. Yeah, medium would be great. Yeah, thank you.
I'm here to
Yeah, sure. Oh, look at that. That might get me DQ'd. This bit was alright. I don't even know how I got it this far over to the left side of the table. Can't let those greens go to waste.
Can't forget the glass. Put that in my little goodie bag here. Still clinging to that tradition of cake spices in America. I noticed that. Those times I liked them so much. They were delicious. Yeah, they were really good. Thanks, man. I'm too weak. That was embarrassing for me. Thank you very much. I'm going to put these goodies in the car. And, installation is strong, I think. So broke a bit.
Member of the FIFA cover of all time, Edgar Davids.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna kill him. In the game. Uh-oh, here we go.
It's the corner.
Floated into Simon G.
Got on his right foot, maybe. Classic Italian foot. What excuse you to say?
Here we go.
Excuse the training was worth it, my son. Anyone who has been a goal, we need to see a replay. What's happened there from the penalty save? There's your problem, mate. You didn't train that one, did you? Oh my god.
I can't believe I complimented him.
Just giving it away for a really good penalty save. Simon puts it in actually a very savable area.
He does exit.
But XQC has let it through his legs. Done his friend. He wanted
Hit big eye badly there. AB on the recovery.
they're not on the same wavelength as you, Simon.
You just squeeze, he was making the run there.
Batch, his third. It's actually outrageous. And nothing XQC can do. You hit the corners, they're going to go in. No? Oh, squeeze it. Squeeze it. Bring number 14.
Fuck.
Hey guys, welcome to camping a la Steve. I'm gonna go live in that highway median for a couple of nights. I just have to get across this highway. It is busy. Doesn't help that I've got a huge bag. And it's nice and heavy too, but we'll get that across the road. And I got some other gear stashed over there. Let's go as soon as there's a break in traffic here. Busy highway. We got a live one here. Okay, we're doing it. All right, right across the busy road and into the bush. Here we go. Here's all the gear I stashed a couple of weeks ago. In fine shape, a little covered in pollen, but it'll work. So I'm gonna find a spot where I'm gonna set this all up, and we should be cozy tonight. The road is right there, so there's no way to camp here without some type of a camouflage threat. So let's set it up. Yeah, I lost my sunglasses somewhere. That'll be fun to try and find them. I got one of these hunting blinds I'm going to set up here on the side of the highway. I haven't set it up before. I don't know how it looks. I really hope the camel matches these foliage on the trees, because we don't have a lot of cover over there. But in here looks okay. Before I do anything else, I have to see how obvious this looks. I'm guessing pretty obvious. That's obvious. Holy. Okay, how bad is it from the road? That's really bad. That's really, really bad. Yeah, that's just full-blown obvious. There's still a little bit of a break in traffic. I'm just going to see kind of from the road. Walking past. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, I gotta camouflage that somehow. If it was just an overnighter, that'd be okay. But I'm here for a couple of nights. Now, I haven't seen a lot of other good spots to set this up, but I'm gonna have to take a look. We're gonna be busted so quick here because it looks like somebody's actually hunting here. This is a hunting blind. You're gonna think somebody's hunting in a highway median. Taken down this pop-up roof that'll give a lower profile from the road, and I try to push it into the woods here as much as possible. We've got this uninvited blackberry, invasive Himalayan blackberry, so I won't feel too guilty about pushing that out of the way. This might make it look worse. I don't know. It seems much better tucked away back there. Okay, breaking traffic. What do we see from the roadside? This might be okay now. Oh, definitely way better like that. Let's get all the goods. Sure. Living in style today. Oh, yeah, that's good. With shelter established, it's time to enjoy a Founder's Original Bourbon Sour. Never had one. Let's find out together. It's got a little kick. Not bad. Orangey flavor. When that road calms down a bit, I'll do a proper stealth test, but not right now. We're just gonna hunker down for the moment, wait for things to die down. The hardest part's over. We made it into this meeting, and there's traffic to left of me, traffic to right, and here I am. Okay, so what is in the bag? What have I brought for a couple of nights out here? Want to be warm, that's for sure. So, another backpack in case I run into town. I can bring my camera and stuff without leaving it here. I've got plug-in thermal underwear. There's long johns and there is a undershirt, and those will run off a little USB power bank if it gets a little chilly. I've also got another jacket / pillow, which is tucked into its own pocket. I got a drone so I can get a shot up there about what's going on. Little fold-up fire pits I'll be using tomorrow. Tonight I have to cook some of the stuff I brought. Got my sleeping bag, of course. It's a nice down hybrid style thing. Some various food, another lens, power bank, extra butane, frozen meatballs, pot, cutlery, and of course, bear spray, because there can be bears in this highway median. A little bit of toilet paper, but I shouldn't need that. There's a gas station right across the road, just a short walk, and flashlights. I think it's going to be a successful night. I'll just keep this bear spray handy because there are game trails all through this median here. The northbound traffic on that side is all free flow, so there's no breaks in traffic. On this side, however, the southbound lanes suffer from a traffic light up ahead a little ways. I've been using my stopwatch to try and figure out the timing of that traffic light. So it looks like it runs for 3.5 minutes, and then we got a minute break. So as soon as I can get this time, I'll take a good look outside, and I should have about a minute, depending on who's turned onto that road. Okay, I think we got about a minute break here, so just head down to the road and see what we can see. That's good. The clock is ticking, but yeah, from a car driving past, yeah, that looks really good. Really good. Look at that. And I'm just gonna pretend to keep walking here. We used up our minute. Yeah, that's great. It's about 7:49 right now, and the traffic is still not letting up, but it is fairly early still. Sunset's in about 20 minutes. We'll have a little bit of twilight for another half hour after that. And I think things should become a lot more relaxing once the commuter traffic dies down and everybody's at home with their families watching Camping with Steve on YouTube. All right, the sun is officially set and it's cooling off, so I could put on this other jacket. I'm not resorting to my thermal electric powered underwear yet. Yes, I'll be getting a haircut. It's on my list. I need a trim. Definitely still traffic coming, and obviously police are going down this road. 100%. This is a very busy highway. I'm sure they've passed by already. Nobody's pulled over, but stealth camping is my prerogative, so I'm going to do this. Now, before it gets any darker and colder, I'm going to put on these thermal underpants. I'll spare you the imagery there, but we should be cozy in no time. All right. Oh, that's better. Nice and warm now. But I did break my one rule. Generally, stealth camping, don't take your pants off. That changes the crime completely to enjoying a bourbon sour in a hunting blind to sitting in a hunting blind in your underwear. And that's, of course, exactly when the police would show up, too. So, try to dress for the occasion. But, you know, I'm concealed, I'm nice and hidden away, and it is a very quick procedure. If it starts to rain, I'm going to have to pop up this center hub for the roof, but I'm not really using this for shelter. It's more for just camouflage, because I'm not expecting there to be any substantial rain over the next couple of days, but yeah, this hunting was a good solution. Just a little bit, I'll have to turn the flashlight on in here, and that'll be the real test, because they could be able to see the flashlight. It is getting quite dark, which means I'm going to need a flashlight here, which means the dreaded flashlight test. And I don't like doing it, but I'm going to have to. I'm going to have it pointing away from the road, kind of like that, so I can get some light in here. Let's see. Yeah, it looks bad from there. That doesn't look great. But let's just take another peek here after these It just might be workable. Okay, we've got a nice little break in the traffic. And you got to remember, these cars have headlights on too, right? So they're kind of blinded by the light. Oh, yeah, that's not that bad. I'm just gonna get out of the way here because there's more cars coming, but I think that's okay. Okay, I just want to get down to the more cars. Come on, really? Where is everybody going? Okay, from down by the road, and there is somebody coming, but from here? Oh, yeah, that's good. That's really good. Now I can see what I'm doing, and the highway cannot see me. I really love this perforated camo netting here. So, I can see out, which is great. And with the light off, they cannot see in at all. So, we're in business. All right, it's about that time to cook up some food, or food-adjacent product things. This stove got a little moist sitting in the woods. And just a real quick, easy, simple side of the highway meal tonight. That's all we really can hope for. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Oh, there we go. Just making meatball stew. Some beef broth concentrate. I have to add some water to that. Water! Put some cornstarch in there to thicken it up. What an inconvenient starch. Wow. Form that into a slurry. A bunch of meatballs at home I brought. They're still a little bit frozen in the middle, so that's alright. And, I'm just throwing in a can of mixed veggies, which includes potatoes. And some oat meat. For a camping situation like this, it is convenient to have some canned stuff. And I know the sodium, etc. But this one, per serving, sodium is only 130 milligrams, 6% of your daily. So that's not bad, I think. Yay, the broth is going to be worse on the sodium, for sure. Let's get back to the broth. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I was craving one of those Puritan canned stews, but I can't really find them in supermarkets anymore. They're probably so unhealthy they're illegal. So we got our own version. Meatballs, which is basically what they got in there. Canned mixed vegetables, some broth, and some cornstarch. Yes, just recreating trash food that's no longer available. I think it's time for meatballs to start cooking. I'm just going to dump this in, juice and all, because we need a little more liquid in there anyhow. Getting a meatball stew with gravy. All right, so here's the camping homemade version of the canned stew that is probably more expensive and just as unhealthy as the canned stews, but oh yeah. It's highly delicious. I made my own meatballs at home. Nothing but beef, salt, pepper. So it's pretty tough. Didn't even put the breadcrumbs in there. But I can do better in the future. I'm gonna get this sleeping bag inflated because it's been crushed down for a long time. I know I should not store them all crushed down in the bag. It's not a good thing for the sleeping bag. But just let this fluff up. There we go. See, it's not so bad having a tree in your tent because there's extra uses like this. It should pop up in hopefully no time. This little guy looks like a wild rose. I could see some rose hips on here actually, and I don't want to chop that down. It does have thorns, but it's out of the way, and it's not invasive. So I think that's a good thing to have in the tent. That blackberry, though, yeah, had to go. Those are just nasty, mean little invasive things that have no place on this earth. Trying to set up this cot here, and unfortunately, the tree is in the way. This guy here. I'm gonna have to assess this in the daytime. The ground is really dry and pretty soft, so I can probably just sleep right on that. If I'd have known that the cot wouldn't fit inside this thing with the tree, I would have just brought a sleeping pad or something like that, a little thermarest. I am in the sleeping bag, ready to get to sleep. There's branches everywhere dealing with here. Everything's gonna be all right, guys. See you in the morning. Good morning. I survived the night, so that is a good start to the day. It was a little chilly. The ground was fairly firm, but I don't know. They say firm mattresses are good for your back. Not so much for the hip, but I'm gonna get organized here and run into town across that highway real quick to find a washroom. But other than that, I got a lot of stuff to do today. Actually, I got nothing to do at all. So this is going to be fun. It's going to lock up the tent. I normally don't care if people see me in the morning when I'm leaving a stealth camping place, except I'm going to be doing another night, so I don't want to give it away of what I'm up to. The downside to having 2 million subscribers is that people can spot me. And it's not just like, usually I was worried about the police, and, whatever, they'll just arrest some stealth camper. But people that recognize me will post online where they saw me, and then I'm extra busted. Publicly. I don't want to be publicly extra busted. And it's the weekend. I thought it wouldn't be as busy, but it is very busy. Oh, no way. Okay, we're going. just like that, back in the woods. There's a little trail there, but it doesn't go where I need to, so I'll have to do a little bushwhacking. See it to the store. That's okay. Tricky part's done. Now I'm just gonna get back in there and then back out again. And these train tracks are not in service, so I'm not too concerned. Any time is train time, though, except for here. Got some food for tonight. Now, second stop, the beverage. All right, now it is back to the median. All prepared for the day. We've got supplies, and I hope my stuff is still there, but I wasn't gone long, so back to it. No way. Hey, that's a first. Everything's coming up speed. Just like that, we're safe. Okay, I'm thirsty. Wow. Oh, it really warmed up today. Still got the long johns on, double layer shirt. This had to come off right away. Wow, I did not expect it to warm up so nicely. So hopefully tonight is going to be a lot more comfortable if the overnight lows don't go too low. Okay, the rain has started a little bit. I've got a lot of stuff here, all the supplies I need. And unfortunately with the rain, I have this part topped down. That's going to collect the rain in there. That'd be really great actually for a drinking water attachment, for a rain collection thing that I could filter, but that's not what I'm here for. Everything's looking pretty good here. I can peek out the windows, keep an eye on traffic. They can't see me. The rain has stopped. We got firewood for tonight. We got food for tonight. This is going to be great. Last night was severely uncomfortable in a couple of ways. It was cold. The ground was hard. And although I like, generally, the slight rumble of traffic to get me to bed, the noise was a little bit egregious. Right, I think I can fit this,
Chance, maybe? Chance, right? Isn't that what he's talking about?
Oh, yes, it's true. Yeah, there are some chants inside Iran sometimes where people chant death to America. The reason they do that is because America has been trying to bring death to Iran
Right.
for decades. You know, the 1953 coup, supporting the Shah and his torture regime, supporting Saddam Hussein, who killed hundreds of thousands of Iranians in the 80s, murderous sanctions, on and on and on. So, yes, there is the chant death to America, but what they've actually done, you know, nothing. They've actually tried diplomacy multiple times, but the U.S. keeps tearing up.
As opposed to what the United States is doing.
Yeah.
To Iran. Yeah. Again, every accusation is a confession. You said it before.
Sailboats coming out of Venezuela is wrong. I mean, Trump is busting his butt to protect American lives. Why don't these Democrats get on board and say, thank God we have a president that puts a piece to these people and protects American lives?
Well, they did. That's credulity.
Yeah.
The guy waddles around his golf course and his resort and sometimes the White House, and he fields calls from reporters. I mean, there's one thing he is active on. Like, if a reporter calls him,
Right.
he tends to pick up and like run his mouth and hang up. But the idea of him working harder than anything, let alone protecting American lives, I think that's pretty far-fetched.
Right, like even during the Islamabad negotiations, he was at some kind of wrestling match, telling a wrestler that he was too handsome to be doing this. Wrestling or boxing, I was confused. So yeah.
Yeah, literally, as his envoys, J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and Without were purportedly trying to negotiate a deal with Iran, Trump and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, went to a boxing match, went to a UFC fight, and Trump was complimenting the boxer on how handsome he is. So, yeah, I guess he's busting his butt to be entertained and have a good time, but protecting the world, protecting America.
Yeah. Well, we have more from the stuff. Let's go back to it.
All right. Well, Senator Rick Scott also had some words about a favorite target of both Democrats and Republicans these days, and that is Twitch streamer, the very popular, influential leftist Hassan Piker.
To this issue as well with Hassan Piker. He spoke at a function at Yale this week, and this is somebody who said of you, quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. He spoke at Yale this week. You said Yale should lose its funding over that. I want to read something from a piece in the student paper. It says this. In a truly free society, we enjoy the right to debate and mock those with unsavory views to prove them wrong in the court of public opinion. By threatening Yale funding for merely engaging in debate, Scott rejects our core American values. Your response?
Well, first off, he wants me killed. He wants every capitalist murdered. He said that we deserve 9/11. He's clearly anti-Semitic. Democrats are campaigning with this guy. He went to Cuba. He went to Cuba with Democrats. He didn't go to the...
There weren't Democrats, by the way, there. I was in Cuba with him. No Democratic officials were there. Just to clarify.
Prison, where here's an example of a political prisoner. This is what's happening in Cuba. You know, they went down there and stayed at a 4-star hotel. So this is the Democrat Party today, and that's why.
And by the way, when you go to Cuba, our government, the U.S. government, does not let you stay in any hotel you want to. You are limited to stay in hotels owned by not by Cuba. So foreign businesses like Spanish hotels. So and those are limited to. They just happen to be only like 4-star and above hotels. So that's just to clear up that talking point.
Medea Benjamin told him this directly. There's a clip of him
right.
Or he tried that time. Right. And he's like, yeah, you can stay in the 4-star hotel. And Medea reminded him that as you just said, U.S. citizens are forced to because U.S. citizens are forced to because U.S. government policies. So he didn't remember, or he chose to forget Medea Benjamin corrected.
Right, exactly.
And again, so first of all, he says there that something called killing every capitalist. And that's just not true.
It's not strategic,
but also,
I know.
It's not true. And like, I'm pretty sure Hassan sells merch at his store, which the capitalist thing. So. Right.
to comedy class on steroids. Please welcome Klaus. Hey. Nope. Already, you want to already be looking up. You're looking down.
Oh.
You don't want to do that. Okay. Here we go. Take two. Please welcome Klaus. No, you're looking. Where are you looking?
My name is Klaus, and blah 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 blah. Funny part. Funny part.
Got some blah blah blah. Funny part. So that was good.
Opening weekend of the NBA playoffs. 7 home teams won easily. And then there were the Pistons, who fell to the Magic 112-101 yesterday in a game that Orlando led wire to wire. Vince Goodwill, was this a bad game or a bad sign for Detroit?
Bad game, but it can get worse, I think. When you look at Jay Cunningham scoring 39, he looked like himself. Nobody else did. The question that we had was, what happens when you have to play playoff defense in the playoffs when that's the way you play the regular season? They didn't even bring their regular season defense to the game, right? So that's why I'm concerned.
So what he says, I'm not sure what he says. Monica,
Right. Let me help you, friend. A bad game that could turn into worse is a bad sign, right? Like this, when I look at this matchup in particular, the things that Detroit have hung their hat on in terms of their defense and their physicality, check, let's go in terms of Orlando Magic squad. Who, mind you, Greeny, has maybe not been as healthy as they would like, but they look as good as they could.
But the thing is, I will say about Detroit, they haven't played a meaningful game.
That's true.
That's rust and that's rhythm. And when you are a team that defends itself on physicality and you have to play a meaningful game, I'll give them this. But they haven't won a playoff game at home since May 26, 2008 game for the Eastern Conference Finals against the Celtics.
Yeah, that's 18 years ago. All right, I'm not sure how old Victor Wembanyama was then. He made his playoff debut last night. We opened the show with highlights. It's 35 points, 5 of 6 from 3. Monica, we touched on it just so briefly at the beginning. What do we say about this?
Good luck to the Portland Trailblazers. I think his poise in this one, the variety of ways in which he was able to attack this defense. And here's the thing, Greeny, he only had 5 rebounds, which is nothing to sneeze at. But we know he's capable of double-doubles. Now, to me, I continue to say, when he starts to really start getting dimey and dishing the ball when those double teams are coming, then, I mean, we're already on lookout. But I think that's maybe the only piece of his game that I'm looking to see evolve.
I am fascinated by how quick he processes information. They tried physicality with him early in the game. That lasted for maybe 3.5 minutes, and then he figured that out. I'll just take it end to end, and you won't be able to catch me. You won't be able to foul me. So the fact that he processes information that it usually takes players a year to do, he's doing it in 12 minutes of real time. Good luck to whoever they playing.
Yeah, well, that would be Denver or Minnesota. The winner of this series gets the winner of the Timberwolves and Nuggets. Denver is up 1-0 in that series. Boston is up 1-0 easily in their series. Jason Tatum, in his return to the playoffs, 25 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists. This game was over about 30 seconds after it kicked off yesterday. I enjoyed listening to Charles Barkley talk about how awful it was. I mean, Monica, did Boston put everybody on notice?
I don't think they put anyone on notice that they should have already been on. But what I will say, especially when you look back at last year, the Orlando Magic, the physicality of last year's series in the first round for them, then going to the second round. If this series turns up into basically a warm-up run, a part of the ramp-up for Jason Tatum, and he can elevate heading into the next series, then perhaps there is another level of notice for us to get to.
The thing with Tatum that struck me, Monica, was that how easy the game became for him. When you first saw him come back, it looked like he was trying to find his rhythm. He was trying to make the game a little too difficult, trying to prove that he was Jason Tatum. You see how many layups he got yesterday just off of closeout and layups and stunts? Easy. When you can play like that, now granted, that's a a Philadelphia 76ers team that does not have a lot in terms of key players. Like Paul George does not look like himself either. That or Jason Tatum made him look like he was old. One of the two could be the case. But when he's playing off of Jaylen Brown as a secondary scorer, the sky's the limit for him and his ball club.
As you see there, DraftKings says the Celtics are a fairly significant favorite to win the Eastern Conference. And then we go to the West, and the big question, the Rockets will be back in practice today. Will Kevin Durant be out there? For those of you who may have missed it this weekend, he bumped knees with a teammate in practice last weekend. It was announced a couple hours before game time, to the shock of many, and by many I mean me, that he wasn't going to play in game one. All this talk, oh, we're going to get to wax rhapsodic about seeing one more run of LeBron versus KD. What do we know about this, Vince? I mean, is he going to come back in game two? Is KD going to play yet?
It was a matter of, it seemed like a pain tolerance and being able to maneuver and move himself around laterally in game one. Luckily for Houston, LA, and us, these games are stretched out a lot more in the first round. You have a lot more longer breaks. But here's the thing, y'all. You got to see a little bit with Stephen Curry. He had that great game against the Clippers. He turned back the clock. The next game, he looked like a 38-year-old. Kevin Durant played 78 games this year. He was 37 years old. Old man injuries happen to old men. I don't know why we keep expecting things other than what's in front of us. I know LeBron is the anomaly. Let's put LeBron somewhere else there. But Kevin Durant is 37 years old and has had to carry this offense all season long.
To his point, they play Sunday, then Tuesday, then Friday. So there are a lot of days off in here. If he doesn't come back, or isn't that, why are you doing that?
You're right. No.
You don't
need to get that question out. If KD is out, then it's a wrap. That's done.
Okay, so now all of a sudden, hold on, let me get a little excited.
Here we go.
Let me get a little excited. So now all of a sudden, the Lakers, with a lot of rest and a lot of time, come out of this series, and all of a sudden, there's Luka. He's back. He's feeling a little better, and all of a sudden, maybe he's on the floor again in a round two scenario, and LeBron has looked awfully good here. I mean, are we getting a little interesting with the Lakers?
It's interesting because they would be further ahead than most of us thought they could potentially get.
But they're going to get OKC in the next. So that's what I'm
I thought it was going to be like Greeny. Who are they going to get in the next round?
See, that's where falling from the 3 to the 4 will wind up being their undoing. Not that San Antonio looks easy to beat, but I would have given them some conceivable chance.
You know what I'm going to borrow an NFL term from you guys. This is overreaction Monday.
Okay,
we are overreacting to everything on these one-game sample sizes. Luckily, this is not March Madness. These 7-game series take on a life of its own. The Lakers hit a lot of three-point shots. Luke Kennard hit a lot of shots in game one. Houston's defense did not come through. Now, granted, I believe KD is going to come back this series. Granted, they're about to start center Steven Adams without Fred VanVleet. They were a troubled team to begin with in round one. I'm just saying, let's not act like
it's an overreaction that if KD is not available to play.
Oh no, but yeah. But
that's not overreaction.
No. We're saying I'm saying you.
I feel you.
I'm speaking fluidly.
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking
fluidly.
Overreaction.
Me and Greeny dealt with the facts.
He said, let's get excited.
Okay, that's fair.
Well, let's at least get interested in what the Lakers are doing, and let's at least say this. That we live in a terrible moment because we live in a world where you cannot praise someone on social media anymore without posted yesterday on social media is just simply true. LeBron James is playing at a level at his age that we've never ever seen in basketball before. The greatest postseason performance by any player over the age of 40 in NBA history, and it's not close, is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the '87 playoffs. The Lakers played 18 games. They won the championship that year. He averaged 19 and 7. I watched every minute of every game they played in those playoffs. Kareem was an all-time great. We had 2 first-ballot Hall of Famers in their prime on that team in Magic Johnson and James Worthy. Kareem was terrific. He was the third option on those teams. LeBron James is playing. He won't make it to 18 games in this postseason, but he is playing at a level a year older than Kareem was then, at a level we have never seen. So let's take a moment and just appreciate, without turning it into a debate about anything, just take a moment to appreciate that what we are seeing is something we have literally never seen before.
I think you're right to point that out, Greeny. I think it is appropriate, and yes, while you can enjoy it, the reality of the last 4 seasons or so say that the question is not, can we get these glimpses of brilliance that have been sustained
made over his long tenure career. It's how sustainable are they at this point?
Alan, on a given night, he can be as great as he ever was. The question is, what happens the night after that?
Right. Well, I mean, Kareem had Worthy and Magic, and he was supposed to have Luka Doncic, and we'll see what happens from here. Victor Wembanyama. Mon Dieu! I don't know what else to say. The fabulous Frenchman. The Spurs showed up last night for Game 1 against Portland, dressed in all black. Their first playoff game for the franchise in 6 years. Portland's funeral. 6 years ago, they didn't have this guy or anyone doing it.
Brady in and out with the right spin dribble, just blowing by defenders. Gather, help defense can't get there soon enough. Finish at the rim. I just love this version of Tim Duncan enjoying it.
But those two guys, Duncan and Robinson, couldn't stop this.
No, because not together.
Golly.
Nobody can stop them.
My football guys, get in on this. I mean, watch this. Watch this. Look at this.
Why are people like not taking shots at his midsection?
Oh my God.
Oh, they might, but you can't hit what you can't catch.
Can't reach it.
You got to go out there and guard him. He's 7'6", and you got to go out there and guard him, and then he can put it on the floor with the footwork.
Off glass too.
It's ridiculous.
He's a creative player.
You've never seen this. I
Why
mean,
are we laying back on him?
just take in because he can go step up on him. It goes right around.
Victor,
Why don't we play more people in his foul?
Victor Wembanyama had
Somebody else is open.
35 points. He made 5 threes. They win it easily. Victor Wembanyama, the most points that any players ever had in their playoff debut as a member of the San Antonio Spurs. And I mentioned the 5 threes. First player ever with 35 points and 5 threes in their playoff debut. Like everything else he does, Victor Wembanyama did last night as well as we've ever seen it done.
Right, we're going to a place called Light Cliff today to do a burger challenge, which has yet to be defeated. Apparently, 8 people have attempted it, and 0 people have succeeded, which is where I come in. Let's go! Right, so today we're en route to a place called the Sun Inn in Lightcliffe, which is actually only about 20 miles from the podcast studio that I record at. That's where I've been this morning, so I thought I'd drop by and have a bash at their burger challenge. There we are. It's like a pretty quaint little pub. Yeah. Come to give you a burger challenge a spanking. Yeah, sounds good. Awesome. Yeah, you just pick best. Right. Do you know who I am, by the way? Yeah. Oh, you do? Yeah. Just to that sounds like really pretentious. Yeah. Do you know why I've got? Because some people freak out with the camera. Look at that. Somebody's left some perfectly good pan, mashed and peas there. Let's finish that off. Were you just waving at me from outside? Yeah. I thought it was like a beard thing. I thought this guy's got a beard. He's just waving at me because I've also got a beard. But
yours is a bit more impressive than mine.
I don't know. Yours is quite neat. Nice to meet you.
Stars for Kayam right now.
Yeah.
Yes, we wanted the burger challenge then.
Yeah, the burger challenge. Yes, please. I understand nobody's done it yet.
Nope, not yet.
8 attempts, something like that.
8 or 9, 7.
8 or 9. This isn't really eating music, Travis. Ooh, nice little cushioned bench. That'll do. Ooh, I still got it. It's an impressive erection you got there, son. Anywhere on there is fine.
It's very unstable.
You think it's going to fall over?
There's a lot of skiers in it.
I think I've been setting up for about 10 minutes and it has maintained its integrity. It's not fallen over yet. It's impressive. Now you see it, what do you think? You think I can do it? No? Ain't got the belly for it. We'll see about that. Right, so there's a place called the Sun Inn in Lightcliffe, and I'm taking on does it have a special name or just
the Sun Sin Challenge Burger.
See what you did, I see what you did there. 27.50 or 3 if you do it in how long?
30 minutes.
30 minutes. I knew the bloke said you get a t-shirt, but he's not got any t-shirts in stock right now. Yeah, surprise, surprise. And it's essentially a burger with lots of meat in there, chips, beans or coleslaw. I got beans. And some onion rings in the back here. Do you remember when they used to serve food on plates? Remember that?
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. Oof.
Sound like some perverted old bloke. Anyway, involuntary noises aside, something I'll be welcome back. Hope you're all doing well. Today I'm at a place called the Sun Inn in Lightcliffe, taking on the as yet unbeaten burger challenge. It's only been around, I think, since the start of 2022, maybe late 21. And there's been attempts somewhere in the region of 8 to 10 times, and nobody's managed to finish it yet. I'm taking this seriously though. Look at that. I'm rocking my head back and forth. I want that free meal.
Oh, we got some chicken on here. Fried chicken. Yummy.
I really don't know why I'm so surprised by that. I mean, they're not going to put poached chicken in the middle, are they? They're probably going to do fried, maybe grilled. I think it's still hot. I mean, I waited 10 minutes. I thought it would be enough time, but I never really learned the lesson. I'm going to take these skewers out now. The chef, or one of the members of staff, is going to itemize what's in here in a second, because it's chock full of stuff. Not only are there plenty of big burger patties in there, there's the fried chicken, pulled beef, bacon, lots of stuff.
How many patties are in this thing?
8. You've got 8 burger patties, 6 chicken strips, 4 wraps of bacon, barbecue pulled bacon, that is all you.
Yeah, almost forgot the onion rings. They're in the back, so you can't quite see them. You only get 3. I mean, I don't know who would ever order, like if you ordered onion rings and you only got 3 onion rings, you'd probably be a little bit disappointed. Or certainly I would.
You still think I can't finish it?
This is Steve, a guy by the name of Steve. If you're watching, it was nice to meet you. He's one of the pub regulars here. And he said at the beginning that I didn't have the belly for it, but I think he's starting to change his tune a little bit now.
What do you say? Where's it gone? Looking under the table. Oh, thank you. Huh? He turned around and he was rather shocked to find that the burgers disappeared.
It is always a little bit of a bummer when I turn up to a restaurant and 1 or 2 of the members of the staff recognise me. Not because, I mean, it's nice to meet people and everything, but yeah, some of the shock and awe is lost a little bit. That's one of the good things about shooting miniseries out in America or anywhere else, really. The people out there tend to recognise me less, so you get a little bit more entertainment out of the reaction of the staff, and they all seem to be quite familiar with what I do out here. Apart from Steve, who's enjoying watching, I think.
Almost done with the burger, almost. I like the token piece of lettuce on there as well.
Healthy vegetables, I think, is what our good friend Randall would call it. I heard he's coming actually in June to England. I'm not sure if I'm going to be here in June, but if he is, well, let us know in the comments if you want to see me and Randy get together.
Right, the burger is done.
I don't know why I unsheathed the fork so dramatically there, and then abandoned it. Put it down, like I looked like I was going to use the fork there to eat the chips, but I reverted to type. Fell back on my animal instincts. Just got my hands stuck in there. Why not? Just got the chips, the beans, and the onion rings to go now.
Yeah. We're good all full, but
Yeah, they'll try anything here to slow you down. No, I'm joking. Always good to get a action shot, some kind of goofy pose, the Wall of Fame, or shame, as the case may be. You never know.
I suppose if I was cynical, I could come in every day for free, yeah, but I wouldn't do that. I like the way you're thinking.
Come on now, would I do such a thing? Would I? Clearly, I'm not as opportunistic as the perennial beer drinker Steve over here, who actually I think had 4 pints of beer in the time I was in this restaurant. And given that I'm almost finished, 40 minutes in, I was probably there an hour total. That's some pace. I couldn't keep up with him.
Well,
my profession. I'm not quite finished yet, mate, but yeah, I've very much enjoyed it. Ooh, I don't know. I'm feeling it now a bit.
Yeah, I think we could do without your ham acting. Thank you very much. Just enjoy the sound of the onion rings there. They were good. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one.
We didn't see that mouth open wide.
No, good. Give me a second. That count? Yeah. Do you have a dessert menu?
Thank you very much. Looking forward to this. You got an extra brownie. That's a proper waste. I thought it was one huge brownie, but it's two brownies.
Frankly, I cannot believe I did not get a round of applause. I am shocked and appalled. No, I'm joking.
Never in doubt, that's why.
Yeah, you gotta understand. Penny does have her, you know, caring side and genuine, genuine caring for people. But Penny also enjoys this shit now, so she has no qualms of getting in the mix and mixing it up. And you see and hear, she had no problem telling Tony's mouth to, fuck off. So let's watch a few more minutes.
I was just heading up to that. They said to turn the camera here, so I figured find a flip. I just left the show.
If you listen, Ralph and Tommy are chatting, are mouthing back and forth. But if you listen to what Scarlett and I are saying, it's just a normal conversation of two women having a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the only thing that you did is said, "Are you okay? Are you all
Exactly.
right?" You know?
Exactly. Did you
And-
see her? She was slumped up against him asleep.
Well-
Of course I'm going to ask if she's okay.
So he's calling security. Penny's screaming, "Hey, hey, hey, hey!" Like that's gonna do anything, but bless it.
Go. Was that Penny screaming "Hey, hey, hey," or was that
Yeah, yeah.
Scarlett? Oh, it was okay. I
Yeah,
couldn't tell if it was Scarlett or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to me. Get out of here.
I'm fine. Why would I not be?
Something can go to jail. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I kind of believe what Tommy says, and everybody's saying that he got really aggressive and real physical once he saw security was around. I kind of do believe that.
Right, and you have to understand, I'm looking where the doors are opening. And when that door opened up and security came in, that's when Ethan Ralph turned on his beer muscles. You know? Prior to that, they were both talking calm. And as soon as Ralph took his hands towards Tommy and started hollering for security, that's when Tommy freaked out. And I get it. I do get it. But like all of this stuff that Haley says about me and says what I said, and she says she's watched this video numerous times, is just absolutely insane. I mean, just insane. So go ahead, Worms.
Move my table. Ow, I got the W. We thought he beat me like a bitch.
He said, "Leave my table." Like he turned around and it was just like, "Leave my table."
No, off my table. Ow. You're gonna ask this woman, ma'am, this woman, I don't even know who this is. Clear my table. I just said that. I don't want you talking to Scarlett. Yeah, good luck to you. Yeah, good luck to you, madam. This is my motherfucker. table. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Oh God. Yeah, good luck to you. Yeah, good
So he said, "Good luck to you," and she said, "You own her."
luck to you, madam. This is my motherfucking table. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Something about an enable. Hold on.
This is my motherfucking table. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out.
It's got your name on it.
Right. No, I said, is it your table? Has it got your name on it? And then Haley thinks I said you're her enabler.
Yeah.
Which
Mike Trout had a red-hot start to the 2026 season, absolutely decimating the Astros in his first series with a barrage of home runs, singles, and, of course, walks. But after this, he'd begin to struggle a bit, with his batting average sinking as low as 174 at the beginning of the series versus the Reds. He did pull it around a bit to end that three-game set, recording 2 hits and 3 runs in the final contest, which perhaps gave him a bit of momentum heading into Anaheim's series against the Yankees. However, I don't think anybody could have predicted what would come to pass when he not only would go toe-to-toe with a fellow 3-time MVP, but outright steal the show entirely by doing something we hadn't seen from any MLB player since Babe Ruth in 1921. I'm going to go through his performances in each of the 4 games, while generally addressing what happened otherwise. Something I will get out of the way before we start is that Aaron Judge had an insane stretch as well, hitting 4 home runs, but this video isn't about him, so that's the last I'll mention of him specifically. Kicking off Game 1, which turned into an absolute knockdown, drag-out slugfest, Trout got off to an unceremonious start, grounding out weakly to first baseman Paul Goldschmidt, a part of what was a pretty slow start for the Halos, who were down 4-0 by the time Trout came up in the 4th. How well he would get on base this time, it was not in a way that reflected nicely on his stats, as he reached on a fielding error from shortstop Jose Caballero, though he did hit the ball 99 miles an hour, so that's something. This takes us to our first sighting of MVP Trout in the top of the 6th, when he came up with 2 guys on, and proceeded to launch a 421-foot SAR bomb run in left center field, knotting things back up with 1 swing of the bat. But we weren't done yet. He was back at it in the top of the 8th, going deep to a very similar spot, with this one traveling an additional 24 feet, coming in at 445. That probably should have been enough to win it for his team, as this gave them a 2-run lead late. But as Jordan Romano has done so commonly in his career against the Bronx Bombers, he completely coughed it up, not even being able to record a single out in the 9th. The big hits against him being a game-tying home run off the bat of Trey Grisham, then a double from Caballero, who would eventually come around to score the walk-off run on a wild pitch. Still, for Trout, it was a fine day. 2 for 5 with 2 long balls, 5 RBI, and 3 runs scored. Game 2 would start exactly the same way for the Fishman, with his hardest home run so far, a 110-mile-an-hour exit velo 432-foot shot to more so straightaway center, getting Anaheim out to a 1-0 lead. One that would swell all the way to 3-0 after Joe Adele and Jorge Soler followed Mike with home runs of their own, allowing the team to register back-to-back-to-back home runs for the first time since 2023. He would then work a 12-pitch at-bat in the top of the second, one that would end with an eventual cold strike 3, with the same fate being registered in the top of the fifth, this time with 8 offerings having been seen. A hard-hit line-out and grounded into double play would end up capping off what was his worst game of the series, a 1-for-5 performance with 2 Ks and that home run. The Angels, though, came through around it en route to a 7-1 victory. Game 3 was another crazy contest that in some ways was eerily similar to Game 1, with the Yankees again getting out to a lead early, with the score being 3-0 by the end of the second. Then Anaheim responded by chipping away as the game wore on, though without the help of Trout early, who flew out and struck out in his first 2 at-bats. This, however, would be the extent of New York's ability to hold the superstar down, as in the fifth, after teammate Logan O'Hoppe had homered 2 batters before to make it a 1-run game. He gave his team the lead with his only opposite field blast in the video, as well as his only one beneath 400 feet, with his 382-foot shot carrying the short portion right by a decent margin, making the score 4-3. And this managed to hold all the way to the bottom of the 8th, with, in the meantime, him registering another single to left field that Zach Neto ended up being thrown out at third on. Again, Romano was called on, and again, he would blow it. A dropped pop-up gave New York some life following a tremendous catch from Bryce Teodosio, with Caballero eventually walking things off with a 2-run double, fielded by none other than Mike himself. Nonetheless, it was another 2-for-4 performance with a long ball, 2 RBIs, and a run scored. Anaheim came into Game 4 looking for a split, and this time it was their turn to get out to an early lead, with Oswald Peraza going deep against his former team, in a frame that also saw Trout work a 6-pitch flyout versus Max Fried. The Yankees chipped away at this in an effort that was helped by a blast from Judge, eventually taking the reins back on a 2-run home run from Giancarlo Stanton. Trout, meanwhile, would both draw a walk in the top of the third, and then eventually, with 1 out in the 6th, help catalyze a rally by doing the same thing once again, with his team taking the lead by scoring 4 runs. His biggest impact was still yet to come, however, as in the top of the 7th, again with 1 out, he would put an exclamation mark on his historic performance by blasting his longest and hardest hit home run of the series, a 446-foot shot that left his bat at 115 miles an hour. His last AB would come in the top of the 8th, when he was intentionally walked, immediately in front of a grand slam from Joe Adele, his second home run of the series in a row, which would end up being the final. His final box score looked a bit peculiar in this one if you're not used to his patient ways. 1 for 2 with 3 runs, an RBI, and 3 walks drawn. Add all of it together and you get a series in which he went 6 for 15, with 5 home runs, 9 RBI, 8 runs scored, and 3 walks. And if that sounds impressive and perhaps historic, it certainly was, with OptaStats on Twitter pointing out following that the only other hitter to put up numbers like this in any 4-game series at any location was Babe Ruth against the Tigers at their Polo Grounds in 1921. This helped his overall wins above replacement on the season reach 1.4 already, which, crazy enough, means he's only 0.1 behind what he managed to do last season in 111 less games. We may indeed be seeing the return of All-Star Trout, and, dare I say it, perhaps even the MVP version, if he can just stay healthy going forward. Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did,
I've played this tournament every day for the last 10 years and never won it. Yeah, my side, 70 from the money. Unwinnable tournament. Take it all. Impossible tournament. King 10, ace queen, and ace king, and we lose to everybody. Unwinnable tournament indeed. Dominating, and we've lost. Unwinnable tournament. Truly cursed. This is my Everest. The 55 unwinnable, huh? We'll put that name to the test. What do we got here? We bet. Sure. Did we just double up? We just doubled up here, right? Jack sets threes, that's right. I'd like to bet the top. Oh my. Sure. I've got some bad breaking news, and I use that term very deliberately. I don't know how sensitive this mic is, but what you may have just heard is a cracking sound, a snapping sound, because my Irish Open 3D printed Lucky Dobby has lost a leg. Ladies and gentlemen, that's on me. That's on me. Now it is quite a clean boat, and I do have some super glue. Leave that with me. Good, just gonna hold that in place for 4 minutes. Dobby, you're okay. Your leg's gonna be just fine, buddy. Okay, you're gonna be just fine. You just jam the flap option. Hello there. The small fullback in position, whilst covered in the PKO. Your guess is as good as mine. Not really I don't think really a hand that I would have, or like a line that I would play. So I don't know what's going on here. Sure. Getting cute with it. The big one again, isn't it? It's another big cooler in our favour. Come on, man. Come on, man. In the very winnable 55 mini bounty builder Everest. Shouldn't be much 8x. Shouldn't be any 8x, I think. I think 8x gets taken out on the turn, unless x equals king or x equals 8. Lose to aces occasionally. Stack all the king x. Yeah, nice. What a beauty. Another big pot. Another big one in the 55. Very winnable, as I've always called it. Can't lose the pot right now. Shit, we just lost the pot. Small one. Up top pair here then. And we went small on the flop, eh? When we go small on the flop, we're still going to have like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, which could go for thin value now. I think I do prefer this size. With the king x that I have as well, obviously some of my king x are back. That's some of my stronger king x, more resilient king x. That's nice. Get paid here by ace 3 offsuit, ace 3 high. A non-believer.
Dobby's used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home.
It's called super glue. Technology of the future. Today is all better. My hair's relatively short for where it's for what it can get to. I think it looks right. It's just a bit fluffy at the back where I have my headphones on. I quite like it just the way it is. Just the way you are. 'Cause girl, you're amazing. The turn makes me want to heave. I will bounce back, but I'm not. Well, that could have been a lot worse. I flatted pretty with the ace being suited. Didn't I, sports fans? Oh, yes, I did. Only your bias, big one. 184,000 chip shot. $59 bounty. Big part in the 55. The very winnable 55. This is where it's made or broken. Go on, the queens. Hold up here. What was a swap? Nice. Nice. We are indeed go-go kind, aren't we? Half a milli. 115 in bounties locked up. What then? Good pot. Whoa. Wow. Pretty clean. Whoa, okay. What a perfect turn card, really. $52 bounty. All on in a row. 202 locked up. 190k in the 55 for the bounty builder. The very winnable 55 mini bounty builder. And dear reader, I've trapped aces in the very winnable 55 for 2 bounties. $48 here, $19 here, but the chips are massive. I mean, mate, what is going on today? sometimes easier. But I mean, the call pre is, it's just a little bit maybe raise 3-bet. What happens? Raise 3-bet, maybe fold. Probably not though. Probably just always gonna happen. Got 1.2 million chips. We got 124 blinds. $269 in binding with third of 266, just like that. El Kibble says, I went to a baseball game with the whole family today. It was great. Nice. If you want, you could go tomorrow and the next day and the day after that and the day after that. All right, good luck us. Big flip, 1.5. A 5 on the turn for quads. Bang. On and come on. All right, minus setback. Sad flip to lose ace jack against the sevens for 1.5. Into 3.2 mil, and I have a bet on the king jack 5, sure. Okay. And back we go to 4.2, into the sixes. Gorgeous Mrs. Soccer's even worse to the head, I still love you, understand what we're saying. Everything that I don't enjoy is bad, and everything I do enjoy is the best. That's the takeaway. I do like making sets. I do. It's not a set, but it's kind of interesting, isn't it? It's kind of something. Such an insanely good turn, my goodness. I don't think it necessitates a lead for me. It's not like I have a big asymmetry around 3x. It's not like I make a straight all the time here. Like most of my hands here are like ace 9, ace 10, ace 8 suited, right? So I don't think it's really, there's such a big advantage for me. I need to lead now. And they make some boats, admittedly not many. Ace 4 of spades, they don't have ace 4 off. And some of that sense might bet the turn. I'm just going to go big, but not over bet. But I'm going to go big, I think. Weird spot, because I don't float that wide, hard to find bluffs for me. But a nice part. Presumably you just get paid by ace king, ace queen, or whatever, right? Ace 5, even better. Even more glorious. Fucking magic, 5 million. 21 players left. 20 players stand between me and my very own green jacket in the 55 very winnable mini bounty builder. I would love to win this tournament. I really would. It would be a very nice return to the felt. Just clip up these pads. I gotta focus. Okay. I focus on a call. I'm gonna focus on a check. Tonic, what's up? Return to the felt after actually having physically played on real felts? That's what happened. What are you talking about? Oh, return to the felt, but I was on the felt. Return to the virtual felt. Return to the screen. If anything, we're getting away from the felt. You know? Can I fold out queen 7? Alright. King 10! This is the sort of hand we're trying to get to fold, you know? I'll level with you. This is the sort of hand we're hoping is going to fold. I guess that means he doesn't have a fold, really. 92 months, good luck's very close. The winnable tournament out. The very winnable. The very winnable, as I've always called it, 55 mini bounty builder. We are 8 of 18 left. We're getting there, mate. We're getting there. One pair. Queens. It's nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. I think we will check some queen X on the turn. This kicker seems appropriate for a check on occasion. I'm going to make it this amount and fold to a raise. This amount and fold to a raise. Versus this side, so I think I want to raise. Nice. Okay. 5.7 is 7 of 17. We can look at that. Blinds are up 100,000, 200,000. This started with a 25,000 chip starting stack. We're now playing 100k, 200k, which leaves us with 26 picks. And we're coming in for a raise. If Warrior jams, I'm going to cry and then click call. This guy peels the small blind too wide. We saw people with ace 5 O's. So if we add in all these offsuit ace 6 combos, means he has to fold the flop way more, right? If he has ace 5-0, ace 4-0, ace 7-0, ace 10-0, obviously he's going to have, but I think just because he's peeling a little wide, we're going to take our c-bet here. Just harder for him to defend this flop. So his pre-flop construction is just going to hamper him on some of these flops a little bit, so we'll take a bet. Be even happier than we normally would be. And again, if this guy shoves, I'm going to cry and get a call for the extra mil. For an extra 5 blinds here. Yeah. Show me a flip. Show me 8s. Okay, 43%. Pretty good number. It's gone up. All the way up. Nothing can stop me on all the way up, and it's a $165 bounty as well, which is not, hugely relevant at this point. The chips are worth way more, but it's a very, very nice pot to win for 3.2 million. Yes, it is. The 55 unwinnable, huh? We'll put that name to the test. Fish hooks, here they go. I like big bet on 10-6-4 two-tone, I think. $1 million against Diego Maradona. $10 million mark crossed. For the first time, we are peaking 2 of 13. Here we go. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Do you know what? Why doesn't someone make my life nice and easy here, huh? Why don't we just put all the money in the middle, see what comes down, play for all the chips in the tournament with 12 left. Is that something you might be interested in? $556 bounty. I feel like they're going to do it too. Nice. I call. Right? Come on. That's not the button to click, surely. That is not the button to click. That is a big shove on the turn, isn't it? And a call. 2 pair against aces. 2 pairs will take it. 2 pairs will take it. This is your final table. But here we go. This is why we play the daily unwinnable 55 mini bounty builder. Never been won by any player until Meta 7 won it. Could I be the second person to ever win this tournament? It runs every day. And here we go. This is your final table, folks. That's what it's all about. And we got an all-in first hand from Tom Catter. Here's Alan Mills under the gun open. We've got $881 locked up. And a reminder that the pairs you see on your screen are exclusive of bounties. That's to say, we're going to win whatever you see the pay table, plus however much we get for knocking out players along the way. Knocking players out along the way. And that is a number of $20,646. So we got about 881 plus 646, which is 1.5k locked up from $55. Not bad, but look at all that bucket money up top. Are you kidding me? Tom Fogler says, I Maximus won 2 Grand Nationals. Ryan McElroy won 2 Masters. Winning a mini bounty border is possible. The Irish Open was a wild ride. Here we are. Exactly. It is a weekend of dreams coming true. This is my green card. This is my Everest. This is my everything, X-ray pumpkin. 101. Sadly, there has to be balance, as with everything. And we've also got most Sarah Jazz says, would you ever consider doing a motorcycle ride across the country, visiting card rooms along the way with Parker? Only if Parker allows me to ride the bike and then he's in one of those little sidecarts. If he agrees to be in a little sidecar, I'll do it with him. Ace or king for a ladder. Ace on the river is GG's to Dia de la Suerte. Yeah, dead. 1.2k locked up. Mostel says I created a thumbnail for you in Discord. Heavens above. Poker Pro Express. Me and Tonka. Flying around the country playing cards in different casinos. I'm gonna get my bike license. Do you need a motorbike license? Surely. And he's got to get his sitting in a sidecar license. Big old all in. Ace 9 for ladder. Another ace on the river. My goodness. Back to back eliminations, short stacks, dropping out, and rocking the 18.5 bigs. Kind of want to play, obviously. Kind of want to play. Calling in position looks good to me with this sort of hand. Maybe jam something less playable, something like high-low ace-x, high-low king-x even, but queen-jack seems very, doesn't really benefit too much from shoving, plays well in position. etc. $600K, one big blind, into 5. Don't suppose many hands really necessitate any larger sizes. Not too much more to get in. They do get it in, and top set will take it. Drawing pretty thin. Made a 7. Check launched it. Eliminated. We're down to 6. I need to be done in this tournament. I need to be done in now. 3 high. Eat shit. Mr. Binted Hand, better known as Easy with Aces Online for 111 months as the impossible, eh? So they say, mate. We'll need to be dealt better than 3 high. Into the big blind we go. 9 for off. Deal me in. Let me play. Let me fight. Stack goes red. Here we go. Get ready. This is it, Binty. This is the spin. This is why we're here for 9 bigs. The unwinnable tournament made winnable. The impossible dream made possible. Let's do it. Let's dance. Big moment. 11, 12 million chip parts they call. 6 players left. Hold. It's always a sweat. It's always a sweat. Red card, scary red card. And this is a good hand to see. Oh, it's a great hand to see. Some would say perfect hand to see. But 3 heart flop, scary. We dodge. Now it's anybody's game. Now it's game on. Now we're like 20 bigs. 20 bigs, 25, 25, 25, 34. You know, it's all right there now, isn't it? This is the one. I've played this tournament every day for the last 10 years, never won it. Such a big deal, you know, 3,700 runners, you don't FT it often. Now we're here, we've got to close out. Bit of momentum. Look at that. I think, what are we, second? 2 of 6. I said it was all very even. Look at 13, 13, 13, 13 and 8. All of us here about the same stack. So now we get a few, we win, what, 3 or 4 pots in a row there? 3 in a row. Very nice. Love to see those queens. This guy should raise a lot, right? Do we want to jam 15 or do we want to induce? I think we still want to induce, right? Hand as strong as this bad boy. Hand as strong as this bad boy. It is still a very top heavy structure as well, even though we're all very even at pay jumps, etc. Alright. This guy now flexing with the shoves. Everybody with the even distribution kind of forced into fold and trying to find ladders now, right? But DB can really open up. Queens again. Maybe he shoves and we call and we take the chip lead if we hold. Maybe someone shoves and we go all in with them. That would be pretty fucking nice, honestly. Be a big old pot though, wouldn't it? This is it. This is the moment. This is the moment. This is for a chip lead with 6 left in the unwinnable and a $729 bounty on top. And we hold though. No. No! How did... Oh, it's for all the chips in the fucking tournament. Fuck me. Oh, it's for every fucking chip in the tournament. If we hold there, it's just everything. I can't believe this guy had a hand to call off. He's opening the entire deck. Like, I can't believe he had a hand to call off. Oh, fuck. That's gonna be worth 10 grand in that river. Probably. It is unwinnable. It may never be won again.
I'm going to Cambridge to eat some steak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we made it. The Red Lodge. Sounds a little bit like it could be a brothel, do you think? I'm sure it's not a brothel. One thing I know for sure is I've got a steak challenge here, and judging by their Facebook page, loads of people have failed this one. Not sure if it's been done yet, actually. Let's get inside and find out. Hi, sorry, I was miles away. I've got a table booked for 12 o'clock to do your steak challenge.
Okay.
Is that the chili wing challenge as well?
Yes.
I think I'll pass on that. It's all the same with you.
It's pretty brutal.
Take the challenge and see if you can finish it. 72 ounce rump steak, chips, and a basic side salad. Eat it all within the hour. We pay you for
fail, you pay us 50 quid. Does that mean you get 50 quid cash money? Don't know that. We'll find out. We'll find out when it comes out. Big fan of the decor. Little luggage case sticking out of the walls. It's got a bit of a Discworld vibe to it. I like it.
Probably about 5 people who attempted a month.
Yeah, 5 a month.
And we have people who also do things like go around and do all the challenges and like usually complete them, and no one's ever finished.
Really?
We've had a lot of people get to about like the last 3 bites and just physically
Oh,
cannot.
come on now. I think if I was at the last 3 bites, I'd risk just throwing up, you know, for glory, taking up a lot of room here, but comfort is incredibly important, especially when you're doing a steak challenge.
My husband's your biggest fan.
Oh, is he?
He watches you every day.
Oh, he's at work? Oh, what a shame. You let me stand up for a second, yeah. Tell him I said, you know,
Yeah,
it's nice to meet you all.
thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll need it, yeah, thank you. Lord have mercy. That is a large piece of steak. I think I'm ready.
You don't have to eat the fat.
I don't have to eat the fat.
You don't have to eat the fat.
Okay,
And
that's...
we're not that brutal.
No?
And you also don't have to eat the rocket.
Oh, right, okay. I'll probably, I mean, that might help me in the morning. A little bit of fibre, you know. I'll probably eat the rocket. Am I going to try? I don't like the way you said try in there. That implies that I won't be able to finish it. But yes, I'm going to try. I'll try my best. If you drop that on somebody's head from, I don't know, 10 feet above them, it probably would kill them, I think. What do you reckon, mate? You think I got it? No! I'm at a place called Red Lodge Steakhouse and Bar today, which is in, what's the area called? Oh, the area's actually called Red Lodge. That's handy. If you win, you get 50 quid. If you lose, you pay 50 quid. You have to finish the chips, but not the rocket. Correct? And not the fat, right? It doesn't look like there's much fat on it. It looks like a lean cut of meat. And nobody's done it so far yet.
3, 2, and 1.
I don't even know how to start cutting this thing. I need a little bit of room to work here.
Yeah, let's make a bit of elbow room. The steak, it's gonna go, it's gonna go. Oh, there it went. You can't get away that easy, sucker. Get back here. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. And today we're eating steak. It's been a hot bit since I did a steak challenge. But with this one, not only do you get it free, if you can finish it, you get the added bonus of 50 quid cash money.
The hardest part's going to be all the manual labour.
Not entirely sure it's in perfectly good taste to call cutting a steak manual labour. You're not working down a mine after all, are you? I think what I'm getting at is the eating is not necessarily going to be the most difficult part of this challenge.
You can play rugby with this piece of meat. My forearms are done already. I feel like I've done like a 200-yard farmer carry or something.
I mean, I'm prone to exaggeration. I know that, but come on. That's a bit much. We're only 4 minutes in as well. Better suck it up, sonny Jim. Feel the burn and all that.
A delicious piece of meat, it's got to be said. Especially the charred end pieces. Yummy.
Indeed, the taste was rich and robust. Can't fault it. If you've seen me do a steak challenge before, you'll know that normally I'll order the steak well done, which I realise might make steak enthusiasts out there shudder, but there is a reason for that, because it does, believe it or not, make the steak easier to cut and swallow. Of course, it ruins the steak in the process and effectively turns it into roast beef. If you're going to eat like more than 50 ounces, it's a good idea, I would say.
How am I doing?
Doing pretty well. I don't know. This happened about a month ago. Someone was going so great, and then they got the last 3 bites and just physically did not.
How long has it happened to me? Oh, come on. Proving that kid wrong. It kills me.
Yeah, right, steady on. Can't blame the poor kid for not believing in you. Been going 10 minutes and things still pretty much the size of your abdomen. We're getting there though, kind of.
You know, normally I would get this medium well done. Not when I get a normal steak, but if I'm doing a steak challenge, because there's less sinew, it's a little easier to get through. But I felt like enjoying a steak today. Start to regret it now.
Yeah, well, I did say earlier in the commentary that would be the normal plan of attack, but people get wound up in the comments and whatnot. This might, although equally, this is really pretty pink, which I know at the same time switches some people off. Can't win.
if I fail this, it's going to be because my arms get tired. I know this against the rules, but if you do this one, bring somebody along to help you cut the steak. That's the hardest part. I'm going to give my hands a rest. Dip some of these pieces into the peppercorn sauce. Cool, that's nice. That's going to help.
Yeah, thank God for the peppercorn sauce. I really fancied like a blue cheese or something, but they didn't have one, sadly.
I need to spend more time at the gym. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, those forearms are looking a little weedy, mate. Still, all this protein will help with that.
I'm going to have the worst blister on my index finger tomorrow. Get in there.
Yeah, right, come on now, son, that's enough whinging. Blisters are just the one of the many scars of battle that you should wear with pride upon finishing a food challenge, which I hope we're going to be able to do. I think I've just abandoned the cutlery at this point. I'm going in with my hands. Oh no, I'm cutting again. But we are almost to the point at which there isn't much more slicing and dicing to do, and we could just, dip and slip. Almost.
I made such a mess. Almost there, almost.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Pick up that rocket, you flipping scruff, put it back on your plate.
Let's put some of this rocket back on the piece of slate here.
Hey, there you go. Nice and clean and tidy now. I don't really know why the rocket is on there, because it is optional. You don't have to finish it in order to complete the food challenge. That said, a lot of my steak... I think my hands are hurting. A lot of my steak is kind of mixed up in the rocket, so I'm just going to have to eat it anyway.
I'm on the brink of lockjaw. I think I might get it done. I'm almost there. Almost. The hardest part is actually cutting the steak up. Believe it or not. That's the most difficult bit. I'm looking forward to these chips. I never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, well, they do look pretty good, to be fair. I think at this point, anything that isn't meat is going to be a novelty. And unlike the rocket, the chips do count. So you do have to finish those in order to win.
Do you need any Diet Coke or anything?
I would love Diet Coke. Thank you very much. I've been saving this piece for a little while because there's something really hard in it and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Probably bone.
Yeah, just neck it, mate. Neck it. Maybe a little bit of water swing. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. I'm just looking off camera now because there is a timer just to the right. I'm nearly halfway. I'm over halfway through.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have to eat the rocket because it's full of steak debris. Rockets never tasted that good. I'm telling you.
Yeah, nice juicy bit of rocket. No one ever. I must confess, it was rather refreshing at this point. But we're at least finally done with the steak and whatnot now, and we've just got the chips left and a good 27 minutes to go.
Oh, my hero. Thank you very much. Just the chips to go. I think this is so fun. I'll never golf again. Not that I golfed anyway. Oh man, I'm going to enjoy these for a change. I wish there was a little more peppercorn sauce, but it's hard to do.
Yeah, we got the Diet Coke locked and loaded. That should see us comfortably across the finish line. We're almost there now. When I started, the lady that served me actually told me that this had never been done. That's not actually true, because that bloke in the background you can see over there, he told me it has been done, but only once in 9 years.
I'm going to finish before this young chap, please. What do you say? You say I wouldn't finish it, right?
Yeah, I'll teach you a question, me, Squire. No, I'm only joking. They were all good sports. I think actually I'd probably find it more gratifying to prove a complete stranger wrong than I do to win free steak and 50 quid to my troubles. Anyway, this is a good one. Sellers and Colin, highly recommended. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll catch you next one.
23 minutes, 28. One more chip remaining. We've got about 23 minutes left. Is that good, boss? Oh, my hands hurt so much. Is that 50 quid?
It is.
Is that my prize money?
It is.
Go, mate. I got cheesecake, yeah.
So the state challenge has been going on for about 9 years.
9 years?
Yes.
Did you leave any? Empty plate? Alright, take your word for it.
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, mate. It's only 2 kilos, not that much. Yeah, that's one word for it, yeah. So I'll come back maybe one day for the hot wings. I probably won't, but like, maybe I will.
People have a very
Yeah.
I mean, it's ghost pepper.
Yeah, no, I'm not going back to that. If that's the movie, I'll see you later, buddy. We're going to Wales today to eat loads of meat. Where's Dennis? Alright, we made it. The mountain air. Come on, there's people here. The Schwarzenegger version, not the Colin Farrell version, obviously. Yeah. What a god awful day. Hi,
Fuck off.
I'm here for you, set up like a big mixed grill challenge.
Yes, we do. So it's 16 ounce steak, 16 ounce gammon, 2 chickens, 4 pork sticks, 2 lamb chops, 4 jumbo sausage, 4 eggs, garlic, and chips.
This is what's on the agenda today. Pretty giant mixed grill. The size of those sausages. That's like the one that Game of Thrones loses. The infamous ultimate meat. Whoa, look at that. Oh, the chips too. The chips and the enemy rings. Yeah, there's a lot of chips in there.
You want to eat all that?
I won't eat all that. You don't think so? No? Look at you laughing at me. I don't know, that's a lot of meat. Look at the size of the sausages. Is there any chance I can get some gravy? Do you have gravy? Northern boys, we love gravy, you know. Tradiga? I always think that Welsh town names sound like they should be in Lord of the Rings. Anyway, I'm at a place called the Mountain Air, which is kind of like a pub, right? Pub that does pub grub in South Wales. It contains gammon, eggs, big sausage steak. Is that the 2 types of steak?
There's roast steak, there's lamb chops, chicken,
peas, onion rings, and loads of chips, naturally. If you finish it inside
an hour.
1 hour, it's on the house. Right, okay. Yeah, ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
Start with sausages. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Yeah, something about looking a person right in the eye as they handle a sausage like that just doesn't feel quite right, does it? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. And today I'm coming to you from the lush green hills of South Wales, and we're doing battle with the Mountain Air's mighty mixed grill challenge.
Those sausages were pretty good, so I'm going to leave one today because I get the feeling the worst price is going to be the chicken breast.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's why I had the rare presence of mind to order up some gravy. And we're going to need it because straight up grilled chicken breast is not my idea of fun.
I'm going straight into the gravy.
Look at that. Getting stuck in there. What would you call that eating technique? Prehistoric? That's probably the only word for it. But this thing hasn't been beaten. The table manners aren't going to help.
That should be the toughest part down.
yeah, or the least pleasurable, let's say. I think if grilled chicken were a weekend activity, it'd be, I don't know, mowing the lawn, picking out a new shoe rack at IKEA, something like that. No fun, but they're out of the way now. And we're on to the two 8-ounce rump steaks, complete with, you guessed it, additional gravy.
Everything okay with you?
It's delicious. I'm trying to eat as much as I can before the old lady over there leaves because she was laughing at me. So I wanted to see the plate half empty at least.
Yeah, I'll be damned if that lady's leaving before I get a significant amount of this down. Not that I'm going to get up and tackle her or anything. I just want to see, you know, a bit of shock and awe. That's all. What we'll now, I think we're still eating steak. Yeah, the steak, and then we're on to the lamb chops.
Got to finish the fat here. They don't cut you any slack.
Yeah, it ain't supposed to be a walk in the park, old boy. I think we might need something other than gravy. Just judging by the look on my face. Just help the sinew down, you know.
Onto the gammon now. This doesn't really go that well with gravy. Can I get on? Do you guys have any applesauce? This is a wedge of gammon. Oh, thanks, buddy. Thank you. That's going to come handy for the pork chops.
Strong assist there from that young chap with the applesauce. We're going to need something sweet because the salt is starting to get to me a bit now. And the 16-ounce gammon steak is not helping.
I'm leaving those in. They're going to make me blow. Oh, for 3 pork chops. 4 pork chops. God,
I don't know, 17 minutes in, it's probably a bit early for supplication to the gods, mate. We made a dent at least now, though. There's still a lot to go, so hopefully the applesauce is the trick. Oh, and a tactical Diet Coke on deck too. We're pulling out all the tricks today. All the tricks.
it's really dark in here now. That was all looks alright. Yeah, you said I wasn't going to do it. You might be right. I can't believe you just turned down the dessert menu. What's going on? Unbelievable. You have to finish all the fat? Yeah. No. Well, I've eaten half of it now. I thought I read that you had to eat all of it.
Yeah, there's no turning back now. Fortunately, we're done with most of the meat, and even the chips. Even the chips at this point are a relief. I've left some pieces of fat from the gammon, you might have noticed, but don't worry. Any stickers out there, I'm coming back for those. The texture just made me feel, at this point, like I was at some risk of having an incident. But don't worry, if I get through the rest of it, I'll go back and get it.
Oh, what? Do you have little faith?
I think she might be coming around, you know? What do you reckon? I tell you that there's no greater conquest than winning over a patient's coffee morning. That's all the motivation I need.
This is slow, man. Thankfully, the onions were pretty delicious. Can I get a spoon? Just please? Thank you. Are you guys enjoying your meal? Sorry that you've got to see this. Got some peas left. Oh, you've got to eat the peas, yeah. I mean, one of your 5 a day, right? Thank you.
I should try and get somebody to try calculate how many times I've used that joke. It wasn't even funny the first time. Guess how many gags?
Have I got plenty of time left?
Yeah.
It's quite a worry, it's really dark now, so I'm thinking I've been eating longer than I actually think I have.
Okay, so I don't know whether you can tell, but it's noticeably darker now. Looks like I shot some sepia or something. But it made me lose track of how long I've been eating.
Are you just sat there laughing at me?
I remember this lady. Sadly, I didn't catch her on the old table cam, but there was a person right at the back of the room, belly laughing at me, puffing and heaving, trying to get these last few mouthfuls of peas down. Now we're just going to contend with the remaining pork round, which was not pleasant. But the steak, especially the onion rings and the sausages, they were all tip-top. Hope you enjoyed me proving an old lady wrong. And I'll catch you at the next one.
I think I'm just going to have to swallow this whole. I love this to the end because the texture was making me almost eat. Almost there, almost. I bet you know, it's 60 quid. Is that right? Oh, you gave me a round of applause and now. Oh, good. Oh. No, you're not the only one. Right, let me have a look at this dessert cabinet.
Someone go get that cake.
No worries. I love your shoes as well. Right thing. I used to have some football boots just like that, actually. Yeah, mate.
I like those videos.
Yeah, all right.
Oh my God. Thanks, mate. Yeah, I appreciate it.
You kill me too. This is what happens when you dance with Viper, the apex predator. All I was trying to do was motivate and inspire. I was trying to tell him that for future generations of wrestling, we need you to go ahead and get the strap, get the title, get to the top of the card, so that everybody else can follow. So, bam, and it ends with that. People are asking, I appreciate C2, C5. We got scans coming back tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Good luck. Jeez. Could be anywhere in there. I'll tell you what. I've been wearing this thing since I got jelly rolled.
Yeah.
I got jelly rolled.
Yeah, you did.
I've been wearing this just to keep it secure. They ran scans. I'll get it back tomorrow morning. I'm very grateful and hopeful that I'll be completely healthy. But there is some soreness, obviously. Got some cuts and bruises too. Hand right here cut. Well, I think that's because the table exploded.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, I got some shrapnel. Somehow got a splinter in my crotch. I think it's because of what happened to the table. I mean, there was a lot that happened out there, and I did want to let everybody know that I am okay, just in case people were worried, because I did seem lifeless there for a bit.
We were.
And I heard a couple people, and I said, I gotta let them. I am very okay. Actually, this is how I feel. So I would like to let everybody know that although the mission was supposed to be Randy Orton saving the business, I think what happened instead was Cody Rhodes proved he is the one. And that guy had his eyeball.
Oh boy,
this guy's face. I think he got right to the thing, kind of cut him open, and then I think there was a punt that happened afterwards to go ahead and swallow the whole side of his face. Cody Rhodes was obviously
obviously very admirable. Randy Orton is still everything that I said he was. But the good news is, business doesn't need to be saved after all. And good for them. And for me, I finished my story. I came up in the Indies.
Yeah, you did.
IWA East Coast.
War pig.
I went through development, NXT.
Let's not forget. And your barn.
I was a wrestler, trained by Rip Rogers.
Yeah.
Same guy that trained everybody that's retiring, kind of, currently.
Don't forget your trampoline.
Out
Trampoline.
of OVW, trampoline growing up, I was champion. Trampoline champion. Now that really go through it. Trampoline wrestling.
Yeah.
Indie wrestling.
Yeah.
Undefeated.
State title normal wrestling.
I never normal wrestling. That's amateur wrestling. Never did that. You would be able to tell if I did, because I'd be looking at those qualifier years immediately. On to the developmental, with NXT.
Yeah.
Commentated and wrestled down there.
Yeah.
Bingo. Had that happen. Did WWE, commentated. Lucky to do that. Did pre-shows. Lucky to do that. Wrestled. Lucky to do that. Refed. Lucky to do that. Managed.
Yeah.
Lucky to do that. It's been a hell of a run. Thank you, wrestling.
Congrats. Thank you, wrestling.
Thank you, wrestling. Did it all. It was an honor to be over there. And, maybe I took it too far in trying to motivate my friends saying the things I was saying. Yeah. Sometimes when you're trying to motivate something, that did feel good. I must add. The neck was hurting every step, obviously.
Yeah, great posture.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to hold it together. And, a lot of people said, like, what if I did count to 3? Would that have counted? We'll never know.
Yeah, you were saying that, right?
Yeah, you had the stripes on.
We'll never know. We'll never know. And I thought Cody was so out. It was a tough day.
Yeah.
It was a tough day.
Yeah.
Then obviously it's WrestleMania in Vegas. Kind of got to go experience that a little bit. One played some blackjack with private tables and bopped over to Fountain Blue at Live, and 50 Cent was there.
Oh, sick.
And I'll tell you what, it was an interesting time in life because it was like I was back in the day, because used to go to a lot of clubs. I was back in a club, and I was listening to In the Club with 50 Cent, and I thought, wow, time's full circle. This is a good way to go out of wrestling. And you can find me in that club, and we had a great time in there.
Oh, yeah.
9-year NFL vet, Darius J. Butler was
yeah.
here. That was a trip back in time in there.
Oh, yeah.
Big Mike taking care of us. We appreciate Big Mike.
Always.
I'll tell you what, I learned a lot about Big Mike post the evening that we had. But Debo, what a time in there. Saw Cameron in there.
Yeah.
Tony Yayo.
What?
Murder.
What?
50. Obviously. Still got it, by the way. All of them. Get Rich or Die Trying. No skips. All heaters.
Yeah.
Best album of all time. Got a chance to experience it. And it was a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, we did a Vegas.
It's been a while since I've been in a nightclub.
Me too.
Traditional
They still the same,
nightclub.
I inhaled some smoke at one point. I was like,
different.
oh, there it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's 21-year-old me right there.
Actual smoke.
Yeah, it's fog machine. We're at another place here.
But they still got his fastball though. But I'm glad, you're an old school dude. Just let the little bump slow you down, man. We had a good time, great night. Obviously, rough night for you, Jelly Bubba, Randy, Cody. It was tough, man. But you powered through. We had a great night. Mania always brings it. Night 2 was awesome as well. I enjoyed that. It sucks. I saw Sam put the picture out. So it's official.
Yeah.
You're out of business.
Good run.
That does suck, but I will be watching them. They might have got me back in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was pretty intrigued by a lot of the things that I saw as well. Which is fascinating because
Yeah.
and anyone I'll tell you what, I think this is my time for me to leave the business. I think right now is probably a good time for me to head out. I think that's probably a good decision. And I'll tell you what, there was a couple people that said some weird things. Omar, guy who runs the Sports Center account, his name's on the Sports Center account.
Yep.
Even though Sports Center is a show with a lot of people, Omar runs the Sports Center Instagram account. Yeah, that's who I was talking to right there.
Mm-hmm.
Had to do it. Omar sled. He's sitting right there.
That was awesome.
Anybody could have got it. I mean,
Yeah.
there was a fat Cena on this side I gave it to. There was a little kid who called him the ugliest kid in the building. That was rude of me. He came back double middle fingers right to my face. There were some rude interactions out there. And I was probably the reason for it. I was saying a lot of things. Okay? I was just trying to motivate people. That's all. People were saying really mean stuff right there. They were telling me that I needed to maybe just be evicted from society.
Oh, that's just fake.
Yeah, there's some of that. I'm gonna let everybody know there's some of that. But on that note, it was probably my fault. Because as I was trying to motivate Randy, all I wanted him to know is that everything else was shit. And he was the king. And it turns out, the American Nightmare Still got the throne.
Yeah.
That guy's a real deal, bro.
Yes, he is.
Is there a warrant out for his arrest here, though? Like, if he ever comes back to Indy?
For what he did here?
Yeah.
I won't miss him, Charles. That whole thing's done.
Water under the bridge.
All behind us.
We might have to.
The wrestling business just kind of rear view mirror. And to the wrestling business, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Bob.
Let's get some sports. One half of the hammer down. Cowboys, AP Tone. What do we need to be looking at tonight? And what are the teams telling us about this particular playoffs that maybe will make me get a like I'm Cody Rhodes?
So tonight we are back on the court in for both sports. NBA has 3 games tonight. There's not a spread lower than 6.5 points, I believe. So
This league sucks.
what are we doing, man?
I was told when we get to the playoffs, good game.
We got
first
first
round.
round.
You know what we were told.
We did warn everybody, hey, the first round probably normally sometimes always sucks as well. This is kind of how the league goes. But over the weekend to start the playoffs, the favorites were 6-2 straight up and 6-2 against the spread. Your losers, the Detroit Pistons and the Houston Rockets. Those were the 2 teams that didn't do what they were supposed to do. Obviously, the KD injury threw a little bit of a so really, the Pistons really who just then when you go to the NHL side of things,
what happened?
The Pistons were really the only favorite to screw the pooch.
The Pistons didn't show up, Pat. We got jumped right at the beginning of the game. The Magic came out, got a lead, and anytime we wanted to come back, we had no chance, and they hit a 3. It was terrible.
Okay, so the Detroit Pistons
are the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, and we lost to the Orlando Magic.
What's the word people say, though? What's the word people say? It rhymes with lied, but it's not.
Don't say it.
I'm not saying
it's too early to say it.
Fraud! No! Fraud! I forgot what the word was. That is what people would say in this particular situation. It's 1 game.
It's 1 game.
Why is everybody banning a team for 1 game? And I'm only saying that strictly because we're about to get into the NHL. Yeah. I was going to break down what happened, so I would like to be able to utilize this excuse in about 35, 40 seconds or so whenever we get into the NHL conversation. You guys were supposed to be the ones this year, like the actual. Yeah. This was the year, and then all of a sudden Orlando, who was in a play-in, in 2 play-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paulo Banchero was getting run out of the building in Orlando. Now he's leading the team to beat the hell out of the number 1 seed. Are you guys done before this thing even begins? And I read a stat: 11 straight playoff losses.
Yeah, that's a bad stat. People are saying that the Magic actually lost in the play-in game on purpose, so they didn't have to play the Celtics, so they didn't play us. I don't like that one bit, but I will say this: Kate Cunningham showed up, 39 points. No one else on the team showed up. Tobias Harris had 17. Every other player had single digits. Jalen Duren, he's like our all-pro center. He needs to step it up here. And other than that, like anytime we had a little bit of momentum where we might come back, they would just hit a 3 and they out-physicaled us. Detroit teams cannot get out-physicaled, so that was the story of the game.
Okay. Well, hey, number 1 seed will lose every once in a while. Yep. You guys will get back in there?
We'll get back in there.
We're a young
team. That's what happens.
Oh, because normally 1 seed wouldn't be a young team. Normally they'd be pretty comfortable with their moment. Now you guys get the big dance, and all of a sudden the dancing shoes will disappear.
Amen.
That's not good.
Not good at all.
I don't like that at all. I heard Cade. Is Cade playing?
Cade, 39 points.
He
was awesome.
Oh, shit, I love Cade. Yeah. So you guys stink as a team. What's Cade went for 39?
Cade went for 39, Tobias 17. Everyone else single digits. The other guys need to step up. Jalen Duren, our center, got out physical last night. That can't happen. Oh, no. He will bounce back. I trust these guys. I trust the coach. They'll be okay.
I like the way you said out physical instead of what you wanted to say. I think everybody else was saying.
Yeah.
I don't like that because just remember that all these guys, okay, people need to remember this on the internet and the WrestleMania, maybe if you're sitting in front of them, all these guys can snatch you by your necks.
Yeah, seriously.
They lift you up like a movie.
Yeah. But they're not here right now.
No, they're not.
And he's done.
And people are saying that the Detroit Pistons are a bunch of fraud. I want to say it. You guys wanted to say it again.
I'm not saying it.
They wanted to say it.
I know what you're going to say, so
you yelled into the mic.
You can say it.
Okay, NHL playoffs obviously happening this weekend. 4-3 straight up were the favorites. Con man, I heard the NHL playoffs were electrifying while we were doing WrestleMania.
Yeah, fantastic. You mentioned the Kane Senators. It started with a throwdown fight. It was the first game to kick off the entire playoffs, and it was wonderful. Brady Kachuk, Jordan Stahl basically
just throwing bombs. This is what hockey's all about. We talk about the moments that playoffs have. This is going to be one of them when we look back on it once this thing is said and done. Like, hey, yep, someone's hoisting the cup. How did this thing start? Boom, with fist flying. After this, it was pretty much a tame game. Simple, 2-0 beatdown. Logan Stanko would do the stanky leg. He scored the first goal, and that was all she wrote in that one. The next game, unfortunately for you, was Flyers-Pens. Flyers-Pens, I mean, hey, it was a good game. It's a rivalry game. This thing's going 7 no matter what, so I wouldn't be too upset. But, yeah, third period, 1-1 game, and Flyers just kind of ran away. They scored 2 goals. Rusty actually put one in before it was all said and done for the Pens, but that one right there was kind of your game winner. Flyers march into Pittsburgh, and you are, unfortunately, 1 game closer to possibly wearing a suit with that bet with the governor.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people talking about stats about if you win the first one of a 7-game series, what's the
Not this year.
win the entire thing. Just look at the Flyers' likeliness to win the cup. And then let's look at those stats, and then let's look at Sidney Crosby's stats in that entire tonight, game 2 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sidney Crosby and the boys will attempt to get back into a series. You go 0-2 in the Philly.
Ooh, I want that.
We did.
That's not happening.
That.
It's not happening. Hey, what team is Sidney Crosby on?
Not the team that would ever go 0-2 in the Philly.
Bingo.
Okay.
It's pivotal for me to thinking about that.
Are people calling you guys?
No. They're not saying
No.
Whoa.
You paid.
That's what people are saying.
No. Let's get away from all of it. Let's go to the NFL, please. Can we go to the NFL?
Hell yeah.
Please, we go to the NFL. Massive things happen this weekend. Huge trade. Dexter Lawrence leaves the Giants and heads to the Cincinnati Bengals.
What?
Joining us now is a man who might tell us how the hell that all went down. Senior NFL insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter. Shefty, C2 through C5. I'm getting the scans back in the morning. You can tweet it. You're welcome. Now, let's talk a little bit about the NFL. Dexter Lawrence is a member of the Cincinnati Bengals. I had no idea that the Bengals did this. I had no idea that they would trade the number 10 overall pick. I had no idea that they'd work an extension for $28 million. He'd be up. He's through 2028 with the Bengals now with an outsider. How'd this come together? This is a gigantic move, I think, for the team in Cincy.
Well, what I would say here, Pat, is that it had been brewing for a couple of weeks, and the Giants and Bengals had been talking really for the last week, and the Bengals were willing to offer the 10th overall pick in this draft. The Giants wanted more. They went back and forth. I think it became apparent to the Giants that they weren't going to get more than the 10th overall pick, and ultimately they felt like it was in their best interest to go ahead and make that deal. They pulled the trigger on that deal on Saturday night. They get back the 10th overall pick, and this is what, to me, is interesting on so many levels. Now, the Giants have 2 of the top 10 picks in this draft. The 2 New York teams have 25% of the top 16 picks in this draft. And the Giants here are going to be able to get 2 real difference makers for John Harbaugh in his first year as the head coach. From the Bengals standpoint, massive season ahead for Cincinnati. Huge year for Joe Burrow. And the Bengals know that they have to win for Joe Burrow, and they have to win now. So they figure that the player that gives them the best chance to have the best season this upcoming season, a critical year, is not any player they can take at 10, but rather Dexter Lawrence. And obviously they've gone through the mocks to project who they might or might not get. It's not a deep draft at the defensive tackle position to begin with. And so the Bengals figured that this is their best way to use that pick, and they make the trade first time in franchise history that they've ever traded a top 10 pick for a player, which obviously is enormous.
I love that. Shout to Cincinnati trying to work on something that they have fundamental issue with, which is defense as well. Obviously, whenever they pay T and Jamar and they have Joey, everybody's like, yeah, we get it. You're going to be able to score points. Will you ever be able to win an NFL game when it matters, though, if you don't have a defense? They obviously make some moves. Interesting with Trey Hendrickson's situation over the last couple of years. He's on the way out. Dexter Lawrence, obviously, interior defensive lineman. Hembo sent over a stat. Bengals D tackles ranks since 2021. In sacks, 41.5, that's 28th in the NFL. 53 tackles for loss, that's 29th. 249 pressures, that's 28th. That's all since Geno Atkins retired. So, in the middle of that D-line, they have had a lot of problems. And obviously, Jonathan Allen comes in and also Sexy Dexy. They're trying to fix that thing immediately. And in the AFC North, if you got a good front, you can win. You have to have a good front to win. So I like that they're investing there. Congrats to them. Let's talk about a front. Trent Williams gets a 2-year, $50 million deal. Is that what I heard? 2-year, 100? What is the 2-year, $50 million extension? They were not going to let him out of the building, we would assume. And the San Francisco 49ers always having to make things happen for their players.
Now, this deal had been at the finish line for about 2 weeks now. And within the 49ers build, they thought every day was the day it was getting done. And today, the agent obviously announced that it was done. But they've been at this spot going over some language here for about 2 weeks. There was never a doubt that this deal wasn't getting done. The 49ers obviously have put a huge priority on Trent Williams. You see what he's accomplished. You see what the team has done this offseason in terms of adding Mike Evans and Christian Kirk and bringing back Dre Greenlaw, and now obviously retaining Trent Williams on a 2-year deal that includes $37 million guaranteed. This was obviously a huge move ahead of the draft on Thursday night. The 49ers are sitting there in the first round later on. We'll see whether or not they stay there. They may not. But it's a situation where now, if you draft an offensive tackle, you don't have to rush him along. You've got Trent Williams. And the feeling in the organization has been, look, we want this guy. This deal's going to get done. And the agent announced that it was done this morning.
Trent Williams, obviously a monster. Fantastic football player. First ballot Hall of Famer, we think.
Yep.
Yeah. We don't know what a first ballot Hall of Famer looks like anymore for professional football, but we think he would definitely be a first ballot Hall of Famer if all the voters are doing their things so fast, so nimble, so experienced. Now, can the Niners win a Super Bowl out there? Can they do it? They've had to deal with all the issues of a team that has won the Super Bowl. All their star players go from not making all the money to making all the money. They've had to go through different iterations. They obviously find their quarterback. They've had to pay the quarterback a lot of money. It's fascinating the kind of story this Niners team has been on. Now they need to win a Super Bowl. I'm excited to see if they can stay healthy and do that. Let's continue the trade conversation and business conversation of the NFL before we move to the draft. Go ahead, Conway.
Yeah, Shefty, big news out of you this morning. A.J. Brown is now likely to be traded to New England. I know a lot of people thought that might happen, that didn't think it would happen, but you putting this tweet out was huge news just for people to really believe it now. What is kind of this status? Is this just something that, both teams are in agreement? June 1st will come, he'll get traded, and what do you see kind of the compensation to be? Will it be a first-round pick? Will it be, a second and third? What is kind of the next steps here for A.J. Brown to be a New England Patriot?
Well, there is no agreement on the deal right now, but I think that both sides expect that eventually, once they talk closer to the deadline, that they will be able to work out an agreement. New England wants him. Philly is open to trading him. And I think in the end, he will get traded. My guess is it'll involve a future one at some point in time. I don't know that it'll be 27 or 28. The two sides still have to figure that out and see where they wind up. But I think the Eagles had been looking for a first-round pick at least for A.J. Brown, and I think they felt like they could get it and still feel like they can get it in the end. So my guess is that trade will include a first-round pick in the end when the two sides wind up agreeing to whatever deal they come up with. There's not another team out there that I can see other than New England where A.J. Brown's going to wind up. And the news this week would be that they're not going to be doing this deal before or during the draft, because obviously, as we've talked about, the cap ramifications are such that New England would have to take on too much money to trade A.J. Brown before June 1st. They're going to wait till June 1st.
Hold on, Chuck. Do I have Mandela effect here? Haven't we just post-June 1 designated things a lot in the history of the NFL? Why does this one seem so like, hey, gotta wait till it's summer? Like, legitimately, why? Because haven't we done this in the past where we've just said, hey, this is this, and we're doing it June 1st or June 2nd?
That's for a player being released. You can't designate a trade as a June 1st trade. And so there's a big difference there. And obviously, like, it'll involve picks, but I'm not expecting that trade really to involve picks in this draft. It's not like New England's going to be picking for Philadelphia. They don't have the agreement in place yet. So they'll come to an agreement at some point here, right around June 1st. And at that point in time, A.J. Brown will be allowed to go to New England. but the rules of releasing a player don't work the same way that they do with trading a player.
Got it. Okay, so thank you for the clarification there, and I like the fact that they're all just like, hey, well, late May, they'll trade us out.
Yeah.
Hey, James, hang tight. Okay, we got to do this. Where this entire thing's going to wait till May. Draft obviously is going to be after. There's been some big conversations about this. Should we designate it before the draft even begins, especially in the host city? Diggs has a question for you, Shefty.
Yeah, I do, Shefty. Reports coming out today that it looks like the Steelers are not going to hear from Aaron Rodgers about whether he wants to play next year or not before the draft.
Who said that?
I believe I saw Pelissero report.
Yeah, Pelissero and Rappaport, which is Schefter's peer. We've been seeing you sharing each other's shit, by the way.
So, and it felt like we were going to get an answer before the draft, or at least that's what the rumors were, and they're talking every day, and now Will Howard's going to be QB1 during OTAs. What's the latest?
Well, it's exactly what we talked about, where they essentially said that they thought initially it would be about a 30-day window before they got an answer from Aaron Rodgers. That 30 window came and went. Then they were hoping that they would get an answer before free agency. That obviously came and went. Then they were hoping to get an answer before the draft, and obviously that feels like now it's going to come and go without an answer from Aaron Rodgers. And obviously the question will linger out there until
headlines. So is this just them publicly saying, 30 days?
Yes. No, I'm
like, are they talking to Aaron about, like, where do we know where the whole thing is? Like, how has this become our expectation? Because we, as people who have dealt with Aaron Rodgers, okay, not as much as maybe some folks who are with him every single day, if they're a team and everything like that, but we have obviously been. Does Aaron know? Like, whenever they come out and say, hey, this is a 30-day thing, was he informed of that? Or because there's a chance he's literally off the grid somewhere and has no idea that. Now, I'm not saying that's the actuality, but I'm just saying this dude is not like the others. Okay, this guy, and people are like, no, he's not, blah, blah, blah. It's like, there's a reason he's allowed to be the way he is, though, is because of how damn good he is at football and has been. You ask any player or any coach, they say Aaron Rodgers is that guy. Now, on that note, does Aaron know the Steelers want him as quarterback? Is that, like, how?
Is he looking at a contract every day?
Yeah, how much do we know? Like, what do we know about that entire stuff, Jeffy? Do you know anything?
Well, yeah, here's what I do know. I know that some people had suggested, well, maybe it's not done because money is an issue. And I just was told that money's not an issue here. The contract's not bundled up. It's just Aaron taking time and doing what he does and operating on his own time schedule, whatever that is. When he feels like he's ready to give an answer for whatever reason. I think there's probably, like, again, I think it's always dangerous to speak for him. I don't want to do that, but this is going to linger for a little bit, it seems like.
Okay, so contract, you said there. So that's already the business. What's that?
Contract's not an issue.
So the business has already been figured out between the Steelers and Aaron.
I don't know if it's been figured out, but I was told the contract won't be an issue.
That's it, because Aaron, whenever he was on with us, we haven't heard anything from Aaron's camp, right? Has anybody heard anything from Aaron?
No.
Since the time he was on with us, he said, I don't have like a contract offer. Right? Isn't that how he explained
Correct. Yeah, he said he hasn't received any sort of contract offer yet.
When was that? That was in
about a month
post
ago.
Olympics.
So I wonder if has that changed? Do we know? Do we know if that's changed?
I've been asking around. I was told, could this be contractual related? And
Is he pretty much locked in to be the top receiver off the board based on what you're hearing?
I don't know if he's going to be a top receiver, but he's going to be a top pick. Him and Cardinal Tate, I think, probably the first two wide receivers selected. I would think they both have a real good chance to go within the top 10, 12 picks of the draft. Both will be off the board pretty quickly here. Those two guys, Tate and Tyson. You see the moves that Tyson made on Friday. The Giants spent a lot of time with him. It certainly feels like the Giants have a high level of interest in Jordan Tyson, attending his workout, having dinner with him, and doing all those things, all the legwork on Jordan Tyson. Tate, obviously, is still going to be a very high pick. Those will be the top two receivers. What was the initial question?
Ty Simpson. Hey, on that note, just to wrap up your last thought about the wide receivers, Tate is currently minus 200 to be the first wide receiver taken on Thursday night on DraftKings currently. So
that'd be my guess. But I think there's enough Tyson love that it wouldn't shock me if Tyson went. But if I had a bet today, I would say I feel better about Tate going ahead of Tyson. But by the way, the Giants can go Tyson at 5. They could do that.
It's all fluid, it sounds like, with this particular draft. And on that note, Ty Simpson now, Schefter.
Yeah. So Ty Simpson, I think there are two teams that stand. You see the odds makers are right here. The Cardinals and Jets are the two teams. Now the Rams, if the Rams had pick 29, which they traded to the Chiefs for Trent McDuffie, the Rams would have given him serious consideration right then and there at 29. And I'm not going to say that they still couldn't take him at 13. My guess would be no, but you don't know how the board's going to fall. And so to me, the odds come back to the Cardinals and the Jets. Now the Jets have the first pick in the second round on Friday night. Pick 33. The Cardinals are 34. And you know what's fascinating about that is that if we go back to the last week of the season, the Raiders kicker Daniel Carlson made a 60-yard field goal against the Chiefs at Allegiant Stadium, career-long 60-yard field goal that gave the Raiders the win, that knocked them out of the top slot at the other round. The first overall pick, but they would have had the first pick on Friday night, and because of that kick, now they don't. The Jets do. So the Jets are in position to go get Ty Simpson if he's there. I think the Cardinals absolutely could come up the board, and the Cardinals are listening, or at least taking calls on pick number 3. So I think those calls are expected to pick up this week. We'll see whether Arizona stays at 3 or whether they move out. What's the matter, Pat? Your neck bothering you, or something I said bother you?
Well, if you get my scans before I do, which I know you've done before, okay?
Yep.
Let me know, okay? Because I would like to get rid of this. But
I got him. I've learned my lesson there. I got him, okay?
Hey, we all have our trials and tribulations, publicly, okay? We all have that. But on that note, you just kind of blew my mind there, which did kind of whiplash my neck, which is obviously C2, C5 kind of thing happening because, remember, Crossroads, commentator table, 80-yard sprint, RKO. You said the Raiders don't have the first pick in the second round. What? So, what? How is that? So how do they get number 1 overall? I thought that was a big deal.
It was done on strength of schedule. So they had the best strength of schedule, or the worst, whichever way you want to look at it. They got the number 1 pick. Now, the Raiders, Jets, Cardinals, and Titans all have the same record. So they rotated because it's on strength of schedule. So the Jets pick top of round 2, Cardinals pick top of round 3, Titans pick top of round 4. The Raiders, I believe, traded the pick at the top of round 5, and it goes like that, rotating. If Carlson had missed that field goal,
worse
the Raiders would have topping it every round.
Okay. Holy shit. I feel like I'm learning a lot of things right now. So post June 1 designation, I thought to myself as he was explaining that, idiot. We talked about this every offseason. That's what I was saying. Now you're talking about this, I'm idiot. We do a draft spectacular where all we do is commit all of our time towards the draft. For some reason, it is one of our biggest shows every year. And we are very grateful to everybody that watches. We should have known that.
We're in the draft.
Oh, by the way, ESPN. I'm making, or maybe it's the NFL. Who made the graphic? Who made the graphic?
Oh, I don't know if he made it. He was the one that tweeted it.
Somebody announced, when they announced that I'm doing second round and third round picks for the Colts on Friday night or whatever, back. Excited to do it. Honored to be a part of it. They put Pat McAfee undrafted. It's like,
you can't be doing that.
Pick 22.
What the call?
You know when you get idea of what you're gonna say when you get up there, or are you just gonna wing it?
When?
On Friday night.
Friday night, brother. We got an event on Wednesday. We got this show
Yeah,
here.
we got that.
We got a fucking first round.
You got that
National
typed
Tech
out
on
like
Thursday.
3
You're
months
still
ago.
waiting for the scans.
Yeah, I don't even know if I C2 or C5.
Penn's Flyers tonight.
Yeah, we got Penn Flyers game 2 tonight. What are you talking about, Sheffield? But yes, I have an idea of what I'm going to say. Because I don't know if you saw this. I'd like you to be a little bit more efficient on your reporting on the Indianapolis Colts happenings. Do you have the video of Daniel Jones arriving at the facility today on the Colts Twitter, I do believe, is what it was? You should see this guy's gait. Oh, we're peacocking in there.
Okay.
And after what I just saw Tatum do, and what we know Daniel
Yeah.
Jones was able to do with his ACL, I mean, yeah. I'm thinking the broken leg on one side, torn Achilles on the other is just fine. Okay, I'm thinking we're going to be A-okay at the quarterback position. Look at that walk. Look at that walk. Shefty, look at that walk.
Quarterback.
Uh-huh. You know what doesn't look good? 420. Agreed. 420. Happy 420 to you, Shefty, you little stoner. Hope you have an incredible day today. Alec Pierce, he's out.
What?
Wait, what?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, came through the
Did you
bar.
just get $100 million?
Maybe out.
He got the biggest in the history.
And he's done already?
Well, Alec Pierce signed a 4-year, $114 million contract this offseason on a one ankle procedure that was sidelined for roughly 3 months.
That's a long time.
3 months?
Where are we on that one, Shefty?
Hey, he was your guest at the top of the show. How did you miss it?
Where were you on this one, Shefty? Huh?
Why didn't you ask him about it? Why didn't you ask him about it?
I didn't know I was supposed to ask about anything. I thought we were A-okay. We just got $114 fucking million.
Pat, he opened the free agent extravaganza on the Pat Baggett show.
The free agency frenzy. Listen, spectacular is draft. Free agency is a frenzy. And this is chaotic to think about. That Alec Pierce, just out of basement, 3 months he's out.
What are we doing? Bud.
Anything else about the Colts that we need to know? Anything else?
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's not there today. Kenny Moore's not there today. Both players have officially requested trades.
Colts are so dead, man.
Anthony Richardson, good luck out there. We think if you find your full potential somewhere, we will be happy. I was a believer towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
I had, because his upside is crazy. Good luck. Seemingly very unlucky. Kenny Moore leaving. Don't love that. Don't love Kenny Moore leaving at all. This dude's an incredible football player. He showed up. Now, granted, I think there was some injuries, maybe.
Yeah, a little banged up. He played.
But he hits.
Yep.
He's in the middle. There'd be a little bit of that. There stands out. Zaire, okay, he gets traded to Green Bay.
Yep.
He made, what, 1/3 of our tackles?
Yeah.
I think he was in on every single tackle.
Yeah.
Okay, he and I obviously had happenstance that took place, but he was fucking every single tackle.
Great player.
Felt like he was in there everywhere.
Yep.
Pittman.
Yep.
Michael Pittman is, we love Pittman.
About Pittman.
So we're going through a team transition as if we were like the Niners.
Yes.
At
Patriots.
least you got a new GM, new coach.
You're sounding negative right now,
Well,
Pat. Go
no,
back to there you goes. Walk in, looking cool. We'll be in a good spot, all right?
Let's hope that for Friday, too. Can we get you announcing a guy with the name Dan Jones or John Smith? And maybe they give you the correct phonetic spelling?
Yeah, the Okariki thing really came back to get me in a bad way. His name's Okariki.
Yeah, but what they tell you?
There are white families they're easy for us to relate to.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're not so distant.
Yeah, it's not exactly that distant. The South Africans who built the whole nation. But there's a lot of insanity that happens that I really will not be talking about on here. That is really beyond your imagination, beyond Hellraiser or anything you've ever seen or even made up. Things that you really couldn't believe that actually happens in 2026.
Is noise versus signal. And so now we see on there, all I hear is this tiny little baby saying, "I want you dead, I want you dead." And that's his mom speaking through him. And they will say this 24 hours a day. And this guy wants an honorable death. Wait, let's go look at his. What the? Is he talking about?
Those Indians right there.
I have this picture. When we get this picture in that trailer in Roanoke in the 1990s.
That's his
Just making
spirit.
sure. Oh, and this picture was right around when she tried to frame me for hitting. And so now,
That baby wants him dead. He has to kill that baby.
Every single other detail that I've said when I've opened up my entire life of every detail, everything that's ever happened to me in 2015, opened up my entire life in every single detail, and we will see what she's been doing on trying to attempting murder somebody who's literally provided electricity for her family since 1996. This body and body parts when they illegally married me as a 6-year-old.
What?
Yeah, married at 6.
Oh.
Because you gotta remember, she did that.
We can pause this and never look at it again. Oh,
Holy shit.
One of the comments is, "Let's buy this guy a gun."
Is this guy a football guy? Where does he come from?
It's just schizo.
That's like when you walk up to bugs and tell them that there's bugs inside your skin and then walk away. Like, hey, there's a calculator and some bugs inside your skin. Go get it.
He looks like that immediately.
Oh man.
He joins the college to become a frat brother.
Sorry, I hate that it crashed. It's so cringe. Okay. You don't have to answer, but I thought I should write and give this to staff. So, now presenting questions for Vance or staff from Summer. In your opinion, if you have one, do you think it was irresponsible for me to apply as a contestant, knowing now the extent of my mental illness? By that I mean, if you, as a casting director, saw the extent of my habits, crying, panic attacks, etc., would you have not picked me for the show? I'm kind of asking, is it more than you guys bargained for, if that makes sense? Also, I would like to...
Is that the end of the first question?
So long.
Oh my god, yeah.
Are you okay to continue on the show?
I absolutely am, but I'm worried that you guys don't think I am.
Do you need to go to a mental hospital?
I really don't.
Okay.
Do you guys think that I do, though?
I mean, I don't. Whatever. I'm not a medical professional. Do you need to go to a mental hospital or do you need to leave the show?
No, not at all.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive 100%.
Okay.
And I would do anything to prove it to you, dude. Like, I want to be on the show more than anything.
Okay, dokie.
Like, I would literally do anything. Like, I just want to be here. And that's so dramatic.
This guy is Derain. Darian Jamal Morris. Derain.
What y'all don't get out here voices.
Yeah, it's not Darian, it's Derain.
FBI,
Look how it's spelled. Up there.
Everything.
Darrein. Oh shit. Derain.
That's why they don't like me, because I know everything. I'm too good. Darren J. Morris. I need all of y'all.
Wait, restart that one?
What y'all don't get out here voices, man. I know all the CIA and FBI documents.
This one's the best.
Darren J. Morris.
Darren.
I need all of y'all to get from out of the East Coast area immediately. There's a tsunami that's going to hit in a couple months, maybe 2 months or a month from now. There's going to be so much rain and so much flooding out there to where a tsunami is going to hit. I just seen it on The Simpsons, and God has confirmed that it's going to happen in a few months. A tsunami.
That's true. We got all that rain.
That's a good
that
rain.
Tsunami. How did he know about the tsunami? We had hurricane and tornado. Yeah, we did. It's because and what he'll do is when his predictions don't work, in the comments they'll say it didn't happen. He said, "Yeah, I stopped it before it happened."
Yeah. Man. I just have to put a life on every single planet in the universe. They're going to be able to breathe soon, so they'll have somewhere to stay. I'm thinking about making a mega planet. Should I do it or should I not? Make a mega planet with Earth. Should I make a mega planet? If you're down for a mega planet, let me know. First, I'm going to rehearse it with the leaders of this country. I'm going to talk to the leaders and ask them is that fine with a mega planet.
He doesn't blink also.
And if they want to make more money.
His eyes are so wet, he doesn't need to. No, they're fully hydrated.
For y'all thought I was
He'll blink when he needs to.
Combining Africa to USA, I wasn't bluffing. I was telling you the truth.
He's right.
So what?
It's already happened. Combining Africa to USA.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching it.
They're going to be a mega planet.
So here's the best takeaway from that.
You might have those cans on just for a moment so we can show you something.
This would make me not wear them all the time.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You put it over the back so it doesn't ruin
Oh,
my
that's
guy.
good.
Oh, it's there.
All right, still good.
Okay, so the great producing staff here pulled a little bank of videos. This falls into our horrible or hilarious. Like we show you a video, and you decide is it funny or is it actually quite sad?
Oh, great.
But they're all wrestling themed.
Okay. My wife and I do this with
Oh, you
fall.
did? Oh, yeah.
She loves a
Yes.
terrible fall.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love a scream. I like when someone's, really moaning in pain. All right, here we go.
His foot?
No, his left arm broke.
Oh,
that was really bad. Look at his.
I think it's Ray Phoenix here. Hit me with it again.
That was really bad.
Oh, dude.
Hold on.
It's bent the other way, bro.
goes under.
So that's horrible. That's horrible. That's horrible. Also,
You can tell the guy he noticed. I
Yeah.
think that he did it to him.
yeah, it's Luchasaurus. I think also that's horrible. But in wrestling, you almost always want there to be someone to blame.
Yeah.
There's not anyone really to blame there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a table bump.
And it's just the mechanics.
These are
work
the things that happen.
that can happen.
Yeah.
That was really horrible. Actually.
That is really horrible.
That was terrible. Okay, here's another one.
Oh fuck, dude.
Makes me a Comanche.
Hell or High Water's a banger. I love that movie. Yeah, that one, fucking the Comanche scene is awesome. I like that even better than the casino. The casino, yeah, it's so sick. He goes, yeah, he's crazy. Comanche means enemies. Yeah, he's enemies with everybody. He's like, you know what that looks mean? He's like, make sure you fucking. I don't remember that part. He's like, that's right, it makes me fucking. Don't you forget it. I really. Because now we're with each other. I don't actually think we said everyone in this whole fucking casino is. And if I'm gonna go down to the bank, I'm gonna stick a gun in their face, and when the cops show up, he's gonna say, "Did it?" Because who else would? That's right. You're Native American ass. Better not forget it. I'll see you in heaven. Yeah. You're indigenous first. At the banana buffet, pal. Yep. Me and you in line in heaven. I really don't think you said it. I don't think that was from it. Yeah. I'll see you there, hell or high water. That part was cool. I'll see you in heaven, hell or high water. Is that what he's saying? I'll see you. You come hell or high water, I'll see you in heaven, pal. Mr. Comanche.
The 34-metre time bandit heads in for an offload.
This is absolutely nasty. See some high winds at sea and get there next game.
Runner from the weather, man. It's picking up fast. Can't even breathe. Wind is blowing so hard.
On the steam in, the vessel built up a 20,000 kilo layer of ice.
I do not like this feeling.
Now, it's dangerously top heavy.
Biggest problem we're gonna have is getting a man to the dog. I know I ain't jumping. Just saying.
This is very dangerous. I can't see the dog.
Ice is collecting on the wheelhouse windows,
I cannot see.
blocking the captain's view.
Get the light off! Partner, I need my windows. I can't see.
Just a kilometre from dock, the wind is battering the unbalanced boat,
We just got to make port list, Neil.
and the time bandit is beginning to lean heavily to the port side.
We're in serious trouble. You guys better start beating ice like a...
If Andy can get to dock fast enough, he may be able to secure the boat and counter the list. If he can't, the 198-ton vessel will roll into the dock and sink into the icy water.
Yeah, we're rolling over.
Out of options,
We gotta go in now. This is our shot.
the skipper has one chance to pull into dock.
We're about to crash our dock, dude. You gotta help me out, officials, brother. I cannot move forward. There ain't nothing to die here. Have those guys ready to throw some lines.
They're hunkered down in the bow. They're ready right now.
Make it fast! Make it fast!
Andy is hoping the 27-kilo test rope will anchor them to the dock.
Don't let that go! Pull! Pull! Somebody be outside! Owl ramp.
Unbelievable.
That was extreme.
The time bandit is safe.
Woo! And that is not the way to come to the port.
Survived the Bering Sea and almost sank in the harbor. That's the closest I've ever been to rolling over in the snow. I was a little scared.
Now they get early morning.
In the 14 years on this boat, I have had more firsts this season than I've ever had. That was the scariest science that I've ever had to do.
We're tied up safe and sound, that's all that matters. But this is just a big from the ice, and I think it's telling me something.
The 33-metre Seabrook creeps through an ice floe. Most of the fleet has run from the ice, but Captain Scott Campbell Jr. is fishing right in the heart of it.
It's definitely an amazing beast here. On top of worrying about fishing and everything else, now you gotta worry about ice. See what the water up ahead. Just gotta get to it.
Keep going work. Keep inside.
Good work.
thing? Oh, really? Oh, really? Why am I not surprised?
Currently, the movie space has been dominated by how much some top earners are making on it. But what hasn't really been discussed is how the company has lost billions of dollars in valuation in a very short amount of time. And things just got even more messy because it is now in a very bad situation after the CEO passed away. So essentially, you have one of the biggest platforms in the world, especially when it comes to that profitability per employee.
Oh my! OnlyFans is possibly the most revenue efficient company in the world, and no one even comes close. Give me a minute before I'm ready for this. I gotta use the bathroom. That's a lot of fucking money. Goddamn. All right. Relax. Calm down. We're back. I wonder why it's so revenue efficient. Who could guess?
Employee metric that you've probably seen online, and they just lost the one person running it, and almost nobody knew who he really was and that he existed. So the dude never gave interviews. There's really no real footage of him online. And one of the only pictures of him online was the one from his LinkedIn that had no ties to the platform whatsoever. So that's a little bit interesting. But for years, he was quietly making billions running one of the most controversial platforms on the internet. But then, in just the last month, he passed away and left the entire business in limbo. So, I mean, to catch everyone up to speed here,
I disagree with that. I think that there was probably a plan. The guy had terminal cancer. He knew that he was crashing out. He knew it. He probably locked this in a long time ago. Like, the people that were running it knew this was going to happen. He knew.
Created in 2016 by a guy named Tim Stokely. He was the youngest kid in a family from Essex, England. And he spent years trying to launch internet business after internet business and had a whole lot of failures. And the guy burned through a whole bunch of his own money and goodwill from friends and family, to put it lightly. But his dad, Guy, real name by the way, he watched multiple projects go essentially nowhere and had funded more than a few of them. So when Tim came back with yet another idea, he went, okay, here's £10,000, and that's the last one I'm funding. Little did he know, though, that money became the seed funds. And the original structure was simple. Creators set a monthly price, subscribers paid it, and the platform keeps 20%. And I guess the creator walks away with 80%. Sam's original pitch wasn't necessarily focused on adult content, but the idea had been
I think, that's also one thing that's true. People don't know this, but OnlyFans used to be for, like, photography and stuff like that. It wasn't always for sex work. It's just that all the hoes came in and they just colonized them.
That's anyone who could build a paying audience, including adult creators, since 2017. And from the start, it was a family operation in the early days, with Tim's brother, Tom, running the operations, and their father, Guy, handling the finances. Guy, I guess, was just their guy and father. And that one group, I guess they figured out the model faster than anyone else. And that showed up in some serious numbers, because in 2018, the platform was getting traction, but running headfirst into some structural problems. The payment processors that made it possible to, actually collect the money from the subscribers weren't a big fan of the adult side of their business. And
I think that if you're a payment processor, you should not be allowed to decline payment for anything other than something that's illegal. I think it's ridiculous that you have payment processors that are acting like regulatory services, determining what people can and can't do inside of a market. The problem is that, like, if, for example, Visa was okay with it and MasterCard wasn't, it would be okay, because there would be a free market. But when all of the processors effectively act as a cartel, then I think they should be treated like one. I think they should be regulated. They need to regulate the fuck out of them. That's what I think. It's ridiculous.
Actually, no payment processing means no business. Full stop. So Tim sold it. And the buyer was someone that almost nobody had heard of, and nobody would really hear of him for many years to come. His name was Leonid Ravinsky. He was born in Odessa, Ukraine in 1982. His family relocated to Chicago while he was still a kid, and he studied economics at Northwestern University and graduated in 2002. And from that point forward, he essentially built an entire career at, scaling internet companies while keeping his name almost completely out of circulation. And even after he became the owner of one of the most talked about platforms on the planet, a single photo of him made the rounds. the same one
guy.
over and over, which was attached to a LinkedIn profile that described him as the president at Leo.com. And, completely left OF out of the picture. So, essentially, what we know about this guy is he lived in a $19 million waterfront property in Miami.
Nice
but
place.
he gave 0 interviews. He made no public statements. He was, I guess, for every practical purpose, someone who did not want to be found. What he was always doing, however, was running his own things. And he'd been building internet business.
The police is here to take you away. My father has capacity, and he stated many times that he wants to stay here, he wants to die here.
Why would the OPP try to rip a man from his home of 67 years? And yeah, that man, he's 102. David Menzies from Rebel News here in Tillsonburg, Ontario, and I'm with John and Jonas Veritas. And folks, just imagine you're sitting in the comfort of your home, minding your own business, enjoying the company of your family, and there's an abrupt knock at the door, and you go to the door, and the uninvited guests are police officers with the Ontario Provincial Police. And the reason, the shocking reason they're making this house call is to remove your 102-year-old father from his house, a house he has lived in for almost 70 years. Evidently, the cops were acting on a court order. They wanted to relocate Jonas to a retirement home. Just one hitch. Jonas doesn't want to go there. And yet, here is law enforcement demanding he come with them. And we have video evidence to prove it.
That's a full.
Yeah.
Big boy.
The police is here to take you away. God wants you to be taken away with the police. And then you're the police officer. What do you want?
There is a hit on the door, bro. What is going on? What is going on? What's going on? We're avoiding the bullets. What the heck?
Well, then that's it. Yeah, I know the reason you're here. Because you have an order to extract them out of the house. Yeah.
Achilles 9s. Didn't last my best. Oh, picks up another 9. The fumble.
Here comes the nine.
With a flop, but anyways, that's 6 stuff. Dempsey bet 7,000.
Dempsey's doing nice, too.
Oh, and the straight comes in for the doctor. Tilly's set currently no good.
Pretty tough to make.
24 dimes from Dempsey.
The only question for Tilly is call or raise.
I waited until after.
I took it seriously.
Called. Really a vicious run out for Tilly. Okay. 113,000.
Do you have a straight?
We've seen a big man fold before.
Well, people would just laugh at me if I folded here. I don't want people to laugh at me. I call.
She'll see the bad news.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I didn't even see that.
Achilles 9s. Didn't last my best. Oh, picks up another 9. A fumble too.
All of which brings us to Tillsonburg. When I first watched the video that was posted onto social media, and I'm sure a lot of people felt this way, I kind of felt like I was walking into a movie in the midway part. I didn't know who was who, what the plot was, and that's exactly why we're here today, to find out what prompted the visit of the OPP to extract your 102-year-old father.
Well, there's been a lot of things that have happened. So to start it all out, my mother died January 19th of 2020. We buried my mother, and then immediately a day or two after, my father went into the hospital. He had water on the lung. He stayed in there for about 2.5 weeks. He was discharged, and my sister had taken him. I wasn't aware. I wasn't informed. I thought my dad was in good care, and I had no belief that my sister would not give him good care. And she would go on holidays for 6 weeks at a time to Portugal. So you'd figure that, there might be a chance that I may be able to look after my dad or whatever, but that wasn't the case.
Your father, whether it's at your sister's house or at a retirement residence, he doesn't want to be there. He wants to be in this home. Is that correct?
At this point in time, yes.
Okay. And Jonas, can I ask you,
Is that a matter of fact? Is this where you want to live?
Of course, that's my home.
Okay, then. So you're happy here?
I'm happy.
Okay, then.
Sure, of course.
Hey, folks, before I go any further, please, if you haven't already done so,
is it all girls? Because girls are addicted to validation from saying good things about them, about like minorities. They are more prone to virtue signaling because they need the validation more, I think. That's just really kind of what I think is going on. I could go and explain a little bit more of that, but I think everybody knows the reason why.
This is what we call suicidal empathy, and this is why a lot of the things that are happening right now in the Western world are happening, where they're allowing untethered immigration to happen. They're allowing people who go against everything they believe in, and I know I say this like a broken record, but that's exactly what's happening. It's hilarious to see, because majority of women do push for feminism, which is about liberation, but then they will allow immigrants who are outbreeding them, who believe in totally opposing things to what they believe in, and actually want to get rid of the things they believe in, yet they allow them in. It's very interesting.
I'm Booty Fett. My pronouns are they, they, and I use non-binary pronouns. I am a non-binary person.
Booty Fett sounds like a Star Wars character.
I just demonstrated to you what logic is, and you can't comprehend it. You can't even understand what I'm saying. You love logic. You should know the 3 laws of logic, right?
There's no such thing as a law of logic. How's that?
Are you serious?
The law of logic. That's a good one.
You just sat here on this podcast and the last podcast talking about how you're logical and you have the logic positions and you love logic, and then you said there's no such thing as the laws of logic.
There's a single definition of the law of logic. Is that what you're arguing?
No, there's 3 laws of logic.
I don't know if I've said this before about videos, but one of the worst things is speaking to someone who's not only ignorant, but also arrogant. Having one or the other traits individually is not necessarily a bad thing, but when you have the 2 combined, it is a nightmare speaking to that type of person. Because this type of person is stupid, but then they're also arrogant in their stupidity, but they think they're the intelligent one. She genuinely sat here thinking she is a logical person and talked about how she's a logical person, and then denies that there are laws of logic. And to further prove how arrogant she was, she went to go and check it up, and she found out she was wrong.
Well, I don't know if it's the ears or the way I'm dressed today or something about my disposition, but I like literally just had the 3rd man in a row blush and react to me as if he'd underdressed for the day he was going to meet his future wife. It's been quite a wild day with these men. I don't know. I mean, I'm enjoying the fucking attention. It's amazing. But still, I don't know what's going on. The one guy was a conservative Jew, wearing a yarmulke and everything. I mean, like, he got out of his chair. He looked like he was sad that he hadn't prepared for me somehow. I become convinced that if I wanted multiple wedding proposals, all I'd have to do is go to like a shul on a Saturday and like I'd walk away with multiple weddings. It's a hilarious day today. It really is.
Yes, people think this type of behavior is normal, and if you are caught out this type of behavior, you're a bigot, you're a misogynist, you're a homophobe, and you're every type of phobia and isms and is that they can call you. Because in their worldview, people should be able to do whatever they want to do as long as they're not causing the harm. And that ideology leads to a lot of things you could do and allow, because it doesn't necessarily directly cause harm. So yeah, you should be allowed to do it, right? Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
So I've got to the child right now and say that we quite rightfully so have the ability to talk about abortion. I would say that you start to have a position.
No, answer my question.
Start to have a
do you
position.
believe rape is wrong?
But until you
Do you
do
think murder's
something,
wrong? Do you think bank robbery is wrong?
I think until you do something,
I'm asking you a question. Do you think rape's wrong?
I'm not. It depends on the situation.
Do you think rape is okay in certain situations?
No, I don't think rape.
Okay,
is
so
okay.
rape is wrong. Why could you have an opinion on rape if you've not helped any survivors of rape?
I do help survivors of rape.
Well, what do you do?
I'm a lecturer. I do a lot of work with young people who've had a difficult time
So
in
you
life.
teach people who are
No,
rape
not
survivors?
just teaching. And actually, it doesn't really matter because I don't stand here and try and take away the rights of other people. That's not
No,
my
but
plan.
that's what the
That's
pro-abortionists
what
do.
you're
Because you're taking the right of innocent human life to live privately to life.
Yeah, but you're not
pro-abortionist is
all those people. You're not doing anything for those people.
well, trying to educate, lobby, and shift the open window to ensure that it is a politically okay
You like
position.
to have a soundbite, and I can understand that, but it'd be much better, much more
Maybe
effective.
it'd be better if a lecturer would actually speak with me. Do you know?
I don't know if anybody caught on, and I'm sure you all did, in the middle of this conversation or near the beginning of this conversation, and it was kind of swept away as the conversation went on. But she said rape is wrong depending on the situation. This is how insane or how out of touch of reality these people are. That so that they can defend their position, they will say all sorts of absurd things. And I really need to double down and highlight the fact that she said it depends on the circumstance. What in the blue hell are we doing?
You have to take responsibility here. I've been coming to grips with my own brokenness in this situation, my own failures, my own shortcomings, and I know there needs to be deep-seated structural reform in terms of how the department operates. The systemic racist system needs to be revamped.
Once again, wearing a mask. There's definitely a correlation between the people who wear masks and believe in this stupidity. Because every time I hear stupid things, they seem to have a certain look, and they always have that certain look.
I have always thought the dumbest, most easily to manipulate motherfuckers are the ones who go into the military, and they are. They are. If you're somebody like that, if you support people like that, you're fucking stupid.
Interesting. So you're obviously a smart person who isn't easily manipulated. Say, isn't that a COVID mask you're wearing?
You knew at 13 that you identified as a man, that you're like, oh yeah, I'm a dude. You knew that?
I would just say I never thought I was anything else.
Okay, fair. And do you think that the idea of trans people existing will encourage other people to figure out their identity, and having it be social is anything harmful? Or do you think that people who thought you did the way you did at 13 will still think, oh, I still don't feel like I'm anything but male? Do you think that affects their social standing?
Their social standing?
Do you think that other people being trans around them will make someone who didn't already think of it start believing they are a woman? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this even in the rise of it on social media and in our schools. I mean, when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, this like did not really happen. Okay? Now
it happened, you just didn't see it. It wasn't as it happened.
Not like this.
Oh,
okay.
Because it's
Not
public
to this
now.
level. No,
because
let me
it's
finish.
public
I didn't
now.
interrupt
Have you heard about Stonewall?
Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like 1 in 7 people identify as LGBTQ because of the normalization and celebration of it on social media. It's all in the schools. Everybody is basically gay now.
So they
it's
can
more popular. And people are more depressed and more anxious and more suicidal than ever before. So just because something becomes normalized doesn't mean that it's good or it's actually liberating. What I think happens is you have confused kids, and they're being taught, instead of saying, hey, you're not a man, you're a girl. You know, it's normal to have these weird thoughts. You have these sick adults who go, you know what? You might actually be a girl. Let's start calling you a different name. Let's start giving you pills and stuff. That is manipulation of the highest degree of these kids who look to adults as protectors, and we need to not be doing that in this country.
Green hair, wearing a face diaper, saying stupid things. Am I wrong? But yeah, just because you think a certain way doesn't make you that thing. I can think all day long that I'm Superman. It doesn't mean I'm Superman. We have to actually live in reality, and the things that we think about or the things that we describe have to point to reality and things that are in reality. That's how the world works. It only seems to be of recent time than the last decade or two where people started saying because you believe you're a certain thing, now all of a sudden you're that certain thing. As I've said, it's more than likely the dye that they're putting in their hair that's seeping into their brain, not allowing them to think correctly, because this is just stupid.
If she was president right now,
I would feel better.
Why would you feel better?
Because I wouldn't be so stressed about women's rights.
You're stressed right now about women's rights?
Yeah.
What rights have you lost since Trump has become president as a woman?
Abortion rights and...
How have abortion rights changed under Trump's presidency?
Well, just in Florida alone, we reduced how long you have to actually be able to choose.
What if the woman 8 months and says,
That's up to her.
but you're okay with that?
I don't care.
But
Not my body.
Do you know how it works at 8 months, how to abort a child?
No, and I don't necessarily care.
They have to inject a drug into the baby's heart in order to basically make it stop. They then have to put tools and cut the baby apart, and they rip out the arm, the legs individually. They crush the skull with the forceps. They pull out each body part, the doctor has to count and make sure that the body's accounted for because it's a fully developed baby at this point. And then they use a vacuum to suction out whatever's left.
Unfortunately, to me, your point doesn't really matter. She can't have a baby, so.
But we all came from we were all in a womb at one point.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
And only about 4% of women choose adoption as the path. I don't know.
Yeah, and these are people who are able to go. It doesn't matter if it's a human being that I'm killing. As long as it's your body, you should be able to do whatever you want with your body because it's your body. If you want to kill another human being, go ahead and do it because of the fact that it's in a different location. Yay, feminism.
As a visibly trans, visibly queer, out and proud trans guy, I'm scared. Because I am very gender non-conforming.
Now, we've watched a lot of crazy videos, but I think this might be the first video where you can actively smell the video. You can smell the stench coming from the video. This might be the first one.
They cause the accident. So if you sue them, you have to sue them in. Alright, we're in the middle of.
Is this your dog?
We're in the middle of a conversation, hon. You're really rude. Sorry. Hon, you just walked up and interrupted a conversation. And I tried to be polite about it, but you just kept going.
So you interrupt him. He calls you out on the fact that he's in the middle of a conversation and you interrupted him, but he's the bad guy, and this is why lawyers are stupid. There is no way in blue hell you thought you were the one in the right situation here.
She's basically viewed a post, which is not an arrestable offence. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So have you seized anyone else? Is she the only child or could we know? Have you spoken to anyone else? No, we'll come to the station now. Yeah. That's fine, we'll come to the station now. Yeah. For what? You and the social media post? Is that no, absolutely not. Sorry. That's fine. I would like you to leave now. I'd like you to leave. Okay. I have nothing more to say to you. Social media post. I've got nothing more to say. I'd like you to leave. You've harassed this child enough. I'd like you to leave.
Yeah, it is unfortunately state of England at this point. I'm surprised they haven't come for me because I say some very interesting things. But I'll tell you all, I am not a judgmental person, and I am on the side of truth. That is all. I don't say any crazy things. I just say normal, level-headed things, which is probably why they haven't come for me. If they do, just know I'm going to be recording it.
Muslim on earth believes in the Sharia of Allah. Every Muslim on earth believes that democracy is evil and Sharia is the good.
They are on a mission to destroy the Western civilization, the liberal democracy, and everything it represents.
Look, Islam will enter every household, whether you like it or not. Donald Trump, inshallah, soon you will see we have a plan in place to go visit him. A nation state will always fail for Muslims.
So we went to our brothers in Iraq. That's the only way. So you want to defend America? We will not defend America.
Not your democracy, not your liberalism, not your capitalism, not your any other ism that man has invented, other than what Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam brought.
America is the cancer. America, the American government, secularism, democracy, capitalism. These are cancers.
That what we as Muslims want to implement here in the United States, we believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran.
First move that I will do, I will abolish the Constitution and I will establish the only logical and rational Constitution, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
That's right. They will do away with your constitution. They will use democracy to end democracy. Do you know how easy it was? We're going to get. There's lots of presentations here that I sat. They're not hiding it. Do you know all of these videos? They're not secretly, covertly recorded. They're put up on their social media pages, on Facebook. In every state,
the United States, talking of conquest, infiltration, deception, talking of ruling and governing and subjugating the non-Muslims of the United States of America. And here are Muslims, members of Parliament in the UK, swearing by Allah on the Quran in our Parliament. This isn't just happening. So every MP, and we're going to understand why this is a problem when you hear what Islam is, you see what Sharia is, and you see the goals and intentions and the teachings of what Islam tells them they must do.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to her.
I swear.
Also, our council meetings now across the country are opened up with
Yes,
the
my name is
Muslim
Juan
Christian.
from
This is coming to the United States.
Thank you, Robert. And first of all, thank you to the Chamber, to all members. This is the Islamic Call to Prayer.
They're trolling us, wouldn't you? You think they're trolling us? Most of it's like, really? This is happening. It's happening in America. It's happening in New York. It's happening in Mandani. It's happening with your congressman.
I kind of wanted to stop it there because I'm sure a lot of you had the same facial expression I had. But yeah, carrying on.
Allah tells Muhammad 8:39, fight the unbelievers until there is no more unbelief or fitna. That's this thing.
Islam needs to grow within the borders of the United States of
allergy symptoms? I think having a big dick is the most feminist thing you can do. Why is that? Every guy who likes talks to wrestling, brag about, oh, I got a big dick. Your dick's tiny. Fuck you, piece of shit. Well, why do you want a big dick? Right. Well, we wanted more endgame. We got it.
What's the mask? The mask? What the mask for?
Because COVID's going around.
COVID's going around. Ha! COVID was never going around. Okay. Are you vaccinated?
Today we're doing a little get ready with me Gen X edition with.
I told y'all this was gonna happen. I've been sending out email blasts and memos for years. Y'all didn't believe me. I told y'all's ass that the fat men were gonna take over the dating world. I said that shit from day one. Okay? Because let me explain something to y'all. See, I've been out of the dating world for a long damn time, and just now that I'm.
What did I say that is pushing racist hatred? What did I say?
Said that you
Yes.
to Congress and spoke to Congress.
Yes.
The points that you did, that you would like them to round up all of the Muslims in their mosques.
No, I didn't say that. No, tell me what I said. Let me read what I said, because you're lying. You're lying.
Do you have a high school girlfriend?
What I said was...
The asshole slow rolled me for 55K on camera. That is a slow roll. Then I got him in a 400K pot. So.
You see the men who were calling for murder on that video? You see the men?
Is that by your definition?
Yeah, okay, listen. Do you see the men that were calling for murder on that video?
Is that by...
No, I'm asking for your definition. Do you know the man on there?
We have a lot of different definitions.
Excuse me, do you know the men you saw on that video?
We have a lot of different definitions.
No, your definition. I'm asking for your definition. You. Okay, so your definition. You know the man on that video who called for murder in the videos?
You know the man on there.
Okay, well, any of the men that you saw in that video calling for the murder and takeover of the United States, the subjugation of non-Muslims, any of those problems, do you define them as extremists, or do you define me as extremists for calling them extremists?
I don't define either one of you as extremists. I define you as having a viewpoint and an opinion that you're stating.
Can I ask?
But,
Okay.
but
Yep.
your opinion, you hate.
Can I just ask you again?
I want you to know that, and I want you to get that.
Okay, can I ask you again?
Because I think you have your opinion.
Yes.
I have mine.
If your opinion's wrong.
Okay, then.
And not
Mitchell and the other talent around him. But what are the chances this Cavs team going on a run?
I like the Cavs. I think they're just in a tough position dealing with the top of the East. Boston and Detroit just scare me on their schedule. The New York Knicks scare me on their schedule. They have matchups that they can win. But when I look at the Cavs, I just see a Donovan Mitchell that is benefiting so much from James Harden. And it's not just when James Harden rewards him with an assist. It's not just when he comes off of a ball screen. Sometimes it's just the attention that James Harden commands when he has the ball or he's on the floor allows people to have to be in a single coverage a lot of the time against Donovan Mitchell. Even if just for 2 dribbles, Donovan Mitchell is extremely dangerous if left in single coverage where you have something else to worry about because it becomes a pick your poison type of situation. I think James Harden is also doing a great job in pitching ahead and making people dangerous earlier on in the shot clock before getting it back, which makes you always have to deal with him in a closeout situation, which we've seen doesn't benefit anybody when he goes to that dribble package and wants to get up a quick 3 or a 3 that can potentially land in somebody getting another foul and a 4-point play. I really like them. It's just the top of the East is tough, and the top of the East is tough defensively with multiple people that can guard in the backcourt. Right now, what you're seeing is James Harden and Donovan Mitchell may be too much for the Toronto backcourt.
Okay, let's talk about the top of the East and the backcourts. You were at the Knicks game, I heard, courtside. You're on the wood.
Yes,
You're bopping wood. You were bopping wood at the game, I heard.
Yeah, I was there, man. Shout out to the New York Knicks, man. The organization always takes care of former players, man. It was a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I got canceled out of courtside tickets over there at Madison Square Garden directly from the top, which I completely understand and respect and appreciate. But you were there, boots on the ground, obviously on the wood. What do you think about this Knicks team? We got a real deal because whenever they were playing the Pacers last year, that guy right there, Jalen Brunson, there would become just like periods where it felt like it was an hour and a half of my life where I'd see that guy with the ball, he wouldn't miss, just like refuse to miss, basically. How do you feel about this Knicks team maybe making a run this year again?
I like it. I told everybody early on in the season that I felt like the New York Knicks had the East. It didn't seem like anybody else had anything that, screamed on their roster that they should be doing this. The Boston Celtics were a pleasant surprise. The Detroit Pistons were a pleasant surprise. But we all looked at the Knicks, especially with that run that they made last year and all the decisions and moves that they made to put that team together. They are built to win the East, and there was a lot of pressure on them. The reason I enjoyed watching them is because Jalen Brunson got off to a quick start. He then controlled flow and made sure to share the sugar. I thought he picked a lot of spots to just turn down moments that we're used to seeing him aggressive. Moment that we're used to seeing him take 20 and 30 dribbles in one possession and forcing the issue a little bit more. But he deferred. They kept running that blast action, getting Cat involved on that pinch post, letting 2 cutters go by. Cat overthrew a couple of them, but you saw him throwing that late pass down the lane to a lot of guys and getting guys involved. And I felt like when he stayed involved within direct action, it led to him having enough rhythm at the end to say, hey, I can turn it on, which is where you saw him get to his mark, scoring the ball. But the Knicks playing to their ability right now. I just think at the end of games, we need to be able to trust in that two-man game. There's times that they don't score well together, and I just want to make sure that at the end of games, we don't go away from that, because once you have a two-man game where everybody knows it's coming, you got to then raise the question, can anybody stop it?
Iman saying, hey, let's not get stupid here like we do every single fucking year. Okay,
Here we go.
Let's continue to, okay? They say you get tired, but I say we're not running any too many. We don't have any threat of anything down the stretch, basically. So that's what you're saying right now, basically?
Yeah, I think it really comes down to X's and O's. The Knicks play hard enough to keep themselves in the conversation. There's always a 2-3 possession game down the stretch. Rarely do you see them just give up and lay down. The Knicks go out there and they compete, and that's half the battle. They're not great defensively, but they're still sound. I think they make a lot of moments up that other teams have shot blockers that in a higher frequency. I think Mitchell Robinson is just dealing with some tough stuff right now. They already started to hack a Robinson early, just to get him out the game. But that's all. It all comes within strategy. I think that the Knicks just really need to just relax in the pocket of saying we're going to hang our hat on the defensive end, which we knew they would, dealing with their.
Let's go ahead and move to what the Israelis are up to in all of this, because obviously a very important factor, for better and mostly for worse, is what the Israelis are thinking and the way that they definitely do not want the war to be over right now. So Trump last week was able to secure this sort of ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. This is one of the Iranian demands. They said, we are not leaving Lebanon behind. If we're going to come back to the negotiating table, the bombing, the destruction in Lebanon has to stop. So that was one of the things that looked promising, was Trump was able to secure this agreement between Israel and Lebanon. Okay, we're going to, I think the words that he originally used was, they're going to be more low-key. So I think that was actually kind of the appropriate terminology, because if it would be one up on the screen, almost immediately after this quote-unquote ceasefire is announced, and Trump actually posted on Truth Social that Israel is, quote, prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Israel then went ahead and launched a drone strike in South Lebanon, killing someone on a motorcycle. This is the Al Jazeera posting, Israeli drone strike kills one in Lebanon. And Dave DeCamp, who's a great, libertarian thinker, anti-war thinker, definitely someone who's worth a follow. In any case, Al Jazeera says the civil defense in southern Lebanon has told Al Jazeera that one person was killed when an Israeli drone targeted a motorcycle. So almost as soon as Trump says this is prohibited, Israel goes ahead and continues with, their murder campaign in Lebanon. Let's go ahead and put B2 up on the screen. You can see some of the images of the bombardment in Lebanon. This level of destruction is just really, truly unbelievable. Just imagine this is your home. Imagine this is your neighborhood. You're going to tell me these are all Hezbollah targets, that this was all chock full of Hezbollah? No, we know it's not. And in fact, if we can put the Barack Ravid tweet up on the screen, I think it's worth it. Look, Barack Ravid is himself former IDF. I think he's been fairly sympathetic to the Israeli perspective. And he says here, the IDF continues to destroy buildings and villages in southern Lebanon during the ceasefire. Commanders in the army testified in a conversation with Yanni Vikub that systematic destruction of civilian buildings is being carried out in villages where the forces operate, including near the border with Israel. According to the commanders, civilian contractors receive daily pay or are compensated based on the number of buildings destroyed, similar to what happened in the Gaza Strip. The activity is characterized by the widespread demolition of homes, public buildings, and even educational institutions in the IDF. This policy is referred to as the money plow. And this is from the Hebrew language version of Haaretz. So this is what's going on right now during the ceasefire, the quote-unquote money plow. And he really started, he started going back and forth forth with some people on Twitter over the vote that happened in the Senate last week to block the shipment of these armored bulldozers to Israel. This was something that was led by Bernie Sanders. 40 Democrats voted to block those bulldozers, being sent to Israel. Mark Leibowitz in particular, who was like, "Oh, you're putting, Israeli civilians at risk," blah blah blah. And Barack Ravid really went in and said, "This is what these bulldozers are actually used for, and this is one perfect example of what they're doing, which is total and complete destruction, and not of targeted military infrastructure. No, this is mass razing and demolition of entire villages, and the money plow, cash for destruction."
And Trump also told Barack Ravid, they were on the phone yesterday, no surprise, quote, "The concept of the deal is done. I think we have a very good chance to get it completed." So we're back to concepts of a plan. Like almost exactly.
How'd that concept of a healthcare plan go?
Concepts of a plan can never go wrong. I mean, it's just completely, I was too young during the Iraq War to be like following the daily news. It's remarkable to have the benefit of hindsight in Iraq and watch so many of the same errors play out in real time while people are calling it out in real time. And that's one of the differences with Iraq, obviously, is that the country, there were some really brave lone voices out who were warning, and presciently, Barbara Lee, if you go back and look at what Barbara Lee said when she did not vote for the war, I mean, that aged really well in very specific ways. But at the time, everyone was consolidating around the Bush administration, or support was consolidating around the Bush administration. This time, you're watching people say in real time, "This is a mistake. Here's why it's a mistake." And then within 48 hours, abundant evidence of that playing out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really remarkable.
Well, and Israel is like a toddler always trying to test the limits of what they can get away with, and so when Trump comes out and says any sort of firing on Lebanon is prohibited, right? Says it very clear. Not like you can do a little bit of, continue there's a little bit of drone strike, a little bit of bulldozing entire villages. No, prohibited. And then Israel instantly is like, well, let me see what I can get away with. And look, Trump, like Biden before him, it's like basically you can get away with whatever, apparently. And again, very important to keep in mind, there is zero doubt that Netanyahu and the Israeli public want to go back to war, because currently, if it ends how it is right now, utter disaster for Israel, utter disaster for Netanyahu and his political prospects. He's again had his trial delayed because they're still at war, because they're always at war, because that's his only strategy for ever doing anything is one more bombing campaign away from total peace and victory, et cetera, et cetera. So they will continue to try to undermine in any way they can. And what we saw from the early decision to go to war is that Trump really believes them. He trusted their intel and their military assessment over our own intel and military assessment. So that's why it's very important to keep our eye on that. At the same time, I wanted to highlight, this became a major scandal for the Israelis. Put this image up on the screen, V3, of this statue of Jesus that is being desecrated here. And you can see an IDF soldier has toppled this statue. It's on the ground, and then smashing the head of Jesus with a mallet. And then this gets posted, which shows you, again, they see this as this is part of what we're here for. This, sparked massive backlash. Of course, this went super viral, and we got a response from the IDF. First of all, most important thing here is they verified it, because I will say, when I saw this, I was like, is this real or is this AI?
Yeah.
Because it's too much on the nose. Right? So, no, they verified this is real. This is an actual thing that happened. This is the IDF's response, and Netanyahu put out a response himself. But in any case, they said, following the completion of an initial examination regarding a photograph published earlier today of an IDF soldier harming a Christian symbol, it was determined the photograph depicts an IDF soldier operating in southern Lebanon. The IDF views the incident with great severity and emphasizes the soldier's conduct is wholly inconsistent with the values expected of its troops. Oh, really? Is it? The incident is being investigated by the Northern Command, is currently being addressed through the chain of command. Appropriate measures will be taken against those involved in accordance with the findings. Furthermore, the IDF is working to assist the community in restoring the statue to its place. The IDF is operating to dismantle the terrorist infrastructure established by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, has no intention of harming civilian infrastructure, including religious buildings or religious symbols. Square that last part with the reporting from Haaretz, relayed by Barak Ravid, about the way that they are doing the money plow and destroying entire villages, not just quote-unquote military infrastructure. And then, of course, throughout the bombing campaign in Gaza, genocide in Gaza, obviously they were attacking churches, they were attacking so many mosques. And Benjamin Netanyahu had the gall to come out and say, oh, Israel respects religious freedom and, we believe in everybody's ability to worship how they want. It's just nonsense when you look at their overall behavior. It's just this one sparked a backlash. There was strong emphasis it was Christian and not Muslim, and they thought this administration might be sensitive to it. They had to at least say something, pretend like they care.
Yeah, and the Christian perspective on this, what this can't undo, them apologizing and investigating it. I mean, there's a lot it can't undo, but it's not going to bring back dead Christians in Lebanon after all of this is done. And when you have public opinion tanking with regard to Israel in the United States, particularly on the right, you can't undo what happened in that picture in their minds. You can apologize, you can investigate it, but obviously here you have a soldier in the IDF who not only yanked Christ off the cross, it appears, or maybe that was done by munitions, something to that extent, but you then have someone taking a sledgehammer to the face of Christ. So that image won't go away. You can investigate it, you can apologize, and I'm glad, by the way, I think it actually is important that Netanyahu and the government is investigating it and that they have apologized for it. I think they apologize for it because they're very concerned about public support in the United States cratering, and they're doing everything in their power to make that problem worse by the day. And I don't even think they're intentionally trying to make it worse. I think they're actually trying to rescue it, and they're going about it in all the wrong ways. So this is the worst possible image to come out. And it's not just a symbol. It's a symbol of something. It's not just a symbol of nothing. It's a symbol of something real, which is that Christians are being killed in Lebanon, and the American media barely ever talks about it. Obviously, lots of people are being killed in Lebanon, including many Muslims. So people should care about that, period. But the United States is a very heavily Christian country, so Christians are now hearing from voices in the media who are anti-war about something that I don't think a lot of Christians understood was happening, especially like Christian conservatives understood was happening in places like Iraq and in the course of the war on terror. And so this picture could not possibly have come out at a worse time, and it could not possibly be something that's more profound in the moral conscience of a lot of Americans who are now reevaluating our foreign policy.
Yeah, I mean, Israel counts basically on Americans to be Islamophobic, and for us to not pay attention to the fact that it's also Christians who are under attack and assault by Israel and having their symbols and their lives taken by Israel. We know that's part of their strategy, is basically like to spark Islamophobia and hope that allows allows them to get away with the horrors and the crimes and continue the support from within the U.S. And so that's why they see this as a particular problem, because they're like, we don't think we can convince Americans that these Christians and their symbols are scary and weird, will hit closer to home. And so that's why it's an issue. But, in terms of our respect for religious liberty and tolerance and our Western values, blah, 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 I mean, this is the same government that was warning Christians and others in the region not to hide Shia Muslims. I mean, they're just completely blatant about how they want to completely ethnically cleanse and eliminate any threat from any Muslims that are in this part of southern Lebanon. So, meanwhile, though, let's go ahead and put these four up on the screen. Trump going out of his way, even after Israel, immediately defies the prohibition on doing anything in Lebanon. He says, whether people like Israel or not, they have proven to be a great ally of the United States of America, Emily.
After a 6-hour flight to Massachusetts, we finally made it. However, I have a monster headache, so I'm hoping it doesn't affect me on today's challenge, since we are starting off this trip with a pretty heavy one. Today, we're in Medford, Massachusetts, heading to Yoki Japanese Restaurant and Bar to take on their over 10-pound tonkatsu ramen challenge. Definitely the biggest bowl in all of New England, but I'm a ramen lover, so this should be a pleasant one, and maybe just a little filling. It's probably not the smartest idea to be wearing a Yankees cap here in Boston. If you guys aren't aware, the New York Yankees are the biggest rival to the Boston Red Sox, and the fans here are crazy. So I hope I don't get beat up, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be okay. And to kick off this New England state trip, we're starting with a proper bowl of ramen. Now, I've done ramen challenges in my kitchen, which doesn't count, but I've never actually done a proper one at a restaurant. And this is massive. The biggest bowl of ramen that I have ever seen. And the kicker is, you only get 35 minutes to complete this, so there's not going to be much time to enjoy it and just eat. A handful of people that beat this? Many losses?
Yeah, there was a good amount of loss.
Okay.
Most people appreciate that. Like influencers,
Oh, eaters, yeah. Okay, well, hopefully I can walk away with the win. This is my first time in Boston, so. Is this Boston?
It's outside of Boston. People would not like to be called Boston.
Oh, really? Okay, it's like that.
People in Boston get that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Will I get in trouble for wearing this hat?
You might if you walk around Fenway.
I'll definitely stay away from Fenway. 3, 2, 1, start. All right. It's been a while since I've had ramen, so I'm going to enjoy this while I can. I did give this some time to cool down. When they poured the broth in there, it was still boiling. Oh, this is going to be a really good challenge. I'm no ramen expert, but when I do indulge, I usually go with the shoyu ramen. Tonkatsu is a bit richer and creamier, however, this one is excellent. Now, some people like to mix everything together, but I tend to eat it as is. I don't think there's a wrong way to eat it, but I'm sure someone will let me know in the comments. I am not going to use chopsticks the entire time. I will fail if I use these. I'd say I'm pretty decent with chopsticks, just not the fastest. Now, for Yoki's Tonkatsu Ramen Challenge, it features around 7 pounds of food before the broth, including corn, bamboo, spinach, 8 soft-boiled egg halves, pork belly, and Naruto Maki, or Naruto for short. And if you've seen the anime, the swirls look very similar to the headband symbol, and I'm pretty sure there might have been some inspiration there. I mean, he was named after a ramen topping, so take that as you will. Then the bowl is filled up with their rich, creamy broth to bring the total around 10 pounds. I've got 35 minutes to finish everything to get the $62 ramen free, a $58 gift card, and my photo on their social media wall of fame. That is it for the meat, and it was very good. Very sure it was pork, but they fried it, so it had great flavor. You know, I don't even know what these little guys are. I see them in ramen bowls all the time, but I have no idea. That right there would be the Naruto Maki, which is a type of Japanese fish cake with a chewy consistency. I'm not cultured when it comes to Asian food. Even though I am half Korean, I'm pretty clueless when it comes to most Asian cuisine, especially anything beyond Americanized versions. One of these days, I'd love to take a trip to Korea, Japan, China, and the surrounding countries to really experience the culture and learn more about the food firsthand. It's been a minute since I've been out of America. Okay, I think we're going to retire the chopsticks. Unless we make really good time, the chopsticks with noodles, that'll take me forever. Oh, that is a brick of noodles. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to take out some noodles, some ramen. It's not super hot, but it is still warm. I'm wearing a sweater, and the weather here in Massachusetts is very nice. It's actually in the 70s, so I'm not even sure why I'm wearing a sweater. Normally when I fly, I throw on a sweater since planes are usually chilly. And this morning, it was in the 30s back in Utah, so it made sense at the time. I mean, I could take it off right now, but I guess I've decided to suffer through this giant bowl of ramen. Between the hot broth and the layers, I'm basically turning this into a full-on sauna session, sweating it out one bite at a time. We are just 9 minutes in now, and we're actually doing really well. I'd prefer doing ramen challenge any day over a pho challenge. If I'm honest, I'm not really a big fan of pho. I think ramen is so much better. Maybe it's because I failed almost every pho challenge I've ever attempted. But even aside from that, I've just never really been a big fan of pho. I know I might get crucified for saying that, and that's totally fine. But ramen, on the other hand, is a completely different story. I could honestly eat ramen every single day and be a happy man. So we've pretty much knocked out everything except the noodles. There's some corn scattered in there. But everything else is pretty much done, other than the broth. One of the things I really like about ramen is the noodles used. Even when the noodles sit in the broth for 10 minutes or so, they don't get super thick, soaking everything up like a sponge. They tend to stay firm and hold texture pretty well, which makes it more enjoyable to eat. To me, that's a big difference compared to other noodles pho that can get soft and heavy pretty quickly. I'm hoping that they have ice cream or something here to have afterwards. My body is soaked right now. These clothes need to go in the washer. You guys have ice cream here? Which one's the best? Other Japanese flavor. Okay, thank you. Might as well put that in now to get my body to cool down a little bit. Alright. And that is what we have left. Not much. Oh, I can't wait for that ice cream. Alright, so we're getting close to the finish line with plenty of time to spare, and I cannot wait for that ice cream to hit the table to cool me down. The tonkatsu ramen was fantastic, loved all the ingredients, the broth was creamy, savory, and everything came together perfectly. A big thank you to everyone here at Yoki Japanese Restaurant and Bar. I couldn't have asked for a better experience. In the next episode, I'll be in Sturbridge, Massachusetts at Teddy G's taking on their big Mac Attack Challenge, complete with a full row of pickle chips. This one should be fun. I'm trying to be a civilized human being by using the soup spoon, but I don't think that's going to work, so I'm going to have to pick it up and drink it. This bowl is incredibly hard to drink out like this. I know I have a bowl right here, but I think I read in the rules that you weren't allowed to transfer food, so I'm not really sure what the bowl's for. Oh, the ice cream? Thank you so much. That is quite a bit of ice cream, huh? That is it. Time stops then. There we go. Wanted to get an even time. 27 minutes to finish Yogi's 10-pound ramen challenge. Happy that's done, but I cannot wait to get into this right now. All done. Maybe just that tiny bit. You're gonna make me finish that. Okay, not even a drop in there.
It should be refreshing for you.
Yeah. I'm sweating. I'm soaked right now. I'm sweating. Oh, that's so good. That's cooling to the body.
I was like in 15 minutes, but wow, it's already almost finished it.
It also helps that I haven't eaten all day.
That's your strategy.
Yeah, I didn't eat all day. That's my strategy. Happy to get the win here at Yoki, and for beating it, I do get a $58 gift card to come back to use later. Sadly, they don't have any t-shirts. If they did, I would have just bought one with the gift card. Oh, that is a nice stretch. Okay. I need to be in there right now. Lifetime Fitness, maybe my hotel will have a decent gym. And on this trip, we got the Nissan Sentra, my other favorite car that gets great fuel mileage. I lied. It's actually a Nissan Altima. Still gets great gas mileage. Now, we have like a 40-minute drive to the hotel. 40 minutes. It's going to suck.
on, Shumpert. I'll tell you what, he was ready to go to war right there for them Bulls.
Yeah. Oh, made some good points.
He did absolute stuff. I still think my answer was never. I could have been on one of the ass teams down to the bottom. I could have been on one of the ass teams.
Probably Pacers.
I wish we could throw you out there and see. Maybe you find out the same way you found out about the Bulls.
Uncalled for.
I don't know if I'm getting crossroads, John Road, and MLK. Maybe I'm the one doing that.
They had the Jordan rules. Bad boys had to get through. Land Beerman boys, Rodman.
Case that for sure. That's what I'm saying.
Bad boys.
You guys are talking about like 4 teams.
The playoffs.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying first game of the season, worst team. I'm on the fucking
Washington Bolts.
Flint Tropics.
Yeah.
I'm on the Flint Tropics.
How about you putting up? How many points you got to score?
Well, defensive specialist. I'm passing that thing.
Yeah.
I might hit a 3 and D. Definitely. I'm popping wood out there. I'm talking about the Flint Tropics. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
NBA kind of has always only been 4 to 8 teams if you think about it.
I tell you, people do not like the way this season has gone with the obvious good, obvious bad. I don't know how they fix it. I'm excited to hear. There was something that Adam Silver this weekend. There was a rumor or something. I forget what it was. Fuck. Tier. Maybe Ryan Smith said something about it. Like a tier. Like if you qualify to be a part of it, as opposed to having to outright, you could like qualify for that. I forget how he worded it. It's like I like that they're trying to figure it out, but every game being a 6-point spread. Obviously, basketball it's only 2 shots. It's still like all year they had a 25.5-point spread.
Yeah.
All time. It's like that's not good.
That means the playoffs. The Celtics are favored by 14 points.
Yeah, so it's like how do teams get better? And then now they're doing expansion. I don't know. It's all fascinating. It's all interesting. I guess content is content, and events are events. If you can sell tickets to an event, people will go to event. Okay, like you're in Indianapolis. People will go to Pacer games if they have friends in town. What is there going on Tuesday? Oh, we can go to a Pacer game. Let's go to a Pacer. So it's a live event. I get that. But from a watching and like buying in perspective, sometimes it's hard to know who's trying. Now, playoff basketball.
Ooh, yes.
Everybody wants a piece.
Oh yeah.
Even in Orlando Magic, we're trying to take a little bite of that. They're
The first time in over a year, Tom Dwan is back on the felt playing poker with Phil Hellmuth. But is his mental health okay, and why is he red? Those answers, plus the Michigan pro who faked his own kidnapping was finally sentenced. All of these and a little bit of more on tonight on
Your champion.
Hi, I'm Ryan DePaul. Welcome to DJ Debrief. 4-time WSOP ring winner George Jansen pled guilty to fraud and won himself a mid-stakes fine of 36 months in a federal prison. We've been covering the saga on the show, but if you don't know, this was the guy who took out $4 million in auto loans for cars that didn't exist. Then, when he presumably degened the money, he faked his own kidnapping to get out of it. To set up the double-barrel bluff, George went all out. He got an encrypted ransom note, zip ties, even abandoned his car 90 miles from home. Ah, yes, the classic fat, middle-aged man with no sex traffic value gets kidnapped bluff. I like it, with a little bit of, the mob made me take out the loan seasoning. Despite this, Jansen did not face any charges relating to the fake kidnapping, only being charged and sentenced based on the fraud. So I guess actually, deadass, that was a good bluff. According to Poker News, his attorney made the argument that the fraudulent auto loans were caused by, quote, the hardship that his car dealership experienced during COVID. Weren't cars worth all-time highs because of the supply chain or whatever the fuck? Also, bro, this isn't the birth of your child. You can't claim COVID to get out of it. My favorite part, though, was his lawyer arguing that George's intention is to pay the restitution with the proceeds of his poker winnings. George will be able to pursue playing a larger venue, which will allow him to earn more money. Spending 4 years in prison will help nobody. He just needs to double down and play larger stakes to get out of the hole. Also, 4 years in prison will help nobody? No, the Aryan Angels are going to get a brand new recruit as soon as George learns it's the only way to keep his tater tots in virginity. George, while awaiting sentencing, actually did win a tournament for 18K, along with some other D-clubs. And this is why the judge actually made an unprecedented ruling where he's allowing George to play poker from prison, but he ordered him to pay the 900K restitution with cigarettes and kisses on the cheek. A Reddit post from Poker went semi-viral last week. It's only a 4-second clip, but it's all we need because it's footage of a poker tournament taking place in the same room as a fucking funeral. Let's take a look. There's the poker, and behind the curtain, funeral. I wonder which after room smelled worse. I think I would hate to have my funeral in the same room as a tournament. Maybe 3 people in the tournament are gonna pay me my respects, but most of the room will be like, oh yeah, Ryan DePolo, dead behind the curtain, yeah, fuck that guy. I busted out his funeral to runner boat. That fucking guy sucked, and I hate his family too. Also, big congratulations in order on this Reddit user who got their comment featured on Poker.org's video about this. You did it, butthole pussy. Congratulations. I'm sure with that username you're dying for the day to get someone like Poker.org to put it in a video, and you did it, bud. But I'm wondering, like, yo, when you say butthole pussy, do you mean you yourself are afraid of butt play, like you are a butthole pussy? Or you mean like you like ass pussy like Mauricia? Funerals and pokers, though, weren't the only things merging this week. FanDuel and PokerStars US have merged companies, as well as the liquidity and player pools, with Michigan, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania all at one site now. Players can now play PokerStars from their FanDuel wallets, which is a great way to get fish on your site. Yo, Coin, can we do something like this? That'd be so sick. Like, maybe anytime somebody deposits 3 times in one day using a credit card on Prize Picks, they instantly get a coin account. That'd be pretty sick. For those of you not in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan, you do have the best option of poker sites available. Use code RDP and sign up for Coin Poker. Do it right fucking now. We got a sick iOS app, and what's better, on the 23rd and 27th, I'm doing 2 8K free rolls. Code RDP users only will get emailed the tickets or in your account. Use code RDP, getting those 8K free rolls. It's only gonna be like 300 people in each one, and take part in the Special Olympics of online poker. Brock Wilson, a nice guy, pokercoaching.com coach, and an American pro with 13 million in live earnings, has been running incredibly hot recently, winning his 3rd tournament in a month. His most recent was winning the 5K US Poker Open event, where he beat Stupid Sexy Awesomeness heads up, despite Jeremy having a significant chip lead entering the final 2. Brock was actually playing in the same room alongside his poker-playing girlfriend, who fucking hero called me in Florida, day 2 of the 3500 WBT, with 3rd pair when I checked, raised, bet, jammed Cherish Andrews, one of the top female players in the world. She was making a deep run herself in another 5K US Poker Open event. She actually won that tournament. After telling her friends that her downswing was driving her to retirement, she literally told them that this was going to be her last tournament before going back to working a regular hot girl job, and then boom, banked for 117K. Is that supposed to be inspirational? I feel like that's kind of sad. Like, she almost made it out of the pro poker mind virus. But the gods decided, no, we're not ready to let you out of our deathly grasp, Cherish. We'll take you back. Here's the win. Also, this headline, come on, I get it, the guy's running hot, but come on, really, poker news? Can anyone stop him? I mean, yo, Brock is a really cool, nice guy, but look at him. He looks like he could be stopped by a sneeze or glue. He looks like he's allergic to peanuts and stick shift. So Brock and Cherish are one of maybe 4 actually winning poker power couples. Usually, though, when you see poker couples, it's 2 uggos in Borgata hoodies smoking cigarettes after busting while one plays the slot. Now, if, like most of us, you don't have a poker girlfriend and you have to go to the farmer's market and shit like that on your days off, don't worry, because Coin Poker, you can turn the sound off and still ruin your life on iOS, Android. Sign up, use the code RDP. Giveaways every month coming now, guys, and it helps me and feeds my daughter. And if you use code RDP, the tickets are free, so I got a free chance at, like, whatever first is gonna be, 2K, 1K, I don't fucking know. I gotta play. It's for our family, for our future. It's free. I have no choice but to play poker on the 23rd and 27th, honey. Get out of my room, bitch. Joe Mizreg McKeekey did a depressing interview about how the rake is getting out of control, especially at Borgata, and arguing buy-ins should raise with inflation.
Look at, like, something out east here, Borgata. If you look at, like, their opening event, it's now a $520 plus $80 tournament. Where in the past it was like a $550 plus $50, and some people have looked at it and been like, I don't think I can win in this tournament, so why would I play it? And they've been sitting out.
I agree. I guess so. Yeah. Except, I mean, maybe the part when you say, like, most people sat out because they see the rake is unbeatable. Trust me. 520 plus 80 is not a problem for fucking beatability. Well, I've ran a 500 plus 100 every month for years, and that shit was a fucking cakewalk. Because what happens is sometimes the higher rate actually, in a way, serves to filter out pros like yourself, because they're the only ones aware of it. So, in a way, it's like more rake is better. Whoa, Papadinix! Oh, shit! You saw the vlog hands. Yes, I know. I was just studying right now. Anyway, this Joe McKeon. Come on, bro. This doesn't look like the setup of a main event winner. This is the type of couch, drape, lighting, microphone combo of a guy at a mandatory driving safety course after he got a DUI. What the fuck, dude? On to our next story. Tom Ketamine Snake Dwan made his first televised appearance on Helmut's Home Game, whatever the fuck that is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Helmut's Home Game.
Playing 25-50, and he won 150K. Dwan, a legacy legend, has not played poker in over a year. He seemed pretty clearly, if you remember, to be having some mental episode, because he had been tweeting from a psych ward in England about government conspiracies and how he was kidnapped, and there were signs in the months after, same shit, you know, the usual. But I'm really glad he's doing better enough to play poker. It's great.
Folks, I'm with Tom Dwan. Well, this guy, Tom. How do you know how Tom Dwan? You had a great time playing Helmut's Home Game. You were really into the conversations, and you handled yourself so well.
Well, it was the first thing I played in a year. You know, I had some shit go down a year ago, and it, you know, I always, my whole life, I was around some pretty heavy shit, and I did a pretty good job staying out of it. And one time I couldn't, and so I was a little nervous the first time I played on TV.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's no fun. You find out a bunch of fucking foreign spying shit on U.S. soil, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, you play it comfortable.
What the fuck was that, Tom? Foreign spy shit on U.S. soil? What are you talking about? Why is your skin so red? No wonder you're so paranoid. You've been literally microwaved. Maybe I shouldn't react. Well, obviously get the answer because he just said one of the most fascinating wild things ever. I'm sure obviously Phil Hellmuth is going to dive into that a little bit more.
You play a comfortable vibe. I won a song run, I won like 150K. It was nice. You know?
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, you won 150. I was pretty proud of my win, although I made a really bad fold at the end.
Phil, what the fuck? That's what you were going to ask? Okay, now it's confirmed. Hellmuth literally cannot talk about anything but how much he won. Tom just said, actually it was so crazy, I forgot what he said. Can you play back?
You know, like, it's no fun. You find out a bunch of fucking foreign spying shit on U.S. soil, right?
It's no fun when you find out a bunch of foreign spy shit on U.S. soil. I actually, it's sad. I'm not even joking. Like, mental illness is serious, and it sucks that, I don't know. But, I mean, maybe there are foreign spies. But, guys, we could skip to the next thing now, right? It's like, it doesn't get any more exploitative than this clip, right? This guy's crying for help. Tommy isn't going to just simply use him in crisis.
I'm going to say this, Tom Dwan, the poker world loves you. You're a legend. You're a good guy. We love Tom Dwan.
Phil, first of all, you can't speak for the poker community on the whole. That's crazy. The only community you're eligible to speak for are people who eat sandwiches like this. Food makes me laugh. Oh, what is this? Second, you are so wrong, you don't even speak for your own fucking Instagram followers. Look at the comments. Everyone's pissed at him. This really does feel exploitative. So with that in mind, any mentally ill people want to promote code RDP, I'll ignore all cries for help, and I'll give you $5 an hour. Help me promote code RDP if you're in mental health crisis. Anyway, I guess Dwan is going to be on a recurring player on Helmut's Home Game, so that's exciting to see if, you know, he'll stay in the black or stay red.
It's the trooper.
I used to get excited, but I don't even care anymore, guys. He hit a grand last episode. It feels like that's like, it's like, where are we gonna go? Like, why are we even doing this, man? It's a good bookend to the bit. Like, he's really not even making that much content anymore right now. Like, how long can we keep this up? Holy shit. An hour and 48 minutes of the troop. That's the same runtime as Zootopia. Just like Zootopia, seeing this makes me horny, bro. A little guilty.
This is Coin Poker's code RDP Trooper moment.
I said on Twitter the other day that
Wait, hold on. We can't start in the middle of his video. We gotta start at the beginning. There's no comment. What is he? We don't know what the fuck is going on.
I said on Twitter the other day that I run circles around most.
That's the start. He just cold opens the video with his psychotic rant. At least he just ripped the band-aid off right off the jump and knows what we're watching for. But Jesus Christ, Trooper.
And that's just true. I see them out here every single day, and I literally run circles around most of the ones that I come in contact with. So, I mean, listen, who cares? Unless you see me running circles around you, then maybe you shouldn't even worry about it. You know what I mean? I'm making videos about my journey through the slot world.
No, Troop, you're right. You're not addicted to slots. You're on a journey through the slot world.
Oh, Buffalo's song. We'll see what this old dude was doing. I will First spin, holding spin. So let's just stay right here, keep the camera on. Don't turn the camera off. Don't do it.
An hour and 40 minutes later, we see this
I can
part.
tell you this. I have been associating with some of the very top slot players in the entire game for the last year. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, none of that matters. I'm just telling you. And I've learned a lot from these people, and I've also innovated a few things myself.
Wow, true. You meet with the slot Illuminati and they taught you the ways of the Force, huh? You know, I shouldn't even be shitting on him that much. He won $1,000. I couldn't even do that on a slot machine. I fucking boom. God damn, I've been running down.
Now this, on the other hand, is definitely worth my time. This is worth my time right here, y'all. Rip it.
Wait, Trooper, the massive slot Illuminati foreign spy on U.S. soil slot secret shit you have is this blurred out must-hit number behind the screen? What the fuck? We all can see that number, dude. That's not a fucking secret. You don't need to network to find that shit out, you idiot. Just admit that you're addicted to slots and the buddy from Zootopia was fuck up. Oh, wait, the last part was me.
Now, he doesn't deserve any applause. He called with King Jack.
Been getting a bit of grief about my footwear lately, so I decided to wear a more sensible pair today. A pair more becoming of a man my age, you might say. Ow. Right, we're going to Darlington today to eat out of a bin. Somebody's got to do it. Kind of. The Moors Tavern. Just leave it on the path. Whatever, I've done it now. Right, now this is what we're doing today, the bin lid challenge. So it's not actually a full bin, but you get the idea. Can't get me, it's windy. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't see behind the sign. I messaged about your bin lid thingy. A team of 4. They took it home. That's embarrassing. This is the Wall of Fame, currently unoccupied, but hopefully by the end of the day, either my picture or at least my name will be on there. I don't know which of the two. I think you can always tell the authenticity of a British pub if they've got scampy fries behind the behind the bar. And they do. Quiz as well, inflation busting prices there. I think I've only eaten out of a bin lid, or a trash can lid, if you're American, once before. It was actually a pretty good meal, one of my favourites. And it wasn't far from here actually, it was in a place called Yarm, which I think is probably about 30 miles from here. Maybe it's like a northern thing, northeastern thing. It's supposed to look something like this. Flipping heck. It's pretty big, though. Pretty big. Think I'm gonna do it? Yeah, 100%. Yeah? 100%. No doubt whatsoever. Right, okay. No pressure. It is actually in a bin lid as well. It's not just a figure of speech. Right, today we're at a place called the Moors Tavern. Moors Tavern. Which is just north of Darlington, pretty much, right? And I'm taking on the bin lid challenge. 45 minutes to finish. And if you finish, it's free. And you've already shown me the t-shirt. So I know you get it. Is it in like XL or something? It's large. Large will do. Is it half roast chicken? There's a half roast chicken, some kind of kebab skewer dealing, a big burger, nachos, chips, and some of the biggest onion rings. This is baby food. This is the bin lid challenge. Maybe I'll go with the chicken first. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to You Got It, another episode. This music is giving me heavy DC vibes. You hear that? Anyways, I made out of a literal bin lid. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. You get an action shot. Whoa. They're like the same size as my ribs. Look at that. That's not saying much. Like I do have a bit of a pigeon chest. I have that effect on people. Don't worry. Oh, thanks, mate. Put it down here. Still want the bones clogging the table. Is that all clean enough? Yeah. Right, bones are going down there. Yeah, always good to get a bone inspection early on. Come on, keep it together. Good to make sure the bones are considered clean, so then you don't have to go back at the end when you might be short on time. I actually think I'm the world's worst rib eater. I think that I don't think there's anyone worse than me. Definitely the world's worst rib eater. That's half the rack done. I'm gonna get these out of the way first. This is the trickiest part to eat. I need to be putting more time in the gym, I think. Yeah, too much time spent in hotel gyms this year, I think. I'm wasting away, Sal. I'm gonna speed up, this is taking me forever. Come on. That's more like it. Yeah, if you haven't known, I'm awful at eating ribs. Any kind of meat on the bone, really. Anything that requires technique and efficiency. That clean enough, Gaffer? Right, what next? Let's do the burger. Yeah, let's. This thing's a behemoth. 2 or 3 patties in there, I think. Bacon, cheese, chili. The works. Let's have a toast. Come on. What is that thing? Yeah, I got the burger with a side order of intense blasphemy. It's a good burger, though. 10 minutes in, though, and I really haven't made that much progress yet. How long have we gone? There we go. 10 minutes. I leave these ones on my forehead than my mouth, I think. Back to the chicken. Yeah, I wanted to get the chicken done reasonably early on because launched though it was, I knew it wouldn't be particularly exciting to eat towards the end, if I even make it there. Anyway, in case you weren't paying attention at the start of the video, today we're at the Moore's Tavern, apparently. So that's how the owner said it. We're taking on a bin lid challenge. You get 45 minutes to finish a bin lid full of stuff. 35 quid, but if you finish, it's free and you get a winner's t-shirt. I don't normally sweat this much, I promise. Yeah, it was a rather balmy day, so I'm developing a bit of a shame to me. It's hard work eating like this, trust me. Let's save the onion rings for the end. What's this thing? Potato spiral. It's spicy. Oh, for eat spicy, not like ghost chili spicy. Thank God. It's interesting. I've never had potato on a skewer before. I suppose it seems logical when you think about it. I have some kind of almost literally any sauce. Like anything, maybe like a barbecue or something like that. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, any dip will do at this point. I'm anticipating just how tough the starch might be, so a bit of sauce should help sweeten the deal a bit, change up the flavour a smidge. I'm gonna grease up your bottle. I'll buy you some more sauce, I promise. It's cool, it's in there. Right, what next? I'll do the chips. Yeah, shock horror. These chips were actually decent. I'm inclined normally to complain at this point, but they were super fluffy, nice and soft. So they went down a tree. Normally they're like tree bark. Can I get a Diet Coke or something like that, please? Make sure it's diet and watch my figure. That was the biggest pity laugh of all time. Right. We got some time to play with. You know, ordinarily, I complain a lot about chips / fries. They were actually pretty good. They were soft, which makes them easy to eat. That's a good thing. Don't worry about that. It's not a bomb. The onion rings I'm saving for the end, so I guess. Nachos, matey boy. Fortunately, they were covered in cheese and crispy bacon. Bacon? Bacon lardon thingies. Bacon? Which was helpful because now I've got almost no saliva left. So a bit of cheesy goo goes a long way. Once we're done with that, we just got the corn, the bacon wrapped onion rings, and the coleslaw to go. That coleslaw though, that poses, let me tell you, a far bigger problem than I anticipated. Just get that out of the way. It looks a bit disgusting. See me so far, mate. It's nice that no mushrooms either, which is always a bonus. I didn't catch what you said there. Probably something about adding mushrooms to derail me. It's hard to get this all up without eating the paper. I mean, I'll eat the paper if I have to. I've eaten paper before. It'll do you no harm. 22:45. There's a lot of coleslaw left though. Yeah, it ain't over till the shredded cabbage stings, which it will. That's bad. After 20 minutes of chewing, it's gonna sting. Is that a clean cob? That's finished? Yeah? Good old sweet corn. I think it's been a while. It feels like it's been ages since I ate sweet corn. You can laugh at me eating corn like an old bloke with dentures now. There's a reason I never do that world sweet corn eating champions thingy. I don't know what I'm laughing at. My inability to eat cleanly, maybe. Not bad, alright. Spoon or fork, I don't know, like anything that can dig, so thank you very much. I don't know why I just didn't. Look away! Look away! Yeah, fear not. Nothing befits the time lapse like a bearded fella eating coleslaw. Although this wasn't too creepy. Ooh. Ooh, indeed. Forget the ham acting for a second there. I think that's just my way of indicating that we're getting low on time. Fortunately, we don't have too much left. Just some onion rings. Oh yeah, I can't wait to eat these onion rings. And coleslaw was brutal. I thought that'd be easy. Yeah, no such luck, kiddo. Fortunately, it is in the rearview mirror now. Bacon wrapped. I like it. Bacon wrapped onion rings. What a time to be alive. It's got a bit of a Ron Swanson to it. And actually, they were pretty good. Should be going down for a while. It's hard to get a read on the flavour of something when you don't really want to eat anymore. But I think they were good. Anyway, we're almost there. Almost. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one. Can I get an inspection, boss? Is that to your liking? Yeah? Where's my pat on the back there? My jaws is done for. Oh, it's all worth it for a t-shirt though. Thank you very much. Snazzy. I like it. It's a good one. It's got a little bit of stretch to it as well. It feels premium. Oh, you feel that's not solid. It's like a D flat, I think. Did I spell it right or wrong? Oh, well, you spelled it right, but wrong. That makes sense. Spelled it correctly. Too long. Just put on there too long. Look at that. What a park job. Alright, we're back. And today I'm in a place called Malton, which is another one of these ye olde English market towns, famed for its grub. Apparently it's commonly referred to as the food capital of the north. I mean, nobody really calls it that, but I read it on Wikipedia. Anyway, let's get inside, see what's up. Food, probably. Hi, I'm here to smash your mixed grill up. I don't know why I said that so confidently. Yeah, I heard you got a big mixed grill thingy.
I think you're going to be defeated.
You think I'm going to be defeated? I've never heard that before.
Sticks and more chips on.
Sticks and more chips on, did you hear that? Everyone does that.
And he was defeated.
Yeah?
He was defeated. He ate the burger first. Defeated. First hurdle, gone. And then this tiny little guy comes in, the one that you've seen the picture, and says, I want to do the challenge. But he'd been doing all his homework.
Alright.
You have to eat this meat first. And you have to do that. Honestly,
I wish you guys watched my video. It took like an hour and 15 minutes.
no, it took him more than that. It
Oh,
was
was it?
2.5 hours. Because
Good. What? 2.5 hours?
it was something like that.
You should drive to London in that time. I like this. I'm not sure it's a responsible message, but I can get behind it. This is it. Hopefully I can finish it because I've been gloating since I got here. I don't really know why. If you got my phone in hand, I wouldn't swipe left or right so much. Just in case I'm joking. Right. Don't forget the name of the place. Wentworth Arms. Right, so we're a place called the Wentworth Arms, and grill challenge. The landlady and the owner of the place does not. She quite vociferously thinks I'm not going to do it. Is that correct? Yeah. And yeah, one sitting right, no funny business, no toilet breaks or anything like that. And you got what's on here? We've got sausages, black pudding, pineapple. I always find that a bit weird on a mixed grill. It looks delicious anyway. Whatever's on here, it looks good. So right, yeah. Without further ado, this is Mixed Food, and this is a giant mixed grill challenge. A lot of people give me grief for leaving the mushrooms to the end, so I'm going to start with them today. I'm going to start with one of them. Forget that, I'll do the rest at the end. Let's do some tasty stuff. I'll start with a burger. No, sausages. Crucial decision there. A choice of critical importance. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, and today I'm taking on a rather sizable mixed grill at a place called the Wentworth Arms, and this is a fun one. Well, I mean, it was fun to film. I can't objectively say it's going to be fun to watch, but I think so. I mean, it's always more entertaining for me if the owner of the restaurant believes with cast iron certainty that I'm not going to be able to finish the challenge. That always makes it a lot more fun. And yeah, it's mixed grill, which may require some further explanation for international viewers, because a mixed grill is pretty much a preeminent part of classic British pub grub history. I do find it a little bit odd though, because it's kind of a halfway house between a breakfast and some kind of butcher's hamper, because you got the eggs on there, the black pudding, the sausages, but it's also accompanied by cuts of meat like lamb chops and stuff like that. I've got tomato juice on the table already. Scoffing a load of food, that's the idea anyway. I don't think I can finish, so I'm going to try and prove them wrong. The lamb was delicious, by the way. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, it's not common that I enjoy lamb. I'm not the world's biggest lamb fan, but this was good lamb. I'm going to stop saying lamb now. I know I said it so many times. Let's talk about the history behind this particular food challenge, because it's an interesting one. Legend has it that one day, one of the pub regulars came into the pub and asked for a mixed grill with everything on it. And from then on, it gradually became part of the pub's folklore, and people would come in and try and defeat the challenge. And that's how I think most traditional, old school, very famous food challenges in North American stuff, they typically tend to start with some kind of story like that. So I thought that was cool.
I told you I wouldn't use a cutlery.
I don't really know why I look weirdly proud of that. Anyway, I should say this is what's called in the industry a pay-to-play, meaning you don't get it free if you win, but you do get free dessert and of course the bragging rights.
It's so big you can't actually see everything that's on it. This is the fried chicken.
I think that's pretty self-evident, but if you're watching on a really small screen, maybe you wouldn't get to see. But the most impressive thing about this, I've got to say, is the thing you wouldn't expect good from a pub would like fried chicken.
I don't put them off his lunch. No. Heroes, tell him to aim a little bit higher than me. I'm committed several crimes against food here, in that I'm eating the steak with my hands and I'm dipping it in ketchup. That's frowned on.
I can see the searing hatred in the comments because I'm eating the steak not only with my hands, but I'm also dipping it in I think a combination of ketchup, mayonnaise, and barbecue sauce. But whatever, it helps it go down. It's my steak. I do what I like. Anyway, what else is in this? We got, it's going to be hard to itemize everything. We got lamb chops, gammon, steak, a burger on there for some reason. That's not really a traditional part of a mixed grill, but it was a welcome addition. We got onion rings, chips, sausages, black pudding, fried eggs, which is what I'm eating now with my hands. It shouldn't be. And the pineapple. I never really understand the whole pineapple on gammon thing, but I like pineapple.
Thank you. I think that should be just about enough. Right, what next? Let's do this humongous burger. Most of the food's gone now.
The owner's starting to come around now. She's thinking he's not just a pretty, well, not a pretty face. He's not just a hairy face.
Somebody just spilled that beer. I'm usually the messiest person in the house.
Yeah, it's customary, certainly where I'm from, to feign interest or make a token apology if somebody spills a drink. He didn't really get a great deal of sympathy out of me.
Speed up a little.
I don't really need to speed up. There's no rush. You get one whole indeterminate sitting in which to finish this thing, and according to what did she say? The last guy, the only guy to do this, took 2.5 hours to do so, which deserves respect because there are not many activities I can think of that I could do for 2.5 hours, let alone eating.
The gammon. Forgot the gammon.
How can I forget the gammon? I should say that ketchup is not a traditional accoutrement for the hind leg of pork, but we're freestyle on this one. I'm experimenting.
Where am I now?
Yeah, the length is normally a dead giveaway. Short hairs can sometimes raise concerns. I'm just eating food anyway. Pick it out and go on. This was a pretty long one. We just finished the chips, which actually were alright. You know me, I'm not a big fan of chips, but these are kind of like fish and chip shop chips. Nice and fluffy on the middle. On the middle?
Right, what we got left? 2 pots of peas. I call them double peas. I love on your ring, so I tend to save them to the end. Not a conventional way to eat peas, but effective. Oh, thank you.
In case you thought I wasn't cool, I'm out here consuming garden peas like shots of tequila. You ever seen that before? At least I only got 3 of them. Yeah, fortune favors the hairy today. Just the 3 mushrooms. They're probably slightly larger than average mushrooms, but that's not terrible. I can handle that. On the black pudding now, which was juicy. It's pretty good. Oh, these feel like they're going to be good anyways. Oh yeah, these are good. Yeah, the onion rings were good. So good, in fact, I felt the need to entirely stuff my mouth full of them. What a scruff. It's alright, we're gonna clean up. There we go. You got it, son. You got it. We're almost done now, and this was a highly enjoyable meal. I know why this is a pay-to-play, because the food is uncharacteristically good quality, let's put it that way. And I think it costs like 30 quid, which might seem a little bit pricey, but you get a lot of food, and it tastes good. Hope you enjoyed it. Catch you next one.
You're right about the onion rings. They are very nice. I don't know if I can do the pineapple. I think it might be too much.
You don't get a free credit. He wins a free credit.
You have a little face. You didn't think I could do it, did you?
I want to know how long it's taken. That is no time at all. That is correct. 2.5 hours the other guy took.
Oh, like 20, about 23 minutes. Oh. Thank you. Ooh, I don't know what pudding would you recommend?
This is a proper cheese dip. It's not light, it's really dense.
Mmm.
Pat's motto. I hope she's talking about either food or beard or something. I don't think about it. Okay, darling, what's the name of the town we're going to today?
Frisbee.
I'm not love actually, yeah. Want to get in the back seat for 12 seconds of heaven? The open road. Is it good to have me back, darling?
Oh, yeah.
That is sincere, but it's very sincere. Nay. Well, I'm truly having the sticks now.
Proper Jeepers Creepers vibes.
What do you think of this man? Yeah, choppers. If anyone's going to be eating anyone around here, it's me. That's a weird look. Well, I suppose eating people's just always weird, isn't it? Oh, yeah, we are. This is the spot. You can't wear those. Nice little spot, isn't it?
I watch every single video you do.
Oh, do you?
Everybody watched beer when it was coming.
Oh, thanks, mate. Nearly as good as meeting Ian Rush. Yeah. Good lord. That is praise indeed. Good lord. It's bigger than it looks in the pictures. It's pretty big, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be longer than that. How spicy is the chili?
You're not gonna like it.
Oh god. Are these fumes? Yeah. Yeah, I can tell because there's nothing on them in the back room out the way here. Don't worry putting off any fellow diners. I think I might smash you up at pool afterwards. Pool.
So it's like lynching
it all apart, and then he's doing it. It was brilliant. Got to 13 minutes, and you just saw this wall smack him across the face.
Alright, today I'm at the New Anchor Inn in Friskney, and I'm taking on their, it's got a special name or just the Burger Challenge?
The Anchor Challenge.
The Anchor Challenge, right? You get 30 minutes to finish what is ostensibly 8 pounds of food, chips, chili, sausages, which are at the back here, you probably can't see those, onion rings, coleslaw, and this giant burger. If you do it inside 30 minutes, the meal's on the house.
Meal's free, you get free drink, and you will send a t-shirt.
Oh, a t-shirt too?
Yeah.
It did make me laugh actually when I saw the artwork and it said the meal is free, plus a drink, which is neat. And nobody's done it yet, right?
No one's done it yet.
Without further ado, this is the Anchor Burger Challenge. I thought somebody was going to join in there because a few people see my videos, nobody joined in. Oh, yeah. Right, whenever you're ready, boss.
Time starts when you take your first mouthful.
Right, okay. Put that on top of the coleslaw. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode. As you can no doubt tell, I'm back in the land of mushy peas and free healthcare, or almost free healthcare. I'm back in England, at least for the next few weeks before the next adventure commences, and normally I would ease my way back into things after a trip like the Atlanta trip, but I wound up doing this absolute monster down at the Anchor Inn, or the New Anchor Inn, in a place called Friskney, which sounds a bit like Frisky, which explains that terrible gag at the beginning. I've got it. You know, I could have claimed 5-second rule had I immediately eaten the sausage and dropped on the floor, but I didn't. I put it back on the plate to fester with the rest of the food for some reason. I mean, luckily, the floor of this place looks reasonably clean.
Did you just say it was disgusting? I mean, you're right, but you have to say it.
Nothing says welcome home like Mrs. Beard busting my balls. It's good to have her back.
How far is Stegnes away from here? I blew Mrs. Beard's mind on the way because I've never been to Stegnes in my life. Am I missing out on much? No. Who said that?
This man's in my corner. Yeah, as luck would have it, there were actually a few people in the pub when I did this food challenge who had seen my videos before, and this dude had been covered on the water replenishment front, teamwork. Mrs. Beard clearly wasn't paying attention, or she just sorted me out. Anyway, you get 30 minutes to finish this, which is not a plentiful amount of time for 8 pounds of food. But if you finish, you get the meal free, you get a free drink, any drink from the menu, and a t-shirt. The rest of the chips are what's going to kill me, you know? And there's a lot of coleslaw too. Yeah. Viewer discretion is advised when we hit the coleslaw. Fortunately, we're not there just yet. Did I have a knife and fork somewhere? I know I don't normally use a knife and fork. Oh, thank you. Knife and fork? What's gone into you, old boy? I get the feeling that might... Oh, there we go. Look, I asked for a knife and fork, or some kind of cutlery, and seconds later, abandoned that idea and decided just to go with my hands. It's working so far. I mean, we're only 7.5 minutes in, but let me tell you, it's not over yet. Oh, not much. Look at stuff in this. I'm trying to avoid the actual chili until I need to eat it. Burger patties in there, fried chicken, pulled pork, bacon, cheese. You got onion rings and coleslaw on the side. 2 sausages in the back for some reason, not sure why. Twice cooked chips covered in pretty spicy chili. Ooh, that chili just hit me. I never heard that one before. He's hiding it in his bed. I would like to try. I can't calculate, but it would be interesting to know how many times somebody said that to me.
Oh, somebody. What do you say? It's so much better watching live. You're the only person ever to say that. Nobody's ever said that before. Do you reckon? Well, yeah. For good reason.
Get that man some help. Very few people know the live experience of what you're telling me. I noticed you said that before the coleslaw. He might be of a different opinion thereafter. Yeah, look, he'll definitely be of a different opinion.
I'm sorry about the coleslaw.
Ooh, did you get that crunch from the onion rings? These were some good onion rings, which is incidentally why I left. I didn't leave them until right at the end, but I did. They were a nice little kind of what's the word? Buffer between largely unpleasant. I didn't really enjoy the coleslaw too much, and there was a lot of it. And there are still some twice cooked chips covered in chili. Fortunately, the spice wasn't really uniform. Some parts felt really spicy, and others weren't too bad.
I'm going to put that over there. That's going to optimize the technique. Just kind of, you know. You're getting that look. You're getting that look in you right now where you're mad at me for not going really quick. I'm trying to make it go right down to the wire. Stoop to the plate.
Yeah, that does tend to happen with, any kind of melted cheese, really. We're getting there, though. Slow but sure.
Did you bring any spare underwear with you?
They're laughing because they think it's a joke. It's not a joke. This felt rough. I had a good week off after I got back from Atlanta. This was not an easy way to get back into the swing of things.
How long have we gone?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, this is going to be carnage to watch.
Yeah, but aren't they all? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Are you driving home? You got pina coladas?
Only you would do that. How did you park so far away from the home?
What exactly did Jeremy Hambley say to his contact or connection to have them taken down? Did he just say, I don't like these guys, take them down, boys? Or what?
Even if he said, I don't like these things with my business, with my channel, take them down, boys. And then YouTube did a review of the channel, found out that it violated their terms of service, and they took action on the channel. Jeremy did not commit tortious interference. That's okay to do. That's actually proper. That's why the partner manager exists, to help with the development and maintenance of a partner channel as a special relationship with the company.
is leaving home. The emperor penguin chicks are about to take the biggest step in their young lives. Left alone by their once doting parents, they must leave their icy birthplace and make their way to the sea. Every test they face hones skills they'll need later in life. But one challenge stops them in their tracks. The giant petrel. They try to flee, but running isn't an emperor's strong point. A slip is all the petrel needs. The chick is grabbed by his neck feathers, but the down just falls away. They form a defensive circle and prepare to stand their ground. Despite their chick-like appearance, they are close to a metre tall. Quite a size, even for a giant petrel. The chick towers to full height, protecting those behind. His defiance buys time. It's a standoff. Then, as if from nowhere, an Adelie, the feistiest penguin in the world. He fearlessly puts himself between the chicks and the petrel. Even petrels don't mess with Adelie. Their plucky rescuer accompanies the chicks to the sea. Emperor Cam is there to see them on their way. But entering the water is a daunting prospect. Having an adult around must be reassuring, even if it is a spy. The Adelie seems to be waiting for something too. Another penguin cam is also ready to see them go. Instead, other penguins start to arrive. More Adelies. Their rescuer was just the front runner.
It's time to retreat.
Row, and welcome back to my page. So we're at Laurel Oak Sanctuary today, and we're picking up a tree for my mom. We're going to head over to the house shortly. We're going to dig up a hole and plant that tree for her. In 1970, after a massive oil spill off the coast of California, Earth Day started. The first Earth Day had 20 million Americans show up, which was huge for the 70s. In 1990, it went global. Now over 1 billion people participate in Earth Day every single year. Cute. I like this one. Oh, they're like, I'm ready to be fed. You eating? Purple is my favorite color, so I was attracted to these. Ooh, they have spikes on them though. Can be deadly. So we ended up going with a sweet bay magnolia tree. Magnolias are one of my favorite flowers, and they smell so good, and they bloom a white, beautiful flower. All right, we got her all loaded up in the truck. We're gonna take her over, and we're gonna get her planted. All right. This one seems to be the best. Never planted anything, by the way, so Earth Day is getting me to do it. Yeah, really? Never, nope.
In all your time here with us, we've never made you plant anything.
No. Oh. All right, let's pull this magnolia. Oh my god. Oh yeah, what should we name her? Janice. This is Janice the magnolia. All right. Oh, she's a heavy girl. Come on, Janice. Let's go. Oh my god. Janice. Oh gosh. Oh my god. Janice is a big girl. We have to we have to dig as deep as her pot is and 3 times as wide. So I'm gonna get a little sweaty today. All right, X marks the spot. Oh, here we go. Oh my gosh, there's pulling up a lot of roots already. Okay. That's some good soil right there, people. Oh, that's a good one right there. It's a lot. So, the date April 22nd is Earth Day. And they picked this date for spring breakers and college kids to get more involved. It's nice and moisturized. That's how you know it's good soil. All right, so for the magnolia tree, you've got to get it 3 times as wide and just as deep as the pot is. So I think we're wide enough. Now we just got to dig the rest of the stuff that's in the pool, or in the hole. I'm out of breath. This is a lot of work. So Janice right here might get just as big as this bad boy back here. That is also a magnolia tree. It is a very, very old, beautiful magnolia tree. So hopefully she grows up big and strong, like the one in the back. Whew. There's 2 men here with me today watching me do all this, and I promise I did not get any help with them. I'm doing this all myself. I am sweating. All right, I dug it a little too deep. I got excited, so we measured it after, and I was like, oh, that's a little too deep. So we're gonna put a little back in there, and then we're gonna get the special sauce, my mom's special sauce, to make this puppy grow really big and nice and strong. So this is my mom's special sauce. This is cow dookie and Osmocote. Apparently it's gonna make it grow really nice and strong, and it's amazing fertilizer. So we're gonna mix this in a little bit with the dirt that I pulled out. We're gonna mix it in with the dirt that's actually in Janice. And then we're gonna put it all on top and then water her a bit. Special sauce. And then this is extra soil, I guess. I don't know, my mom said to put this in too. So put a little of that in there. And now apparently to get this thing out, gotta tip it over and stomp on it a bit to get her loose. All right, I think she's loose. I'm just gonna drag her and put her in. We want all that soil as much as we can. Here we go. Ooh. Okay. I think that looks pretty good. Very nice. Janice is looking good. All right, now we gotta fill this whole back up. Whew. All right, we're gonna put a little more of the secret sauce fertilizer. We got plenty here. This is not easy work, ladies and gentlemen. Just want everyone to know. And I had the opportunity to get a smaller tree too. I was like, oh, you can get a cypress, you know, it'll be a lot cheaper, a lot easier to do. I'm like, nah, let's do the magnolia in Florida. Why not? Whew. All right, we're getting there. Oh, so apparently you have to make a little dam for the tree, you know? So it gets nice and soaked, and once you put the water there, it'll stay. So I'm making a little circle around her, and then we're gonna, you know, I guess make her a little bridge. I don't know. Okay, I think that looks good. I'm gonna put a little bit more of that fertilizer on top. Perfect. Whew. Making sure her dam is good. We're getting her all misted up on her leaves. Give her some love. Give her some nice mist. Some dam love. Just soaking it up. Well, this is part of yard work, I guess. I had to take this damn thing off. We're gonna let this dribble all night long, apparently. Okay, there she is. Whew. All right, well, definitely got to work out. Definitely got a little wet and sweaty today, but I had fun. Thank you guys for joining Earth Day with me, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Incorporated third album. I am Tony.
And I mean, oh.
That's what we got. You know, he's a creative wonder.
Get it, honey.
Hello, Bruce. How are we?
What's going on, dude?
What's going on, dude?
We're fresh off the heels of Mania.
Yep.
The first round of the NHL and the NBA playoffs
Yep.
are in full swing, and it was just a wonderful weekend of baseball to kind of cap it all off. I guess the RBC Heritage, you could say.
Matty
Caps it all off.
Fitzpatrick is on the list, yes.
Yeah, we were firmly planted in the offseason, and life is good.
Yeah, and it's drafting. And how are you?
And I mean, the Lakers. What's up? We're all the way back. Doesn't matter. No Luka, no Reeves. Luke Kennard's out here. 27 points.
He did. He dropped a bunch. I had it earlier, right here. Straight up, favorites were 6-2, and they were also 6-2 against the spread. The Lakers were one of those dogs. I don't know how much it moved, but the KD stuff came out. And then the Pistons shit the bed against the Magic. Those were the two favorites to screw the poop. And then the NHL 4-3 for the favorites. That was just straight up. That's not popcorn or anything like that. Couple of dogs. Couple of favorites did not win. It was Pittsburgh Penguins. It was Dallas Stars. That was tough.
6-1. Yeah, I'd say. We do have a history of losing game ones. It's kind of our MO, but you never want to see that to start the playoffs. Kind of a rough game one for everybody in the office except Ty here, all star and Bell.
Yeah, VGK. They got the win against the Mammoth.
Yeah, that's just classic Vegas hockey. Carter Hart stood on his head in the second. They brought it home in the third.
Okay. All right. Let's jump into playoffs for tonight. 3 games in the NBA. All of them decent spreads. Cavs are -9.5.
We're in the 9.5.
Yeah. Knicks are 6.5, and the Nuggets are 7.5. Those are your spreads tonight. This is what I decided to do.
Go on.
I took the Cavs and the Knicks money line for a cool -130.
Okay. Give me the Raptors +9.5.
Okay.
And then I'll money line parlay the Knicks and the Nuggets there.
Okay.
Yep.
Back room.
I like the Raptors +9.5. Cleveland's getting like 70% of the money, and Raptors are still. I know they're in a slide, but they're still having a good ATS record. I think they keep it close.
Okay.
And then I do like the Knicks in a runaway here, so I like
Bit of a runaway.
A runaway, he says.
Bit of a runaway. I think the Hawks kind of are done here, and then I want to bet the Timberwolves money line. I just want this to be a series, but I can see it going either way. But stay away from that.
Yeah, stay away from that one as well.
What did you say, Bruce?
I feel like a bit of an NBA playoff veteran all of a sudden. I think it's because last year was so intense here. With that said, I hope it's a bit of a runaway, but I'm not in the business of laying 6.5 on the Knicks in the playoffs. Just like you think back to the fourth quarter comeback theatrics. That's more our speed. High drama. We're probably not boat racing the Hawks tonight. In fact, we might drop them.
Okay.
But I'm with you. I like the Cavaliers and the Knicks money line.
Okay. All right, then we go over to the NHL side of things. Flyers, Pens are the favorite. Sens, Hurricanes are the favorite. Wild Stars are the favorite. And Oilers are the heaviest favorite tonight at -180 against the Ducks. NHL stuff. Like, do I think the Pens are going to come back?
Yes.
Yes. Am I going to bet it?
-160.
I don't know.
Yes.
Do I think the Hurricanes keep taking fair?
Yes.
Am I going to do it? I don't know. Do I think the Stars bounce back? Yeah.
Yes.
Have the Hurricanes lost the first round game in the last?
The Canes are going to get you to second round, maybe Western Conference or Eastern Conference final, and then
Then they will.
Yeah. And they kind of win again.
Yeah, that's just how it goes for the Canes.
So I lean those ways. I don't know if I want to hockey playoffs stop anything can happen. But it feels like you were going those ways.
Yeah, give me the Guinos, give me the Canes, give me the Stars, then I'll do the Oilers in 60, and then I have a goal scoring parlay. Sidney Crosby, Wyatt Johnson, and Mickey.
Okay.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah.
I tried to hit the Mammoth last night. Didn't work. They got some.
And they were in it.
They got some greasy customers. The Mammoth.
Yeah, that's a big ask to go into that Fortress first game of the franchise.
Especially the night.
face another wounded teller with a workman's comp claim. I can't stand him. He actually took the book to the outhouse and used it as toilet paper.
No more IOUs and no more rocks.
What on earth will we... Why in the world did we begin with?
Yeah, back east, back home, back. Come on.
You're talking crazy, Phoenix.
Oh, am I?
Of course you are. You can't go east.
Why not?
Because...
Why?
Because it's against the code. Exactly, because it's against the code.
It's against what code?
You know very well what code. The code.
The West. Oh, the code of the West. Isn't that the same code that says,
The only good Indian is an enemy.
and die with your boots on? Wait a minute, I got another one. If someone steals your horse, you hang them. That's some code. Hey, this is quite a code. Let's just say
Admittedly, it's not a very enlightened ideology.
But leaving would be like giving up.
That's exactly what it would be then. Giving up. So let's just give up. Let's get out of here. Let's get ourselves a wagon master and go home. Let's go east. What do you say? I say you're a bunch of cobblers, silly-livered, yellow-bellied eastern sissies. All your darn that you got here is whine and complain. Why don't you go back and leave the West to the real man?
Well, actually, I could have the books on the wagon really quickly, and the cappuccino machine, you know, is going to travel like three.
Henrietta misses her family back east, and maybe First National will hire me back.
I can take care of my girl son and all you.
Wait. We need a sign.
Sign?
From the Lord.
Actually, sign would be terrific.
Oh, that's right. You need a sign from the Lord. Hey, see, come on. Really, there's your sign. When was the last time it rained there, huh?
That's not a sign. It's just rain.
All right, folks. So Tucker Carlson has been making a lot of enemies here, and recently called out Patrick Bet David, who then responded. So we're gonna get into this a little bit. I was kind of amused by this, and I think this is a pretty interesting exchange. So here is Patrick Bet David playing Tucker's clip in question, and then beginning a certain response. So first, we're gonna see what Tucker had to say.
Bet David on his podcast. Here's Patrick Bet David on his podcast a day or two ago. Watch this.
I don't know why Catholics, have this issue with Jews. I don't know what it is. They have this. I don't listen. I get the Jews have issues with Christians, and they'll make fun, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, your Jesus is gonna do." They'll say, "Well, he was a Jew anyways, right?"
The Jews, they make a lot of jokes. The Jews, they say like, she looks 18 to me. That's a great Jewish joke. That's a great joke. What's another Jewish joke that they make? The Jews, they say Hamas was hiding under the school. That's another Jewish joke. A great joke. Oldie but a goodie. They say, don't worry, the security deposit's totally refundable. You get it back when you move out. It's another great joke that the Jews make. They kid around a lot. They kid around with especially with the Catholics, because the Catholics they fall for it. They call them the Goyim.
But then Catholics have that issue with Jews, and they act like they're all innocent and everything. And when you look at Catholics, the amount of centralized power they have. Centralized. If you know what the total Catholic population is worldwide, it's like 1.2, 1.3 billion. Jews are 15 million.
15 million.
But Jews are decentralized, meaning Catholics don't have somebody they listen to that says, hey, you don't do this. Catholics, God forbid you say something about the Pope. They're like, hey, man, listen, who is that Pope figure in the Christian community? We don't have one. If I ask you right now who's the Pope in the Christian community, you don't have somebody to look at. Who is it? Which pastor?
Yeah, exactly.
No, we don't have one.
It's an independent network.
It's
It's the Bible.
So only Catholics and Muslims have somebody that they look at as their supreme leader. Like, you got to go to somebody. But even more, it's Catholic.
Well, there's only two theocracies in the world.
Catholicism?
Islam. I'm sorry. The Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yep.
And the Vatican.
Yeah.
Only two theocracies. Just those two.
Yeah, it's funny. They don't count like Saudi Arabia in there. Even though I think you can make a pretty good argument. Saudi Arabia is a theocracy. No, they overlook that. Overlook that one.
Actually, the Vatican is very much like the Nazi Iranian government, the theocratic government, the mullahs. It's all basically the same. They've got the complicated dress. They hate the Jews, as Patrick David just said. There's Catholics.
They like to fuck adults, you know?
Yeah, and their dress is so complicated. They look like doctors.
Yeah. They have sex with adults.
They have a problem with the Jews. It's slander. It's an attack on the world's largest and oldest Christian denomination, and it's taking place openly. And it's all coming from the same source, which is Israel. The issue is Israel. Anyone who supports the Netanyahu government, not Israel as a concept, not all Jews, no, the Netanyahu government, anyone who ratifies every decision, no matter how violent or grotesque or genocidal of the Netanyahu government, those are the good people, and anyone who doesn't is a Nazi, and by the way, their religion itself is a Nazi religion. It's an inherently anti-Semitic religion.
So Tucker, it's interesting. I watched this video a few times, and respectfully, I want to respond to you because you're a formidable voice. Whether I agree with you or not, you're somebody that's very good at getting your message out there. And I think at this point, if there's anybody that believes in your ability, it's a guy like this who, after I sold my company, offered you $100 million contract. I even went on your friend Megan Kelly show.
I offer you $100 million contract. So you said, because I didn't even know this backstory, I had a feeling this is what he was getting at, but you said that he offered Tucker to be a part of the show, the Valuetainment show?
Yeah, so whenever you told me that we were doing this topic, I ended up like, what's the Tucker versus PBD thing? And without checking like the time date, I got transported back like whenever it happened, that he decided to not be on Fox, or he got fired from Fox, and people were figuring out what to do. He offered him essentially like, we'll buy you, like for however many millions of dollars. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about going on to the Megyn Kelly show and putting out that offer, as though Tucker Carlson isn't a bigger brand than this guy is.
Yeah. Come to
like,
us.
Where do you...
It's like Fox News, only it's even stupider and we reach less people. Is that what he was going to be on? Like, was he going to buy the Tucker Carlson network, or is he going to be like, was Tucker going to be there on this show?
I assume that's what the idea was. It was to, instead of the Tucker Carlson show being its own entity, where Tucker Carlson has creative authority over his own product, he would be subsidized, like he would be under Patrick Bet-David.
All right.
This extreme Zionist.
All right, so I guess he turns him down. All right, so there we go. All right, so now we're more or less up to date, I guess.
When I announced it, and she was asking specific questions, I said, yeah, we went to your house, we made the offer, then we spent some time together. I came to Maine, and we did your show, and we've had a couple good conversations together. So I believe in you. I think you're funny, quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like you do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did that with me. He hates
Okay, remember this. So Patrick Bet-David says Tucker twists words a lot. This is amazing how he gets this as wrong as he does. It's really funny.
Quirky, very good communication, and you have your way of doing things. It's almost like you do twist words a lot, and I noticed you did that with me. He hates Catholics. He hates this. Catholics hate the Jews, and all the stuff that you did. It's a little bit of your shtick, which I did. But let me kind of get into a few things I want to address with you in this video. Maybe you're not aware of it. A few things you need to know about me. My number one priority is to make sure America stays as the greatest country in the world. Period. Full stop. I'm America first. I'm a Christian, non-denominational Christian that you need to know about me. And by the way, I'm Armenian, which, by the way, the first nation that accepted Christianity as their religion was Armenians. And the only ones that debate Armenians on them being first is Assyrians, and my dad is Assyrian. Maybe that's the reason why my parents divorced each other twice, married each other, and divorced each other. So Armenian, Assyrian, Christian, America first. I want this thing to be the greatest country in the world. I want capitalism to be common sense for everybody, to realize that if a new person wants to come up and have their dreams become a reality, I want that to be out there. But I wonder if that's where you are today. You were always there for many years until what's happened with you in the last couple of years. So let me kind of address a few things. So you said something a couple weeks ago. You said Sharia law has made Islamic societies more advanced.